Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers and sisters. Welcome back to a very cold but ready to roll at Snetterton Circuit. My name's Chris Buxton, up in the commentary box. Joining me, as always, the wonderful Kieran McGinley.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to some classic sports car action. The second day of it, we get two races straight off the bat. How lucky are we to get going with this one? But we should probably take you through the grids very, very quickly indeed, since we're already rolling on our green flag lap.
Absolutely so. They waste no time in getting things underway for the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. On the front row, number 177, Paul Sibley, alongside number 6, Martin Morris. The two Special Saloons and Mod Sports spec cars will be running off into the distance and dueling for our entertainment. Number 1, Hugh Simpson, joins 119 Ian Bergin on row 2. Then on row 3 is 108 Mark Turner, alongside 115 William Potter. Row 4 is number 47 Bruce Burrows, alongside number 21 Nick Rose. Row 5 is number 17 Richard Perry, alongside number 8 Ian Hewlett. Row 6 is 131 Chris Pidcock, alongside 201 Cloutman and Kilby. Sadly, they have withdrawn, so we will not see the number 201 out there. On row 7, number 52 Jonathan Taylor and number 42 William Fraser. On row 8 is number 70 John Collinson, alongside number 7 Pippa Cow. Should have been at least, but again, sadly the number 7 having to withdraw. Row 9, number 23, Jason Meredith, alongside number 36, Dean Stanton. On the final row is number 170, Richard Bryan, alongside number 45, Justin Potter.
Yeah, really good grid there, and we do see a Jaguar at the back as well, the number 99. That's not going to be part of this race. My theory is that it's going to get 3 laps of practicing to try and take part in a session later on today. That's my theory. However, we'll have to wait and see. The Jag shouldn't be in this race, so shouldn't get too much involved in any arguments.
Yes, it's that would be a hard sell to try and disguise a Jaguar XJS as a midget or a Sprite. However, it has been allowed to take the rolling lap as they are beginning to form up. And those that can see on stream, those that are watching trackside, I hope you're wrapped up. It is somewhat cold, but what a way to start the day. Yeah, bright and breezy here in the beautiful Norfolk countryside. And to get things underway with the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, another championship that the Classic Sports Car Club inherited this year, and they have provided some superb racing. So again, very, very much of its period. The Midget and Sprite Challenge has been running for many, many years, and the Classic Sports Car Club is very, very happy to have these wonderful cars in their mixture. So the safety car has run off and into the pit lane area, and the front row being led by Paul Sibley and Martin Morris, as mentioned. Now, those two cars are Special Saloons Mod Sport specs, so they are likely to run off into the distance, but the rest of the field will heavily battle for the rest of the honours. They now coming towards us to start the day's racing. Race number 10 of the weekend, first one of the day. Lights out and away we go. So the front row starting very, very well. Ian Bergin has to cut off the inside line before they get down towards Ritchie's, and that is an overtake from Morris. So the number 6 has got up into the lead in the mauve-coloured car ahead of Paul Sibley. Very nice effort there. As the rest of the field now starting to make their way through, everybody has made it through for the first few laps, and it is as somewhat expected, it is the two Special Saloon spec cars that have started to make a bit of a breakaway, but arguing behind as fierce as always.
Yeah, everyone got away apart from Dean Stanton, unfortunately. Didn't get a good launch off the line, and in fact had to pull off right at the end of the pit lane exit, and in fact straight into the scrutineering base. Unfortunately, no way through there, but here comes Paul Sibley then, trying to look for a move down the inside of Martin Morris. No way through there down towards Agostini, and then it's a battle for third place then, as we've got to move up the inside from the 119. That's Ian Bergin who gets up the inside there of Hugh Simpson to take over third place, but we've got a 3-car squabble right now for third place.
Absolutely so. Ian Bergin, long time Midget and Sprite runner, so he's been with the club a good many years, particularly in that 119 car. But look at the two up front. That is Morris and Sibley that are now just coming through Williams onto the Bentley straight. Those two are going to be dueling until the flag falls. Now the rest of the field follow. So Ian Bergin ahead of Hugh Simpson. Oh, bit of a wobble there from the midget as he gets onto the Bentley straight, but these two are not shy to really get the elbows out. We do have a yellow flag out there, we can see at the top of the screen, but for who? That is going to be the question. What have you spotted there, Kieran?
Yeah, there's someone, ZMG, running all on their own, red and white stripes making their way towards the Williams corner, so it might be prime suspect number 1 in that case.
That would be Jonathan Taylor in the number 52 in the 52 midget, if that is the case, but all seems to be well. No safety car has been deployed. As we look at Richard Byron just coming through the shot, just ahead of the number 42 car. That's William Fraser. And oh, look at this on stream. Ian Bergin fending off the advances of Hugh Simpson. Bit of a lock up there right behind them as Paul Sibley comes over the line with several car lengths lead over Morris at this particular moment in time. We'll see how that battle ebbs and flows. So Ian Bergin in third, then it's Hugh Simpson on to fourth position with Potter in fifth in the green midget. Looking on, but still could well get involved in the rest of the battle. What a start!
Yeah, great start indeed, and a good start as well from Paul Sibley, as we're seeing a 42 here trying to defend the position. So that's William Fraser heading up towards the first corner, but couldn't quite defend it enough. He loses out at least one position there, so Fraser falls down at least one position there as we watch on as well for the battle for third place. Ian Bergin managing to keep Hugh Simpson behind at the moment, but as they make their way now onwards towards Agostini, is there any way through, I wonder, for Hugh Simpson? He's got to try and catch the back right now of Ian Bergin as they head onto the brakes in towards Agostini, then they get back onto the power then. It's all about making sure you keep everything in check as Simpson's still closing in though, so this battle's not done and dusted just yet as they make their way through in towards Hamilton. Ian Bergin knows he's got Hugh Simpson right behind him, and we know Simpson in this start of this race, he's not going to let Bergin just run away with this one.
No, absolutely not. So Ian Bergin currently holding on to that third position, but he's really having to fight very, very hard to keep Hugh Simpson behind. So Hugh Simpson not shy of success in that car in these series, so he knows how to pedal that car particularly well. Slightly further back as the stream just pans round, getting plenty of slideyways from some of the other competitors. We've caught up with number 17, which is Richard Perry in his white MG midget. He is on the back of number 47, Bruce Burrows. So they've got an argument for what is 7th position at the moment as the stream catches up with or continues to cover the battle for the last of the podium spots between Bergin and Simpson. Again, you've got these little pockets of arguing going on. So these are 20-minute races, no pit stops in the Midget and Sprite Challenge. So just coming past us and really roaring on is Paul Sibley in the 177. At the moment, Morris doesn't have an answer to him, but still some distance to go, and we will be enjoying the company of the Midgets and Sprites again later this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. So we get 2 chances to enjoy them here, so make good of these chances as third battle for third place makes its way across the line. Ian Bergin still ahead right now of Hugh Simpson as they make their way up towards Riches then for the third time of asking, and we still have a squabble going on here further back for position. This is between the 17 and the 47, so that's Richard Perry having to defend from Bruce Burrows then as they make their way up towards the first corner, with the 47 now trying to look for a move down the inside, but no way through for Bruce Burrows on this occasion, and heading in towards Riches. And sometimes with a half-hearted move like that, you look for a move down the inside of Riches, but then you have to back out of it, and that really does cost you a little bit of momentum on the run up towards Wilson. You do lose quite a bit of time there.
Yeah, absolutely so, but that's not stopping them whatsoever. These two have crossed swords several times in the past, so they are not shy of getting elbows out. I mean, they may well be small cars, but they do give us a lot of entertainment. And oh, that's trouble for Martin Morris. The number 6 car has pulled off just coming into Brundle. The second of our special saloons and motorsport spec cars has pulled off, so that's going to leave Paul Sibley with a very comfortable lead up front in the 177. That's a great shame for Martin Morris, the first to fall in a 20-minute race. Hopefully he is able to get that car fixed and back out to us later today.
Yeah, huge shame then for the number 6 then, Martin Morris, and yeah, no challenge now for Paul Sibley. Paul Sibley was building that gap a bit, lap after lap. It was extended out to 3.4 seconds, but now it will increase exponentially now. But this now promotes then Ian Bergin and Hugh Simpson to this battle for second place now overall, as they make their way past the stricken number 6 as they head their way through in towards the bomb hole, and then they'll make their way sizing up Coram. So even more prize on the line for a second place trophy right now.
Very, very true. As Paul Sibley's come past, he's kind of backed off a little bit, realising that he's now not under direct challenge. His best lap of the race so far has been a 2:14.9. That was a 2:18.9 that he's just put on the board. So yeah, he's probably just backed off, realising he doesn't need to push, save the car for later, so that he can then continue his dominating way, so to speak. As just coming past us now is Bergin and Simpson. So a little bit of a gap now forming between the number 1 and 119 cars. The Austin Heaney Sprite Mark 1 in the hands of Ian Bergin is stretching out a bit of a gap for himself. Well, 1.2 seconds as they came over the line. Oh no, that's Jonathan Taylor. That has had a spin. Oh, and with him has gone Nick Rose in the number 21 midget. So was there contact between the two? Well, the number 21 looks like it's the correct shape. So it could be that they've been dueling very heavily, but had to take the escape route. But look at this quartet that's forming here. So that the stream is looking at is the number 8 car, which is Ian Hewlett. So the two ahead of him is Burrows and Perry. They've been arguing for a while, and they've actually brought in Hewlett and Bryan along for the ride.
They've been squabbling so much that they've brought Richard Bryan into the battle here with Ian Hewlett, as you said. So we've now got a 4-car battle. If that continues, as they make their way through in towards Palmer now, and then they'll make the run on towards Agostini. Battle for second place, though, making their way through in towards Oggies then, with Hugh Simpson's got the move done then. So he now makes his way out and above, through in towards Williams. So we have a new person in for second place, and Hugh Simpson with a move at Oggies.
Dean Stanton has just left the pit lane, so he did pull off right at the beginning of the race. He's actually rejoined, so seeing if whatever fixes they've been able to put into the car are actually working. Why not have a bit of a test session whilst you're out there, and then so that you're then ready for the second race. That looked like a bit of a lock up there from the lead of this particular quartet, of which now the number 8 of Ian Hewlett finds himself at the back of. So it was the number 47 that was leaving some tyres out on circuit, Bruce Burrows. So that quartet's spreading out a little bit, but all looking at each other, all just waiting for somebody to make that mistake. Oh, that's Richard Bryan. Have a look on the inside line, coming up towards Brundle. Can he get the over out? Can he get it? Oh, you bet he can do it. He's now at the head of this particular group. So Richard Bryan, very, very nicely done in the 170 car, jumps up into what is going to be 6th.
Yeah, and there's slippery surface flags down at Martin and Brundle. So, sorry, Brundle and Nelson, I should say, as, yeah, just drivers maybe just being a bit cautious through there, just to make sure they keep it all together, just making sure there's nothing on the racing line, whether that be fluid or whether that be debris that might be in the driver's eye and line, but they all made it through okay. But yeah, absolutely, that Richard Bryan there absolutely flew down the Bentley straight, didn't he? Now he's really pulled away from the rest of the field, so I wonder if something's just clicked in Richard Bryan's machine and he's able to just absolutely really tear on.
And catching the back of this particular trio to reunite it as a quartet is the green car of Justin Potter, the number 45. So he's now caught up to this particular group. Oh, they're still really arguing. Tell you what, the 47, Bruce Burrows, he's really struggling a bit. He seems to have fallen down. And also out of that group is Richard Perry. He's just come into the pits. The number 17 is, I did see him hold a hand aloft when he was in that quartet coming through bomb hole earlier on, and he has brought his car in. He's having a chat to his team, so that is a bit of a shame. But that group has been caught by Justin Potter, who's actually gotten ahead of the group. So he hasn't wasted any time on it. Now William Fraser finds himself at the tail end of the group. He's in 10th position as they come over the line. And just coming past our commentary position, but into the paddock goes Richard Perry, the number 17 car. Hopefully he'll be able to get that malady fixed and return to us this afternoon.
Yeah, their second race is after lunch today, so there might be time, hopefully there is time to get that car turned around so that he can participate in the race later on this afternoon. Yeah, hopefully whatever it is mendable and fixable, so we can see Richard Perry's machine out there once again. We're treated to another great battle here, heading its way now on towards Hamilton here, involving that is the 42 of William Fraser. So he is currently in 10th place right now. At least that was at the last timing line. So he's trying to chase the back of Hewlett here for what I believe will be a battle for 9th place. There is the lime green machine of Justin Potter, who's just ahead now of this trio battle. So yeah, really good to see some close battlefield in the mid-pack.
Yeah, absolutely so. Justin Potter usually shares that car with Simon Stowe, so he's flying the green machine, as you called it, on his own today. He's going to be chasing up after Richard Bryan, and Justin Potter and Simon Stowe have also shared a Renault Clio in the past. Oh, that's trouble! That's off at Brundle goes the number 42. Goodness me, William Fraser, he's not having a good day, and as he's tried to recover the car, the tail's let go and ended up facing the wrong way. The car may well be smiling. I highly doubt William Fraser is enjoying the ride.
Yeah, and I wonder if that had anything to do with the slippery surface, that the flags were there beforehand, or whether he's just carried a little bit too much speed into Brundle and Nelson there. Either way, did a good job of keeping it out of the wall, which, yeah, you don't want to have an argument with that this earlier in the morning or any point in the day, really.
No, indeed. But manages to keep the car in its correct shape. So coming past us now is Richard Bryan in the 170 car. He's in 6th with Justin Potter staring at his tail lights, and not far behind Justin is Ian Hewlett in the number 8 car, and then Richard Burrows at the tail end of that particular quartet, although a little bit spread out. Still 6.5 minutes to go though. If they can condense up, they are still on for a good fight for what is going to be 6th place overall. And the number 42 has continued, so William Fraser hasn't brought his car into the pits, which would indicate that was a mistake rather than a problem. However, that is a very, very slow 177. Paul Sibley, has he got a problem, or is he simply backing off? I mean, he did have 30 seconds to the good. No, that is a recalcitrant car by the look of it. He very early went to the apex at Bomb Hole. We'll see if he's able to continue on his merry way, or if he's going to bring that car in. Now, he has been backing off those, although he does look a bit more back up the pace coming through Coram. So he's likely just keeping the car in good order. Doesn't need to push. Like we say, it was just over 29 seconds gap between himself and Hugh Simpson last time around. Is he going to come into the pits? No. He is just backing off the pace, keeping the car in good shape. So it is good to go later on today as it comes over the line. Yeah, it's significantly off his previous pace, but doesn't need to push, doesn't need to do anything steady, just needs to bring it home. And 5.5 more minutes until the checker flag falls.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on his lap times again. Yeah, last lap time, 2 minutes 33.6. That's compared to Hugh Simpson's last lap of a 2:31.4. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. He's still got a bit of a gap to Hugh Simpson. Still a battle for second ongoing here. Hugh Simpson has managed to get ahead of Ian Bergen in the 119, but hasn't made any progress in getting away as they make their way now down towards the first corner at Ritchie's then. Yeah, Hugh Simpson about 1.6 seconds quicker than Paul Sibley, but the gap is 27.3 right now. So for Paul Sibley, he just has to limp that one home now. Don't make any rash decisions because there's not many laps to go for him to run. And yeah, he's not really looking to get past this traffic very quickly. He's being very forefront about it, not putting the car where it doesn't need to be.
So that's Nick Rose that he's caught the back of in the number 21 car in his own battle with John Collinson. So they are having an argument for 12th at the moment. The stream is caught back up with the number 1 of Hugh Simpson and the 119 of Ian Bergen. So let's have a look at the lap times last round. They were half a second apart previously. As just coming past our commentary position, Justin Potter is really looking to improve on his position of currently 7th. He's really hustling Richard Bryan as close as he can, but the battle for 3rd, while still a little bit further apart, he's still very much on. Ian Bergen could well just close that gap back down again, or try and force the mistake from Hugh Simpson, but less than 4 minutes in our first race of the day to go. So not many laps left, but still plenty of racing to conclude.
Yeah, absolutely. Hugh Simpson, again, hasn't managed to shake off the attack of Ian Bergen at the moment. They're making their way now down the Bentley Straight. So can Ian Bergen try a bit of a launch in the final couple of laps? He was only 2/10 off of Simpson's lap time the last time around as they make their way now through in towards Brundle and Nelson, and they'll get their way back onto the power. Ian Bergen needs to make sure he really attacks these corners. Now through the bomb hole we go then, and Hugh Simpson still there in second place as he looks to try and make his way through them, as there's a bit of a battle going on here between the number 70, that's John Collinson, through in towards the final corner, and the number 21 there of Nick Rose. So that is that's for 12th place at the moment, but Collinson doesn't quite match the pace off the corner that Nick Rose has, but they make their way across the line, and whatever advantage Nick Rose had, it turned into a disadvantage by the end of the straight, because that is 70 Collinson back ahead once again. So it might be one of those frustrating battles here for Nick Rose, where he might be quicker through the twiddly bits, but down the straight the advantage is definitely with John Collinson. And
they are being caught by the battle for seconds, so they need to be keeping eyes rear as well. As Dig just into the camera shot was Simpson and Bergen, now much closer than they were previously, or certainly visibly. They look much closer. It was 7/10 when they came over the line, but I think Ian Bergen may well be pushing a bit more. So it did not look that far apart when they came into the camera shot. There goes Hugh Simpson just getting past the number 21 of Nick Rose. So he's now got himself a car in between himself and Ian Bergen. That's a locker for Justin Potter coming down into Murray's. He's having an argument with Richard Bryan. So this is a battle for 6th position. A three-way fight is now right with him is number 47 of Bruce Burrows. So Justin Potter made that mistake, tried to close the door, but it was a little bit too late. Richard Burrows got a good exit from Murray's and got up one position ahead of Justin Potter. That is 8th position. That's 7th position that's just been claimed. They're still side by side as they come into Richie's, but that is Potter that has gone down into 8th position. Yeah, Justin Potter then down to 8th place, but still a great three-car battle here as they make their way up towards Wilson for another time of asking. Hugh Simpson also ahead as we make our way through, I believe now on towards the Bentley Straight. He's managed to get a little bit of a lead then over 3rd place, Ian Bergen, but there going very much at a steady pace right now is our race leader Paul Sibley, who now makes his way through in towards the bomb hole. I suppose he's hoping for there to be the checker flag this time around, but he'll make his way through the bomb hole. I might have some bad news for him because it looks like we're going to go for one more lap. Yeah, he doesn't have that big a lead that he can just park it, but he did this a few laps ago, didn't he? He came very slowly through Brundle and Nelson and then picked up again coming through Cora, and he's going to beat the flag this time around, so one more lap after this one. And see, I'm sure he's going to maintain his lead. It was down to 22 seconds, so yeah, he's lapping some 15-20 seconds slower than his outright pace, but as we say, he doesn't need to push. He is going to take the overall race win out with the performance difference of his car compared to the rest. But the battle for second still rages on, but there is a bit more of a gap now between Simpson and Bergen with the lappery going on. So coming past us now comes the number 1 and the 119. The gap up to 1.1 seconds between the two cars, between the Midget and the Austin Healey. So Ian Bryan, if he's got anything left, needs to be Ian Bryan, beg your pardon. If Ian Bergen's got anything left, he needs to be pushing on. But easier said than done. May well have been pushing on all race long, as Hugh Simpson may have gone a tiny bit deep into Wilson there. But all or nothing, do or die for the remainder of this race. Yep, and just having a look at our race leader as well, just making his way through towards out of Agostini, now towards Hamilton, so he's not too far up the road. He's still got 20 seconds in the back pocket right now, so he can afford, as Chris has said, to make sure he just coasts it home and takes it easy. If he is managing an issue, I'm sure we'll find out very shortly, but still the battle for second place rages on, and that 1.1 second gap that Hugh Simpson had over Ian Bergen is definitely no more than
that right now as they make their way through in towards Hamilton. Now they head their way towards Oggies then. Ian Bergen looking for a move around the outside, going in towards Oggies then. Perhaps he can now get a tighter line on the mid corner, get the power down earlier and see if he can try and find a move up the inside at Williams. Can't quite find that one then, but as they make their way now on towards the Bentley straight here, Hugh Simpson, Ian Bergen, this is going to be decided on the final lap.
And again, a very, very slow rolling number 177. If he's got anything left, unless he's perhaps fuel, maybe he's under-fueled himself. But you know, they do tend to have 20-minute races. But looking in the background, it's the next battle between Simpson and Bergen, and Ian Bergen's managed to do it on the run down towards Brundle. He's got the outside line, manages to keep the racing line through the chicane of Brundle and Nelson and up into second. At the death of the race, has stolen away that second podium spot from Hugh Simpson. Does the number one have anything left to answer with? We will see. But coming through Murray's for the final time in this race, your first winner of the day is the 177 of Paul Sibley. Here he comes over the line now. He takes the win. And then second is going to be Ian Bergen. So at the absolute death of the race, Ian Bergen steals away second position from Hugh Simpson. Your podium 3 is decided, but wow, that really did come down to the final corners of the final lap. Absolutely superb stuff. So next up is going to be Potter. Oh, that's trouble is there for the 115, William Potter. Oh no, he's gone into the grass. So he was all kinds of out of shape coming through Murray's, but he's now parked it. Looks like he's stalled. He's looking down into the cockpit of the car. He has managed to fire that car up. Is that going to cost him the position? We will have to see. May well have had a big enough gap to hold on to fourth position. Oh, he may lose it on the line because he's coming very slowly towards it. He does. He loses out on fourth right at the end. As I beg your pardon, that's Lapri coming over, but oh, just crawling over the line, the 115. Is he going to make it to the flag? I don't think he has. The 115 has stopped just before the checkered flag. No, he hasn't made it. Oh my goodness me, what an incredible development. The 115 of William Potter did not make the flag. Oh, and now he's got his car going again, but several cars have passed him, so up into fourth position goes Turner in the 108. So Mark Turner has gotten that fourth position. Richard Bryan fifth, Justin Potter sixth, and then William Potter comes home in seventh position in the end. Oh goodness me, what a development. That fourth looked like it was in the bag, but all went wrong just in the final corner and straight of the final lap. Oh my goodness me. What a way to start the day's racing, ladies and gentlemen, here in Snetterton. So we're just waiting for our podium 3 to make their way down to the holding area. I can see at least one of them has made it. I think the rest of them are just working their way through. Kieran McGinley is down there ready to have a chat with Paul Sibley, Ian Bergen and Hugh Simpson upon their arrival. So you can see some of the drivers have managed to get their helmets off. And we'll now throw down to Kieran McGinley in the holding area.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, I'm down here now with Paul Sibley as he's just jumped out of his car, and I'll see if I can have a chat to him. Paul, congratulations on the victory there. I mean, talk us through it, because it looked like you had a really good battle at the very start then, but what happened towards the end? Were you managing an issue?
Yeah, I was struggling with oil pressure. Oil pressure light kept coming on. And then I saw the oil all over the track, and I'm beginning to wonder if it was mine, but it wasn't. So, yeah, we had to control it, and there's no point in throwing it off when you got that much of a lead. But it weren't the best of races, but there you go.
Yeah, sorry, Paul, if we can have to just turn you around for the camera. Yes, so Paul, obviously you had a good starting battle then, but then you sort of ended up on your own there. But was it a lonely race? You had a lot to do to get to the flag there.
Yeah, it was a little bit lonely, but to be honest, there was oil in pretty much all the corners, so it's just a case of getting it home in the end. So, but we got it there.
You got it there. Is this something you can fix for your second race as well?
Yeah, it's not a massive issue. It's just something that if you was pushing hard, it could be an issue.
So in the end, it was quite lucky then that you were on your own out there, that you could manage that, and you were still only 2 seconds slower than people behind you.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think Martin was playing up a little bit in qualifying, so I thought it was going to be a good race, but there wasn't to be. So anyway, we'll see what happens in the second one.
We will do indeed, and hopefully you can get that issue fixed. And well done, Paul, on the victory. Let's have a chat now to our second place driver in Ian Bergin, who managed to get that on the final lap then. Ian, congratulations then. You managed to pass Hugh Simpson. How was that for you out there?
Yeah, very good. Some car problems, some alternate no gear changes and some changes. All cleared up with the last couple of laps. I managed to get back at him again, so that was good, really enjoyable.
Yeah, you started that final lap 1.1 seconds behind Hugh. Was there just something you unlocked on that final lap?
No, I just missed a few gear changes on that lap, so it was just, it's all very random at the moment, but obviously there was a lot of oil down as well, so you had to kind of pick your moments to push and stuff, but yeah, all good, really good.
Yeah, and that obviously sets us up very nicely for our race this afternoon against you and Hugh Simpson. Can we expect more of the same?
I hope so, because that was good fun, yes. See what he says.
I will do indeed. Well, yeah, I'll say that now. Ian, congratulations on the second place. Well done for getting it on the final lap.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ian. And let's have a chat to our third place driver, who's just over there. Let's call him over. Hugh, could you... come over here, Hugh. Let's have a stand in front of your car. Hugh, congratulations, though. Third place. I mean, on the final lap there, you got past, but I mean, talk us through that race.
Cracking race. Really fun racing with Ian. With all the oil down, it was really difficult. We've had some trouble with our clutch as well. I know Ian's been having some trouble, so I think that's why we were together. So yeah, but we had a great race. He passed me on the last lap, but we'll go again in a couple of hours.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, it was a great battle. I mean, you had that second place for quite a while, but what happened on that final lap?
Ian hooked up the lap. I think he'd backed off a little bit, to be honest. Yeah, last lap he got his foot back down again, and between the oil and some crap gear changes, that was it. So yeah.
I mean, so with those gear changes in hand, then what lessons can you take into the next race? Can you beat Ian next time around?
I hope so. I think we've probably got as good a chance as we had this race, but yeah, it depends how we can get on with the clutch. So we'll see how we go.
Absolutely, Hugh. Congratulations on third place. We'll leave you, and hopefully we get the same again in the second race.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugh. And with that, then I'll hand back to Chris back in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Kieran. And our next race will be gathering in the holding area, and which will be our MG Trophy and Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. But to confirm the results of the previous race, there we go. Paul Sibley, Ian Bergin, Hugh Simpson, your podium 3, Mark Turner 4th, Richard Brown 5th, Justin Potter in 6th, William Potter in 7th. That dramatic ending to his race, so to speak, on the start finish straight. Then Burrows in 8th, Fraser 9th, Chris Pidcock in 10th, Ian Hewlett 11th, and John Collinson in 12th, with Nick Rose rounding out the finishes of that race. All right, race number 11 of the weekend schedule, as mentioned, is the MG Trophy and a Berkshire Components Jaguar Challenge. So very much the epitome of little and large. Again, the MG Trophy is another series that came to the Classic Sports Car Club this year. And also the Jaguar Challenge coming back to the CSCC this year was always a very welcome sight to the big cats. But they really are they are held to account with the little MG midgets and the MGs. They are. Some people may kind of look at the combination and think, yeah, really? Wow, how can the MGs keep up with the Jaguars? Well, in some cases it's a little bit one-sided one way or the other, but it is an amazing spectacle to see the MGs and the Jaguars dueling at any particular given circuit. So as the cleanup goes on, we will grab hold of the grid for our next race of the day, which I say is our first of 2 visits for the MG Trophy and Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. So the MGs will be starting ahead of the Jaguars. So on the front row, Graham Ross, number 92, is going to be alongside number 16, Fred Burgess. And on row 2 is going to be number 79, Adam Jackson, and number 1, James Cole. Now, the number 1 has actually changed hands. It was Tyler Ballard throughout the course of the season, but that has now changed hands to James Cole. On row 3, number 20, Matthew Harvey, alongside the aforementioned now number 80, Tyler Ballard. And on the 4th row for the MGs is number 39, James Blake, and number 95, Jack Meager. Then there are going to be a few rows gap, and then our front row of the Jaguars is number 14, Jack Robinson, alongside number 67 of Colin Philpott. Second row of the Jaguars is number 11, Michael Holt, alongside number 40 of Tom Robinson. Row 3 is 139, Chris Boone, alongside number 6 of Rodney Frost. Row 4, number 156 of Mark Bennett, alongside number 44 of Guy Connew. Row 5 is number 17, Ewan Spooner, and number 2, Simon Lewis. And then the next row of the Jaguars, number 58, Michael Atkinson, and number 56, James Wall. And then is number 34, Charles Jackson, alongside number 45 of David Ringham and Michael Atkinson. Then 163 is Andrew Maynard, and number 154, Rick Walker. And then it's number 3, Colin Porter, alongside number 99, James Ram, who we did see doing his prerequisite number of laps at the back of the previous race with the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. And then finally is number 62, Tim Morant. So we are in for a big grid of Jaguars and MGs, and it is going to be a spectacle indeed when we have a chance to talk about our Jags and MGs. Kieran McGinley has made his way back up to the box, and the temperature is now starting to rise a little bit, so we start to cook a little bit in the commentary box. But yeah, we are in for a great time with these cars, and just kind of waiting for them to be released from the holding area. The safety car is ready to go, so we just need to wait for Jags and MGs to be released from the holding area, and then we will get the first of 2 races. Again, 20-minute races, no pit stops for either of these categories. Now the MGs were actually paired up at Brands Hatch with I believe it was our Future Classics category, which has a 40-minute race, and the MGs did 20 minutes of that, and then they had to pull off once their 20-minute race was concluded. And then the Future Classics then continued along their merry way. But again, seeing the little MGs really battling hard against some really quite powerful machinery at Brands Hatch was something really to behold. And unfortunately no movement from the holding area, so we're just waiting essentially for the last of our competitors to be gathered into the holding area, and then they will be released to the safety car, and then on their merry way they will go. The MG Trophy has enjoyed some drivers from quite a few different walks of life. So we've had, for instance, Sam Meager, who's running number 5. He's a plant hire ops director. First race in the MG Trophy back in 22 in Class B, and came home 17th overall. Then moved up to Class A, racing Ross Maker's old car, coming 3rd overall in 2023. Didn't race in Anglesey or Brands Hatch, and now racing an Audi TT, so it's quite a difference. And Andrew Rogerson, there's a name that we have seen in the Classic Sports Car Club before, the number 13. He's an owner of a Jaguar maintenance business. Has raced Jaguars for a good number of years, and he managed to get a last place and a race win at Brands Hatch. So literal opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yes, and looking forward to this one. I mean, we've got another short race, not non-pit stop race, so it is just a sprint to the line. And yeah, we've got a pit lane starter as well. I don't know if you have already gone, I'm sure you've gone through the grid already, but Jason Balding, I believe it is, that will be starting from the pit lane. So he won't get a green flag lap, so he'll have to start the race with a cold car, cold tyres, cold brakes, and everything else, cold vitals. But we do now see the MGs now starting to leave the assembly area. They will be followed by the Jaguars, but as you said, we've got an absolutely stacked grid so far.
Yes, absolutely. So very, very different machinery. So the MGs will really come good in the infield, in the second sector here at Snetterton. And trust me, they make the big cats really, really work for it. They're very small. They're kind of driven like minis almost, the MG Challenge. sorry, the MG Trophy cars. So they are not afraid to get their elbows out when they absolutely need to. And now the Jaguars have been released from the holding area. It is the number 14 of Jack Robinson alongside number 67 of Colin Philpott that brings our big cats out to play. So there will be a gap, as mentioned, between the Jaguars and the MGs. And various screams and whines are the big cats coming past us now. So what can be done? So bearing in mind that the MG Trophy is a championship season. So Graham Ross and Fred Burgess looking to improve upon their championship positions, although the champion I think has already been decided in the form of James Cole, and hence how he's inherited the number 1. But we will see. Yes, Jason Balding in his MG starting at the back of the field in the number 29.
And right on cue below us is the 86 that's just taking its spot at the end of the pit lane. Jason Balding will be starting from that pit lane, so he will not be allowed to go until, I believe it is the entire field. Because it's a 2-stage start, he won't be allowed to leave until everything's all clear. That's normally how it goes. We will wait and see whether he'll be allowed to start at the back of the MGs or whether he'll have to start after the Jaguars have passed. Because it's a 2-stage start, the MGs will be given the lights as the start of their race. Once the lights go out, their race will begin. The Jaguars will form behind. They have a separate start, and their start is decided by when the Union flag is dropped and waved. So going back many years before start lines were ever used, the drop of the Union flag for the Jaguars is how they get their race started.
This is Jason Balding, a technical repair engineer for British Gas. This is actually Sam Meager's old car that he is running in. And this is his first races with the MG Trophy. He comes with a wealth of racing knowledge, particularly from the 2020 Dunlop Mini Media champion. So that is, again, you could argue that's probably the most comparable form of racing is racing minis. I mean, they don't know what their brake pedal is, and the MGs don't know an awful lot about braking either because they're so small, so light. And again, they put on a great spectacles. We on stream are just looking at our Jaguars, just making their way through Williams and onto the Bentley Straight. Big field of big cats is always a joy to behold, as our MGs just coming through Brundle and Nelson now. Last bit of tyre weaving going on, and then we will get their first race of the day underway as soon as they come past us again.
Yeah, so in the Jaguars, that unmistakable and very recognisable yellow and blue Jaguar of Chris Boone, and that XK8 which rumbles the commentary box every time he passes through. It never gets old. We move about 2 feet from where we're sitting and standing, and it never gets old.
No, indeed. The yellow and blue one directly ahead of it is Michael Holt. So I think they're both maintained by Chris Boone's Cov Cats Jaguar Specialist Company. Hence the colour scheme. But yeah, that turbocharged SK8. Again, the one on the front row as well, Jack Robinson. That makes a somewhat delicious noise. And we do try and remain impartial up here in the commentary box, but there are some cars that just make us smile. And I've always been entertained by particularly Chris Boone and his screaming SK8. It's always been good to see. So the MGs then being led through Murray's. That's quite a gap between the MGs and the Jaguars. They will bear down on the little MGs fairly soon. So the Jaguars just coming through Coram now as our MGs come back into our sight here. And we are going to get our 11th race of the weekend underway very shortly. So here come the MGs. Wait for it, the lights will go out, and we are racing then for the MG Trophy. Pretty steady start from all 4 rows. Jason Balding has not been released from his standing positions. That would indicate he's probably going to be released after the Jaguars. So through Richie's come the first, for the first time in anger, come the MGs. Again, just getting themselves into position. Now the Jaguars roar into life as they come past us into the Wilson hairpin. goes Fred Burgess. He's managed to get into the lead of the MGs, and now Jason Balding gets underway. Now the Jaguars just working their way through turn 1. Side by side, alongside Chris Boone, is Rodney Frost. So again, long-time Jaguar racer. A lot of these guys are very, very well skilled in the art of big cat handling, but at the front of the Jaguars remains that number 14 of Jack Robinson.
Yeah, and also a good start as well from Michael Holt in the Jaguars, so he's had a good start off the line then. So Fred Burgess doing good on his start as he makes his way to the top of the order, now making our way through in towards Hamilton now. And as we mentioned off air, the MGs versus the Jaguars, if they do catch each other, is going to be great to watch because the Jaguars have the straight line speed advantage. I got to watch them when they did battle at Silverstone. They were pretty relatively on matching there. You know, the MGs had to put up a fight with the Jaguars and vice versa. I wonder here with these long straights for the Jaguars how that's going to be the case. And the number 99, yes, James Ram, obviously was in the previous race at the back of the grid, but that's because he was in practice. He had to get his 3 laps in. He's had to start from the back of the grid, and he's now currently charging his way through. He's made 4 positions off from the start.
Side by side in the MGs, the number 80 car of Tyler Ballard getting alongside and up ahead of the number 20, which is Matthew Harvey. We've got one of the big cats actually just come back into the pits. That's number 3, Colin Porter. That's a shame. That's one of the Swallows maintained Jaguars. Here come the big cats then roaring their way through. Brundle and Nelson nearly side by side for Michael Holt alongside Tom Robinson, but not quite to be. So the door just about closed from Michael Holt. They're hanging on to second in the Jaguars. Now doing their best to close down on the MGs, but the lead MGs just coming past us now. It's still Burgess. He's managed to knock Graham Ross off of that top spot. Then there's the number 79 of Adam Jackson that rounds out the podium 3 for the MGs.
Yeah, we're still going side by side as we make our way through towards Riches, towards the back of the MGs. Across the line as the lead Jaguar is Jack Robinson. He's got himself quite a substantial lead, but there's a good battle going on for third place right now with Michael Holt on the inside. Jack Robinson still way up the road, but around the outside tries Tony Robinson in the number 40 to grab third place right there. Good move from Tony Robinson. He gets himself up to third. He fancies here an attack to try and get himself up into second in the Jaguars.
God, Colin Philpott's got all kinds of pressure going on his shoulders. Again, nothing that he isn't used to. Always a front runner in the Jaguars. And back up to the front of the MGs, though, the lead 3 of Burgess, Ross and Jackson still very, very close together. Then James Cole and the number 1 is not far behind. He's got about a couple of seconds to try and close in to get involved in that top group. But the podium 3 all nose to tail in the MGs. They come through Oggies now, heading up towards the Bentley Straight once again. So again, number 16, Fred Burgess, still keeping Graham Ross at bay with Adam Jackson in hot pursuit.
Yeah, and looking good for the MGs. Top 3 really close together. We've got a great battle for second in the Jaguars as well, as Tom Robinson really trying to see what he can do at this point as he makes his way through in towards the right-hander at Williams. The MGs doing battle at Brundle and Nelson though, and there is the 92 up the inside there. Graham Ross gets the move then. They are going to be side by side though as they make their way through the bomb hole then, as Graham Ross has the inside line, Fred Burgess on the outside, and because of that, looking for a little move up the inside as well is Adam Jackson as they make their way now through in towards Coram. They do eventually decide to go single file through there, and that is until look around the outside there for the number 79 of Adam Jackson, turns into the inside line going through in towards the final corner, and in the space of a couple of corners there, Fred Burgess has gone from leading the MGs to now third.
Oh, good move then from both Graham Ross and Adam Jackson. That was a brilliant move on the outside line of Coram to get the inside of Murray's. Does Fred Burgess line up an inside line coming down into Ritchie's once again? He thinks about it, but doesn't quite go for it. Tyler Ballard is alongside another one of the MGs. That's number 20, which is Matthew Harvey. Side by side as they come through Ritchie's themselves. Tyler Ballard trying to do something about it. Can he hold on to that inside line? He can't. He has to remain where he is at the moment. But the Jaguars are still all fighting. Chris Boone jumps out from behind the line of Colin Philpott. He actually demoted. Colin Philpott's been demoted 2 positions as they would come down to Ritchie's for the next time in anger. The podium 3 for the MGs are having a superb squabble. Graham Ross still fending off the advance of Adam Jackson. Jackson has a look at the inside line coming up towards Agostini. That door is closed once again. And also James Cole in the number 1 is closing in on them fast.
Yeah, James Cole has been lapping quicker than the top 3 right now, or at least on the same pace. He's catching second and third at the moment, so he's doing a great job out there to try and make that lead trio battle a lead quartet battle. And then we've got a battle for 5th place right behind them as well, as they're looking to really spice it up right here as they make their way through in towards Oggies then. So it's the likes of Harvey and Ballard and Blake and Meager all looking to get a good run there. Meanwhile, the Jaguars, second and third, have managed to break away. Chris Boone is currently 4th place, but then you've got a bit of a squabble to be had for 5th place as they all make their way through in towards Oggies. It's one of those races you look anywhere and there's going to be a great battle to watch.
Absolutely so. So again, the MG trio up front still glued nose to tail. Graham Ross cannot break away from Adam Jackson, who in turn cannot lose Fred Burgess. James Cole's fallen a little bit off the back of the trio, or the lead trio for the MGs. Leading the way in the Jaguars is still Tom Robinson. He's got himself a bit of breathing space over Colin Philpott, who's gone back up into second in the Jaguars. And, oh no, big pardon, it's Colin Philpott's actually fending off the advances of 156, which is Mark Bennett in the supercharged S-type. So again, Colin Philpott and his XJS trying his best to keep the advances of that 156 Mark Bennett behind him. And just coming past us now, the trio of MGs. They're almost going 3 wide coming down into Ritchie's. Oh, that was very, very close indeed. Almost impact between the two. Oh, that is, we have lost one. That's Philpott. Colin Philpott has got it all wrong going down into Murray's. He's gone onto the infield. He's now going to drop right the way back to the tail end of the Jaguars. He's got a lot of work to do from there.
Yeah, hasn't he just, but manages again to keep it out of the wall and out of harm's way there. Manages to rejoin as well, I think I saw on there. But MG's now making their way through in towards and out of Palmer then, as they make their way onwards now towards the next quarter there of Agostini. Meanwhile then, that is the 156 Mark Bennett looking for moves up the order as well as that. That's the 56 as well. James Wall, who's managing to get some overtakes done here in the back end of the Jaguars right now, but yeah, he's quite aggressive going through in towards Palmer then for them to try and get themselves up the order. But yeah, all this squabbling means that everyone else up ahead of them in the Jaguars are managing to get away, break away. Have to say though, Michael Holt has been struggling. He was right the way up the field, but now he's just been passed by the 154 there of Rick Walker, that really dark blue Jaguar XJR6.
Absolutely so. Struggling a little bit out there with the big cats, but still racing on, still doing what he can. And again, just one small mistake because the field is so heavily condensed. That mistake is then exemplified quite excessively, but we'll see if he is able to regain any of his momentum back up towards the top of the MGs then. They've now been caught by the lead of the Jaguars, so Jack Robinson looking to really get involved with the overall podium 3 of the race. As we look back a little bit more to Tom Robinson in the number 40, just catching the back of 95, which is Jack Meager. And this is where it gets a little bit more tricky to follow. Oh, is that damage to the front of the 156? I wonder if that is a mistake from Mark Bennett. He's kind of wandered a little bit too deep off the road at Nelson, but it did look like there was damage to the front of his car. So trouble then for the supercharged S-Type, as that's a mistake there that Michael Seaborn was looking to capitalise on. As the stream has a look at Guy Connew in the modal coloured car. He's working his way through Murray's and on his way. But as for the rest of the field, oh, nearly side by side. But they live to fight another day, still roaring past us now.
Yeah, keeping an eye as well on the front 3 for the MGs as well, as Jackson has taken over the lead of the MGs now, but he's been closed in by the lead of the Jaguars, so he might lose the overall lead shortly. He's not too far behind now, is the 14 of Jack Robinson, but they're all now making their way through in towards Agostini to get the power down then, and it looks like right now, yes, Jackson still has the lead of the MGs then. Adam Jackson ahead right now of Graham Ross as they make their way towards Hamilton here. So top two have managed to stay bunched together, and at the moment then Fred Burgess has slightly lost ground, but he'll be hoping that Jack Robinson gets involved, trying to get his way past and see if they can bring some time back to him for Burgess there.
Absolutely so. So the lead of the MGs comes onto the Bentley straight once again, being chased by that SK8 of Jack Robinson. Another one of the Swallows Racing maintained Jaguars. That looks like that's an opportunity there for Graham Ross to try and get back up into the lead from Adam Jackson. Side by side as they come up into bundle. The number 92 gets the inside line and gets the move done. Very nicely done there from Graham Ross, as Jack Robinson right behind him is doing what he can to close in. Of course, they're not in the same categories, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try and race each other for the same bit of real estate. Slightly further back, the number 40 of Tom Robinson with the number 6 of Rodney Frost are doing duels right in between a pair of the MGs as well, as the race leaders now come back towards us through Murray's once again and past our position. Now,
I think we've got code 60.
Have we? No, do we?
Yes, we do. Flags, code 60 flags are out then, so this is a full course yellow. So code 60, all cars must go down to 60 kilometres per hour. So think of it almost like a virtual safety, except the speed is monitored, so 60 kilometres per hour and no more. So that is probably going to either be some debris on the track or a recovery that can be done relatively quickly. So we're just having a look now and seeing, Chris has spotted there's a bit of debris actually on Wilson Hairpin.
Wilson, yeah, someone's bumper by the look of the camera has been deposited. So who's done a bit of weight saving? Can't tell from the camera what colour the piece of debris is, but yeah, well spotted by the marshals. Also the driving standards flag going out for number 95 Jack Meager, so he's earned the eye of the steward slightly, pushing a little bit too hard in the number 95, and there it is. So the stream image has picked up the debris that is on the Wilson Hairpin. It is a very big lump of debris as well.
And
so
it's right on the racing line as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it needs recovering, but it can only be done under code 60 because now the field is pretty much spread out. There's not a good opportunity to get it done. So neutralise the race, get everyone to 60 kilometres per hour, and then once the field is cleared, that was very close for Tom Robinson there. You do not want to be getting that close. You don't want to damage the tyres at that point. For the lead MGs, though, they're more focused on getting heat into their tyres. It's not an especially warm day, and if you neutralise the race like this, you'd be surprised how quickly you start to lose heat out of the vitals of your machine.
Absolutely so. So the marshals have got to wait for a safe opportunity then to get out onto circuit and retrieve that bit of debris without too many cars being around them. Of course, this should remove any opportunity for anybody to gain or lose time. Hence the hence everybody reducing to the same speed, or say maximum speed, I should say. I still haven't actually spotted whose car that debris has come off of. It looked fairly big, so it makes me think it's one of the Jaguars.
Well, I can only think that Colin Porter went back to the paddock, so it won't be him. We can definitely rule out him, but yeah, getting mightily close now to that front bumper there. It's hard to tell whose it actually is. Is that a speck of yellow on the right hand side of that bumper, or am I getting that mixed up? Well, oh, there it is. It's purple.
Now I did think that there was damage to the front of the 156 car, which is Mark Bennett, and that is the colour scheme of that car. There are a few of the auto reserve coloured cars. I wonder if that's come off of his car, but yeah, well retrieved by the marshal. So if the clerk of the course is happy, then we should get the code 60 then withdrawn and then back underway. It somewhat depends if there's any kind of small fragments still out there, which was a little difficult to see from the camera.
And we're back.
And we are indeed. Yeah, the green flags doth wave, and without hesitation, Adam Jackson has caught Graham Ross slightly napping there and nips ahead in the number 79 car. Very, very nicely done indeed. So there is a bit of a gap between himself and the lead Jaguar of Jack Robinson. Now everybody else getting back up to speed. Yeah, because all the green flags are waved at exactly the same time, sometimes one driver was spotted a little bit before the driver ahead of them, which is what's looked like that's what's happened between Graham Ross and Adam Jackson.
Yeah, but then Adam Jackson goes straight down the inside once again, heading through the final corner to take that position back. And Graham Ross tries to draw alongside him on the left-hand side of the track. They're neck and neck between each other as they make their way across the start-finish line. 4.5 minutes left to go. It is the 79 who has the inside line of Adam Jackson, who's going to be later on the brakes. It is Adam Jackson who's later on the brakes. Can he make his way through the corner? He has to take a slightly tighter line to get his way through. Does he get me? That might be him under attack heading up way towards Wilson. No, it isn't. So it is going to be Adam Jackson who still hangs on to the lead of the MGs, but these two are going to be fighting tooth and nail then for that top spot in MG.
Absolutely so, as has been for a lot of the season. So again, Jackson ahead of Ross. Graham Ross has been a real front runner in the MG Trophy for a number of years, so is looking to continue his front running way, so to speak, but they're now being borne down on by Jack Robinson in the SK8. So again, the MGs may not really worry too much about the Jaguar, although Jack Robinson gives it a bit of bootful on the exit of Agostini. Now I would think that Jack is just going to bide his time here, doesn't need to do anything silly to get past the MGs. He'll have the power advantage along the Bentley Straight. So as Jackson and Ross make their way through Williams and onto the Bentley Straight is when Jack Robinson's likely to dance straight past them.
Yeah, and I wonder here if this is a chance for someone like...
Oh, that's Graham Ross that's gone for a bit of a wander, a little bit too deep. Sorry, Kieran, to cut you off there. But slightly, probably the tyres aren't quite back up to temperature again after the Code 60, and that has given Adam Jackson a bit of breathing space.
Yes, it has. It really has. And Adam Jackson can now see if he can just use that clean air to his advantage. He's got no one behind him now, apart from the leader of the Jaguars in Jack Robinson. So I don't think he'll put up too much of a fuss, too much of a fight for that one. Maybe he could see if he could try and use a little bit of tow created there. As we see now onwards goes the 156 then. So that is going to be Mark Bennett in that S-Type as he flicks the tail out for good measure, heading out of Nelson there. Why not? Make it look good, stylish as well.
Absolutely so. So Tyler Ballard in the number 80 car has got his face full of James Blake in the number 39. So those two are arguing for what is 10th position. So the MGs are still having their own ogre. There they are, just coming through shots. So that is Tyler Ballard. I beg your pardon, that is number 95 of Jack Meager that is directly ahead of him. As we look at the number 6 of Rodney Frost getting ahead of the number 40 of Tom Robinson. So the two XJS is still having an argument. Rodney Frost trying to shut the door on Tom, but not quite getting it done. Oh, he did manage to get it done just about before they get to the Wilson hairpin, as they have another pair of MGs to have to contend with.
Absolutely they do, but yeah, the number 1 of James Cole looking to take full advantage maybe of Jaguars battling up ahead of them. He's got Burgess up ahead now, so he's now caught for that battle for 3rd place in the MGs, and now he's having to let 2 Jaguars through. These are the 2 that are battling for 2nd place overall in the Jaguars, as they now make their way through in towards Agostini, and yeah, they're filtering their way through. So yeah, it's a bit of a roll of the dice, isn't it? Sometimes you, with the Jaguars coming through, they won't get blue flags because that is for overall position, as we have black and white warning flags out now for 56, James Wall.
Oh dear. So pushing the track limits a little bit hard, as we see again on stream. Look at this, Tyler Ballard and Jack Meager surrounded by big cats. It's just coming past us is Rick Walker in the blue Jaguar. He's just bringing that car in and straight into the paddock. That's a shame for the supercharged XJR6, and not the way he would want to end his race, but hopefully able to get that car patched up and ready to go for their 2nd race of the day this afternoon. But slightly further back, Rodney Frost. Is that trouble for the number 16, or was he trying to get out of the way? That's Fred Burgess, who is still in podium contention for the MGs, as it looked like Ross and Jackson are closing in again. So Graham Ross, following his bit of grassy excursion, is closing back in on Adam Jackson. So race leader Jack Robinson sets another fastest lap of the race because he can, of a 2:11.2 with a 4-second lead over the 2 MGs behind. But you've got to go down to 6th to find the next Jaguar in line for Jack Robinson to be worried about. I beg your pardon, fourth, which is actually Rodney Frost, the number 6 car. But that's still 14 seconds to the good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jack Robinson setting the new fast lap of the race. And that is
Michael
number 11.
Holt.
Yeah, it is Michael Holt, who's stopped on the exit of Wilson there. So will that be covered by yellows? I'm not seeing any yellow flags up there, so I think that it's out of the way. It's in a safe place, so it can be recovered at the end of this race. Chris Boone then looking for a move then on the number 16 there are Fred Burgess, so that's not for position in terms of class, but Chris Boone happy to make that move stick for overall position. Meanwhile then we watch on as well for Rodney Frost ahead of Tom Robinson right now, heading their way through and out of Agostini. Meanwhile, Graham Ross has managed to catch the back here of Adam Jackson. And they're now making their way through in towards Williams and now heading on to the Bentley Straight. So the lead for the MGs is not going away anytime soon. There's a 5-second penalty going out now to the 95 of Jack Meager. So that'll be added to the end of his race. It looks like he's exceeded track limits one too many times. And we'll just keep an eye here. Here is Jack Robinson then making his way through Brundle and Nelson now as leader of the Jaguars and leader of the overall race. He'll make his way through the bomb hole, but now the MGs are all over each other now. Graham Ross has got himself ahead though of Adam Jackson as they make their way through in towards the bomb hole, so that's a great move then. Meanwhile Colin Porter knows he's not got many corners left to keep Tom Robinson behind him for second place in the Jaguars overall, but the MGs now make their way through in towards Coram now, and they'll be sizing up Murray's here. Can Adam Jackson find his way through? Meanwhile at the start finish line it is going to be Jack Robinson who takes the victory then for the Jaguars as he makes his way across the line. Meanwhile the winner of the MGs then is going to be Graham Ross by the smallest of margins ahead of Adam Jackson. Great battling for the lead of the MGs then, making their way around now onto the start finish line. It is going to be Rodney Frost who takes second place in the Jaguars overall. Tom Robinson takes third place in the Jaguars overall. Chris Boone then fourth across the line for the Jaguars, and it is going to be number 16 Burgess who takes third place for the MGs overall. So really great race wherever you really looked as the Jaguars caught the MGs towards the end of that race then. As we see now drivers make their way across the line. Jack Meager makes his way across the line. He's got a 5-second penalty. We'll have to wait and see if he drops any positions to the likes of 67 of Philpott. I think it's been 5 seconds now, there or thereabouts. So I would think he stays put where he is. Yes, he does. So no change of position then for the number 95 of Jack Meager as he makes his way across the line. But really good racing action, and yeah, we have another race for them this afternoon, so we were very lucky to have them there. That will be after the lunch break. So Jack Robinson takes the victory in the Jaguars and takes overall victory as well, and it's Graham Ross who takes the victory in the number 92 for the MG Trophy Championship. It's Adam Jackson who finishes second for the MGs, and then we have second place in the Jaguars overall, which is number 6 of Rodney Frost. Third place in the Jaguars goes the way of the number 40 of Tom Robinson, and then we have Chris Boone who finished fourth in the Jaguars, and then third in the MGs then was the number 16 of Fred Burgess. So he did have some bit of pressure from Cole behind him, but the Jaguars towards the end, it was a case for James Cole that he was looking to just make sure he gets himself to the checkered flag rather than having to deal with any Jaguars up his inside. He'd rather be in charge of his own fates there. But we just see the cars now making their way back towards the assembly area where our top three will be given the go-ahead there to have a chat to our Chris Buxton as we see results on the screen there. Jack Robinson with the fastest lap of the race, 2 minute 11.201, and setting that on the penultimate lap of the race. And we'll just wait to see if we've got them already down there. I'll be ready to hand over to Mr. Chris Buxton down in the pit lane when I think he'll have most, if not all, drivers down there, or at least at least most of them. I'm sure they will want to talk to Chris. If you're here at the circuit as well, We do have sessions of qualifying coming up for you as well, so do make sure you stay tuned for that. We have qualifying coming up on this Sunday. The Liquid Moly Slicks, we've got the Co-Award Tintops and Puma Cup, the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, and the WSOP New Millennium and Turbo Tintops, who will all have their sessions qualifying before our lunch break. So if you're here at the circuit, make sure you take full advantage of that. And they've got half an hour qualifying sessions, all of them. I can see drivers down there, so I'm going to go for it. I'm going to hand over to Chris Buxton, who's down in the pit, and I'm sure he'll have some drivers to talk to.
I've got quite a few, as it turns out. Quite a fair representation from our MGs have come down, along with our Jaguars. Although the Jaguar drivers have disappeared, I do still have our MG drivers here. So let's start having a chat with our podium then from the MG Trophy. Let's have a chat with number 92, Graham Ross. What did you have to work for that, sir?
Yeah, that was toing and fro mistakes, and start-finish straight. Sorry, the back straight, and way across the grass. He went away. I thought I'm never going to catch him, and then he made a mistake up in turn 3, which got me on his tail again, and I managed to drag him down the back straight and just parked it, because I knew it was the last lap. So that was mega. That was really, really good. It was a good dice between the three of us. Fantastic.
It looked absolutely incredible from our perspective, and you've been involved in the MG Trophy for a number of years, for 17 years, I understand.
That's very diplomatic of you, yes. 2008 I started, so 17 or 18 years, yeah, I've been doing this. So, yeah, I'm comfy with the cars. I know them fairly well, so yeah, it's like putting an old slipper on. It's really comfortable. It's great.
Wonderful stuff. Now, is there anything that needs tweaking or fixing for the second race of the afternoon?
Yeah, the driver needs a proper tweak. Yeah, the car's a bit tail-endy at the back, more than I would like. I don't know whether it's track conditions or not, but there's a couple of corners where it's taking a bit of catching at the back, so I might just look to try and get a bit more grip at the back, just to make it a bit more palatable through some of these tricky corners.
Graham Ross, a very well-deserved win, sir, and very much enjoying the festivities going on. We've got quite a few of our drivers now. Mr. Burgess has scarpered, I think, so our third place in the MGs has vanished. So our Jaguar drivers have gathered over yonder. Now, the next race has already gotten going, so we will have a chat with Jack Robinson as our winner of the Jaguars. Jack, well, other than getting through the field, it looked, as far as the Jaguars are concerned, a bit of a simple one for you.
Yeah, it was. It seemed fairly easy. I was a little bit worried, trying to get some quick laps in the first, couple laps basically, and then just kind of manage the gap really. And try and get past some MGs.
But I mean, it looks spectacular fun from our perspective, seeing the Jaguars and the MGs really mixing it. What's it like, trackside for you working your way through the MGs?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, they're very. I mean, being a completely different car, they're very similar in spots, so they're quite evenly matched. So sometimes it can be a bit of a struggle getting past, but it makes for good fun anyway.
Anything need fixing for the second race this afternoon?
No, I think it'd just be the case of checking over it, make sure it's all good, and out for race 2.
Jack Robinson, a very well-deserved Jaguar win. That is going to be it for racing this morning. For those that are trackside here in Snetterton, we get to enjoy some qualifying sessions before lunch. For those streamside, we will catch up with you for the next race in the schedule. Don't go anywhere. We are in for a fantastic afternoon's racing. We'll see you there.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a not quite sunny, but certainly raring to go Snetterton. The Norfolk countryside may be quiet for now, but very soon we will have engines roaring into life once again for our last 6 races of the weekend. Now, I am Chris Buxton. Joining me in the commentary box once again, the wonderful, beautiful man that is Kieran McGinley.
Where is he?
I knew you'd do that.
I never get told. Yeah, it's great to be back, Chris. Yeah, we've got a good afternoon waiting for us. As you say, 6 races, 4 of them being the pit stop races, and I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about over the next few hours. Yeah, as you say, the clouds have descended upon us now. It's a little bit of a chill factor in the air, but it hasn't stopped the racing out there being absolutely red hot to watch.
Very, very true indeed. Now, we've had 2 races first thing this morning. The Lackford Engineering MG, Midget and Sprite Challenge has had their first race of the weekend alongside the MG Trophy, and Barchett Jag Components Jaguar Challenge had their first races of the day first thing this morning. And now when our cars are released from the holding area, we will have the second race from the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. It was, can't really say it was dominated per se by Paul Sibley, although he did build up quite a lead and then had some oil pressure problems in the tail end of the race this morning. So if we run through the grid then for race number 12 of the weekend's festivities, on the front row, it will be 177 Paul Sibley alongside number 6 Martin Morris. Hopefully he's been able to get his car up and running again, as he did have to pull off the number 6 before the checkered flag fell. On row 2 is number 1 Hugh Simpson alongside 108 Mark Turner. Row 3 would have been number 21 Nick Rose, but he has had to withdraw. Alongside him, what would have been on row 3 is number 47 Bruce Burrows. 170 Richard Bryan is joined by number 17 Richard Perry on row 4. On row 5 is number 8 Ian Hewlett and 131 Chris Pidcock. Row 6 is number 42 William Fraser alongside number 70 John Collinson. Row 8 115 William Potter alongside number 36 Dean Stanton. Row 9 will have Jonathan Taylor and the number 52 car, although no, he's withdrawn, I beg your pardon, alongside, we lost Pippa Cow before this morning's racing as well. So number 52 and number 7 both withdrawn. So row 9 will actually be occupied by 119 Ian Bergen and number 23 Jason Meredith. And on the back row would have been number 201, the Cloutman and Kilby combination. They also withdrew at the beginning of the day. But number 45, Justin Potter, in his green midget, will definitely be contended this morning. And we may well have had a few fall by the wayside. But God, did we have some great scrapping from the Midgets and Sprites this morning.
Yeah, we absolutely did, and it was really, really good to see, as I'm thoroughly looking forward to it again. Hopefully, Dean Stanton can make it further. Obviously, in the first race this morning, he made it to the end of the pit exit before he had to exit stage right back into scrutineering bay. Unfortunately, the car just didn't make it past, a good 100 metres after the start-finish line, unfortunately. So we'll hopefully see him and his car last a little bit longer. Hopefully, Martin Morris has undergone the repairs required to get himself back into the race, and on the same foot, we hope as well that the absolute front runner, Paul Sibley, in that MG Midget, gets that oil pressure fixed. I spoke to him down there after the race. He did say it should be one that should be fixable, so we shall see if it is up and running there as well. You mentioned as well that there's going to be an empty row 9, and that has big significance because is it row 9 that's empty?
Row 8, I beg your pardon.
Row 8, sorry, yes. So row 8 has to be empty, even though the drivers behind might think, I could get an extra yard or 2 here. No, the row in front of them, they have to leave a space there because there would have been competitors starting, so you can't just sort of say, because they're not starting, I'll start there instead. You do have to make sure there is a break. So a little bit of ground to cover. But what that does mean is that maybe they got a little bit more chance to take a line of their own making.
Very true indeed. So we welcome along those that are watching trackside. We hope you're wrapped up well. It's a little breezy out there in the Norfolk countryside today. It's a little brisk when the sun is not bathing the track, but the weather has held with some horrendous weather leading up to this weekend's festivities, but thankfully the bad weather has kept away. The safety car lights are on, and he has started to roll. I do indeed see Paul Sibley, and I see Martin Morris. So we do have our Special Saloons and Modsport spec cars up front. So that is good to see. And they're just coming past us now. So Hugh Simpson in the number 1 is just coming past with the 108 of Mark Turner on row 2. Richard Bryan in also Burrows on row 3. So now they're all filtering past us, just starting to get heat into tyres and what have you. And the last car to come past me is number 45, Justin Potter. And Ian Bergen, right the way back here, towards the tail end of the field, had a superb duel up front this morning, did Mr. Bergen. So I'm sure he'll be eager to get towards the top. There was a few... well, we can't repeat what they exactly said, but it was some less than ideal, shall we say, gear changing going on for the battle for what was second position in the end after Martin Morris had to pull away. So what are we in for this time? Well, Martin Morris did lead for a little part of the race before his car last gave up, but Paul Sibley looking to continue his winning ways in the 177 car. But behind them, the fighting was very, very fierce indeed.
Yeah, it really, really was. And looking at it this morning, it was really great to watch. I really enjoyed it, and I hope I get more the same. But Ian Bergen is starting very much further down the order, so he's going to have to battle his way through the field. He got second place last time out this morning. We'll see later on if he's able to get himself back up there, because he had a really good fight with Hugh Simpson for that second place in the end. And Paul Sibley, well, we'll see as well with the oil pressure issues he had in race 1. He managed to make sure he limped it home, took no risks in getting to the line, but we'll see now if there's a case of a good battle that's been sort of waiting in the wings. We saw a good couple of laps opening up from Paul Sibley and Martin Morris, where Paul Sibley seemed to have the early pace, but we didn't really get that full battle in full fruition because Martin Morris had to retire the car very early into the race earlier on this morning.
Indeed so. So the front two, as mentioned, are Special Saloons and Modsports specifications cars, so very, very highly strung, and whilst their performance is astronomical compared to the rest of the field, it does make them a little bit more prone to braking, whereas those throughout the rest of the field are more, I can't say standard spec, they are race prepared and race specification cars, but are a little bit more built to last, so to speak, as the field are now being led through Brundle and Nelson, and the safety car lights have now been extinguished, so that will peel into the pit lane upon its next visit, and then that leave us to enjoy our 12th race of the weekend, the second visit from the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. Been running a great many years as the Midget and Sprite Challenge, and the Classic Sports Car Club welcomed this particular series, this particular championship I should say, to its ranks earlier this year, and very, very welcome it is indeed. A number of our usual stalwarts, Ian Bergen, Justin Potter is a prime example, are taking part in this series. A number of other drivers as well we've seen taking part in Swinging 60s and Classic K, also taking part in this series as well. Chris Pidcock, for instance, whilst not usually seen in MG Midget, we've seen him in a Porsche 924 in the past, the former Speedway rider of Chris Pidcock. So now the field being led through Murray's, and now the 2x2 line will still be broadly formed. Obviously it stammers a little bit as they come through that final Corbin. Now coming back into our view here from our commentary position. All eyes right to floor the cars when the lights go out. And away we go then for the second time of asking for the Midget and Sprite Challenge. So the field getting away quite nicely. Ian Bergen started to make some very early progress from the back of the field following a difficult second qualifying lap for Ian Bergen in the 119. Lots of side-by-sides going on. Richard Bryan and Burrows all having an argument. That's Bruce Burrows, beg your pardon. But look at Ian Bergen. He's picked up several different positions, working his way through the field from the back row start that he has had. Crikey, he's up inside the top 10, it looks like, judging by his position there. 3 wide on the way down towards Palmer for the first time in anger.
Yeah, it's all about sorting yourselves out on this early lap, and Ian Bergen is taking full advantage of that one. Yeah, made his way into the top 10 there, and he's looking for a move here once again here, as he looks in down the inside of Agostini. In fact, he's looking for more than just one position. This might be a chance for him to get into the top 4 there, but our top 2 predictably have started to break away. But that's Hugh Simpson there in 3rd place as he looks to try and get his way up the road. But look at that, that's Ian Bergen in 5th place already.
Wow, from the back of the field, we're about 15 cars strong, up into 5th place. That's 131 Chris Pidcock just fending off the advances of Richard Bryan there, who in turn has to slam the door shut on Bruce Burrows, who then has a look in the inside line coming into Woggies. Can't get it done. Slightly further back, you've got the 115, which is William Potter fending off the advances on number 8, which is Ian Hewlett. So they are having a great scrap a little bit further down the field. I suspect we are going to have the resumption of the battle we saw for what was 2nd position later on. But up front, it is still Paul Sibley from Martin Morris, your top 2.
Yeah, and Paul Sibley's got the job at the moment to just make his way through. Meanwhile then, 4th place already now for Ian Bergen, so he's got himself right onto Hugh Simpson's tail now. I don't really think that Hugh Simpson wanted to see that Ian Bergen machine this early in his mirrors. However, that's going to be the case as the 115 of William Potter has a look up the inside of the bomb hole there on Richard Perry there in the number 17 as they make their way through in towards Coram for the first time of asking. Meanwhile, our race leader is already making their way across the start-finish line, but where is the number 6 then of Morris?
In the pit lane.
Oh, that's a huge shame.
Oh, no. Trouble again striking the number 6. So Martin Morris not even completing a single lap this time before bringing his car into the pit lane. Whatever maladies struck the number 6, clearly not fully resolved, as he simply comes past our commentary position and straight into the paddock. With Richard Perry still fending off the advances of William Potter on the way down towards Richie's for the next time of asking. The 115 just beaten back into 9th position by Bruce Burrows. But up front, or more towards the sharper end, Paul Sibley is now off into the distance. Oh, that was very deep there from Chris Pidcock in the 131 midget. Up into Wilson. Oh, there's a great group of Brian Pidcock and also Stanton.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see Stanton here. Meanwhile, up the inside there goes Ian Bergen. So he's now caught Hugh Simpson and overtaken him now for 2nd place, that is, overall, in Agostini. Meanwhile, further behind, you've got a hard-charging 131 there. That's Chris Pidcock, who tries his way around the outside there of Richard Byron and makes his way through. Meanwhile, squeezing his way through as well is Dean Stanton. He wants the inside line as they make their way through in towards Hamilton. You don't normally go 2 wide. You don't normally go 3 wide through there. Somehow they've all made their way through there, and in the midst of it, onto the grass slightly goes the 115 and now goes for a spin, and that is William Potter, who facing the wrong way there. Yeah, impressive that they made it 3 wide there through in towards Hamilton, but down towards Oggies they couldn't quite keep it all together,
and not a single bit of contact either. That was really well driven from all the drivers. Unfortunate for William Potter, just gone on the grass on the outside line coming down towards Oggies, then spun across the track right in front of Bruce Burrows, who had to take some avoiding action there, but all live to race another day. Great 3-way fight there that Justin Potter is involved with Richard Perry and I think William Potter as well. But this particular field fragmenting a little bit. Race leaders just come past us here in our commentary position, but Richard Perry's got a 4-car conga line behind him that contains currently, so what is it, Perry, Burrows, Potter, Justin Potter I should say, and so there's 4 cars involved in that particular line, but there's still several other battles that are really brewing ahead of them.
Yeah, Ian Bergen is absolutely flying right now. 2 minute 19.9 from him on the last lap. A little bit of a lock-up as they make their way through in towards the final corner then. And meanwhile, Hugh Simpson, 2 minute 24.1. So he's already fallen 3 seconds back from Ian Bergen right now. So That's Ian Bergen really getting on with the job in hand right now. Meanwhile, that is Ian Hewlett, who's maybe looking up the inside here as we make our way towards the first corner then, as he looks for a move up the inside of Justin Potter, but once again doesn't quite make it stick, and might have cost him a little bit more time, because you take that tighter angle, then you have to back out, so you do lose yourself a bit of time there.
Dean Stanton has got himself ahead of Mark Turner then. The 108 car has been knocked out of that position, that fourth place from Dean Stanton. Bearing in mind that, as we were saying earlier, he didn't even get off the start line particularly well. Pulled into the paddock area, did the number 36. Did rejoin the race several laps down later on to kind of check the car over to see whatever fixes they'd done in that interim were working correctly, and I'd say that has worked fairly well for Dean Stanton. Now up into fourth position. This four-way fight we've got going on here as the stream just watches Perry, Burrows, Justin Potter and Ian Hewlett go past. With not far ahead of them is Richard Bryan, so that could be a five-way conga line before the end of the lap.
It could indeed, as maybe a look up the inside here in towards Og is there for the 47 of Bruce Burrows, but he couldn't quite make that one stick. But the quartet now make their way through in towards Williams, and now they're going to head on towards the Bentley Straight. Off they go then, and it's sort of who's going to be taking good advantage of the holes being punched in the air down the long Bentley Straight then, as they'll head their way towards Brundle and Nelson. Meanwhile then, Dean Stanton, who's having a good time right now, was in fifth place right now, as well, no surprise, simply sets another fastest lap of the race, 2 minute 15.015, and at the moment then making their way through Richard Bryan just at the head of that battle for 7th place.
So simply from Ian Bergen, from Hugh Simpson, your top three at the moment. Ian Bergen, my word, he's left Hugh Simpson in his dust. Bearing in mind that Ian Bergen started on the back row, and it was Bergen and Simpson that had a fantastic duel for second position first thing this morning, and Ian Bergen is not having any of that. He's away and down the road. You know, Dean Stanton as well, he's really got that number 36 Austin Heaney Sprite really on song, as the rest of the field now just coming past us. Richard Bryan's still got a fair amount of pressure from behind from Richard Perry, who also has Bruce Burrows along for company. Falling off the back of that group is actually Ian Hewlett, so he was right there. He was challenging further up that particular group into Richie's last time around, but has fallen some way off the back of the group now.
Justin Potter's into the pits, unfortunately, and making his way down the pit lane, so that's a big shame for Justin Potter. He pulls to the right-hand side of the pit lane, and that looks like that's a car that's headed straight for the paddock area. That's a real shame for Justin Potter.
A shame indeed. The number 45 Austin Heaney Sprite Mark 1. And he's been a regular with us along with Simon Stowe for a good number of years. The pair of them, as mentioned earlier, do also share a Renault Clio 172, or previously shared a Clio 172, so quite a difference between the two cars. But sadly, the little Austin Heaney Sprite not favouring Justin this time around. Doesn't usually enter that car into the Midget and Sprite Challenge. That's usually seen in the swinging 60s, but sadly not going well for him in the number 45. But right alongside Richard Bryan is Richard Perry. Now Bruce Burrows trying to have a look on the inside line, coming through Oggies. Can't quite get it done though. Can't get that overlap. The number 17 lives to fight another day, and he is very much affixed to the tail of Richard Bryan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great battle here for 7th place. We'll see what Richard Perry can do then down the Bentley Straight, as he's closing now on Richard Bryan then, as they make their way down in towards Brundle and Nelson, as Dean Stanton, yeah, he's had a really good race this time around. 4th place right now, and is there a move on here? Not this time. Richard Bryan is able to hold ahead of Richard Perry, but right behind them is Bruce Burrows as well, who once again fancies his chances to get himself a couple of positions here or there.
Definitely so. From what we've seen, he's certainly capable of doing so. We'll see how well Richard Perry can defend against him as the stream looks at the 108 sliding his way through Coram. That is Mark Turner in the 5th place car. But now coming through, Chris Pidcock is being closed in by Richard Bryan, who is dragging with him Richard Perry and Bruce Burrows. So now that is a 4-way fight for 6th position. Now they've caught the back of Chris Pidcock's car. Still a little bit of a gap between them at the moment, but Chris Pidcock is definitely going to be feeling pressure now that those three behind him are much, much closer.
Yeah, absolutely he is. And yeah, great to see a 4-car battle here for a place for 6th place. Yeah, you were saying Pidcock being closed in, which is exactly the case. Also now starting to close in is Hugh Simpson, the number 1 machine. 2 minute 22.7 from him on the last lap compared to Ian Bergen's 2 minute 23.9. So that's 1.2 seconds taken out of that gap. It's 4.3 seconds. I'm sure we'll keep an eye on it and see if Hugh Simpson can get his way through there. Ian Bergen there up 13 places. Dean Stanton up 9. And you've also got Pidcock then, who's up 3 positions from his start, but going side by side now as we make our way down towards Agostini. But all line of stern for the group of 4 then, battling away for 6th place so far then. It is Chris Pidcock who's still at the head of that 6th place as we see our race leader then make the way out of the final corner. So Paul Sibley currently lapping in the 2 minute 17s, did suffer with that oil pressure, low oil pressure towards the end of the last race and had to really back off, but no backing off for him now. He's just lapped within 0.8 of a second of his own and the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it's quite a performance gap between himself and second place, what is now Ian Bergen. But a little bit further back, Richard Bryan still has not got any kind of breathing space. He's actually been overtaken by Bruce Burrows. So now the number 47 car is going to be challenging. Although here comes Richard Bryan again. Is it going to be 3 wide coming down into Brundle? I don't think they've quite got the overlap. Pidcock is... Oh, no, they have. So Richard Bryan has managed to get ahead of Bruce Burrows and Chris Pidcock in the braking zone of Brundle. Very nicely done. So that is the 170 now up into 6th position. Chris Pidcock has a little bit of a look on the inside of Bumhole. Can't get the overlap. But Richard Bryan, very opportunistic move. Now here comes Richard Perry trying to box in Bruce Burrows. Does manage to do so, does he? Just looking through Coram now. They're all kind of side by side. They're all arguing. Richard Perry, he's going to lose out on the braking zone up into Murray's. Bruce Burrows does manage to demote Richard Perry down another position. So there is now Bryan from Pidcock, Burrows from Perry.
That's brilliant scrolling between them all. Absolutely brilliant. But Chris Pidcock is starting to close once again now on Richard Bryan as they head their way now in towards Richie's, but no way through for him. All single line of stern right now as they all make their way through. But yeah, really good stuff. Really good battling here for 6th place as they all make their way now up towards Richie's then. As again, Richard Perry may be looking for a move up the inside. I don't think he's quite close enough on that occasion, but they really are squabbling for 6th place, which is brilliant.
Absolutely so. And the car behind them of William Potter, the 115 Midget, gained about 5 seconds on the car ahead of Richard Perry. So he could well get involved in this group before the battle, before the flag falls. But Richard Bryan trying now to break away from Chris Pidcock, who in turn is still under pressure from Bruce Burrows, gets the inside line of Agostini, does the number 47, and upper position. Chris Pidcock does not really fight that one. He realizes it was too late to try and shut the door, but he has definitely got what it takes to stay within this group. So Bryan from Burrows from Pidcock now, as we have a look on stream at Ian Bergen, who is up into second now. Is he being caught by Hugh Simpson? So the gap over the line last time between those two was about 3.9 seconds, give or take. So we'll see if Hugh Simpson has closed that down any, or whether Ian Bergen is just managing his pace or has made a mistake or what have you. The 119 of Ian Bergen, the Healy Sprite Mark 1, is definitely still on song. Paul Sibley came over the line ages ago, but Ian Bergen, here he comes past us now. Let's see what the lap times look like. So Ian Bergen over the line. He was a 2:23 last time. It was a 2:23.9 on that occasion. As for Hugh Simpson, a 24.4. So another gap has come out by another half a second.
Yeah, and that's it's an outlier from the last 2 laps, of course, because Hugh Simpson closed in by a good 1.6 seconds over the last 2 laps combined, but now he's lost time. So, yeah, the gap's now back up to nearly 4.5 seconds. Ian Bergen really putting in a good shift right now. Now he just needs to hold the gap with just over 5 minutes left of the race to run. Dean Stanton doing a great job in 4th place. 5th place across the line is the 1:08 now of Mark Turner in the Austin Healey Sprite. And meanwhile, we've still got squabbling to be done for 6th place as the 170 of Richard Bryan makes his way back ahead now of Burrows, then down in towards the first corner. But we have a 5th contender now for that 6th place spot.
Yes, indeed, as Will Potter has caught the back of that particular group, as I thought he would. So as the stream has a look at Paul Sibley, who is minding his own business very much, on his own, 46.5 seconds to the good last time past the flag for Paul Sibley. So doesn't look like he's having any real maladies. He's definitely keeping the lap times up higher than last time we saw him this morning. So whatever issues he was having does not seem to be plaguing him now. And he lost his stablemate earlier on. Now the stream has a look at this group of 5 that has fragmented very slightly. Richard Bryan taking the racing line into Agostini. Does he keep Bruce Burrows behind? No, Bruce Burrows gets another position on the inside line of Agostini. The number 47 car then getting up into 6th position. Right behind them, Richard Perry, Chris Pidcock and Will Potter, all still there, ready to try and make their way up the field.
Yeah, that's Will Potter, who's got past Chris Pidcock as well. So he's moved himself now up into 9th place as they all now make their way through in towards Oggies then, getting back on the power, then through in towards Williams. And the 3 in that top battle for 6th place are now making their way on towards Williams now, as Will Potter really just tries to grab that car through. But there is an issue for Chris Pidcock as he pulls to the side, the left-hand side. That's at Oggies, unfortunately. And Chris Pidcock's machine underneath him, the MG Midget, is saying no more.
What a shame for the former Speedway rider. His car deciding enough's enough. Richard Bryan's got the outside manoeuvre into Brundle and gets back up into 6th position ahead of Bruce Burrows. Richard Perry is now looming. Is he going to be able to challenge the number 47? Well, Will Potter is trying to challenge the 17 for what will be 8th position. Struth, these 4 of what is now 4. It was 5 with Chris Pidcock in there, but clearly the maladies are a little bit too much for him. As a lovely sliding manoeuvre for the 108 of Mark Turner. Oh, that's Will Potter on the inside line of Murray's. Nicely done on Richard Perry. Gets up into 8th place, but can he hold it on the exit of Murray's? We'll see as they come past us again. I wonder whether they're closing in on Mark Turner. Side by side again, Potter and Perry at the back of this particular conga line. The 115 under pressure by Richard Perry in the 17. Who's going to blink first? The Midget has to slot behind the number 17 Midget. So again, that's Perry back up into 8th.
Yeah, that's a warning sign though for Perry, as he knows now what William Potter is capable of, and around the outside move at Coram then to get the inside line. But there's Bruce Burrows once again looking for an inside move at Wilson then. Didn't quite get the run out of the corner though, so Richard Bryan is able to hold on to that position as they make their way down in towards Palmer then. Really good stuff to watch here. The battle for 6th place as they all now make their way towards Agostini. Just up the road there, I think that is Turner up the road. Yeah, 3.6 seconds, so that's about right. So yeah, if they do battle hard, they might not try and get to Mark Turner, but in the same vein, Mark Turner's just got to make sure he keeps up those lap times because he doesn't want to be drawn into this battle.
No, he doesn't, as Richard Bryan is fending off the advances again of Bruce Burrows coming through Hamilton. The 47 does not get the overlap this time, but there's Mark Turner just going through the shots, so that when they came over the line, that gap between Richard Bryan and Mark Turner was 3.6 seconds, but on that last lap, Turner lost just shy of 2 seconds from the pack that's chasing him. So I suspect that Turner is going to be caught whether he likes it or not. The penultimate lap has been started. Paul Sibley has come past us. So it'll be this +1 for most. We'll see how well they continue. Ian Bergen comes past us as he's gotten a lap on John Collinson. But this particular group we're looking at on stream is still in the same order we left them in. So Bryan from Burrows was Potter ahead of Perry, but Richard Perry in the course of the lap has managed to get the number 17 ahead of the 115 Midget. So they will be coming towards us. Let's see who gets the best exits as we're now looking at Mark Turner in the 108. He loves that sliding style through Coram. But is it hurting him though, as he's really being reeled in by this group?
Yeah, he is indeed, and yeah, we'll have to wait and see, because this battle for 6th place is going to spill over here onto the final lap of the race, which is exactly what we wanted to see here. And yeah, we will definitely keep an eye on that one as they make their way up towards the final corner. But our race leader is just making their way through in towards the bomb hole now. Paul Sibley tackling Coram for the final time.
That he does, and looking at the timing screen, Mark Turner lost another 0.6 of a second. He may well have done enough at that pace difference to stay where he is. He was 2.9 seconds ahead of the chasing group last time around, but coming through Murray's for the final time in this race is number 177. Paul Sibley's going to do the double this weekend here in Snetterton. He's going to take the win for race number 12 of the weekend, the second race for the Lackford Engineering and Midget and Sprite Challenge. Over the line he comes, and then a very distant Ian Bergen is going to be second, but this group here is still arguing for 6th. Bruce Burrows gets the inside again. Does he? And Agostini? Not quite. Richard Bryant fending him off with everything he's got. Is it going to be enough? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Ian Bergen is in a comparatively comfortable second place. Hugh Simpson chased on, but could not close that gap back down again. So it is essentially the same three in the same positions that we saw this morning. So Paul Sibley from Ian Bergen from Hugh Simpson. Well, we still haven't had Ian Bergen come over the line. Here he comes in the 119 Austin Healey with the number 1 midget of Hugh Simpson right behind. So Paul Sibley is, I suspect he's already in the holding area by now. So Ian Bergen comes over the line to claim second, and Hugh Simpson is going to be chasing him home a couple of seconds behind. But who is going to come out for that battle for 6th? We will see. Dean Stanton is going to have 4th position. So here is the battle for 6th. They are closing in on Mark Turner, but not quick enough. They needed another lap ready to draw him in to this group. Dean Stanton's just come past us on the line, the number 36 car. So he has claimed 4th position. And Mark Turner should just about be able to hang on in the 108 for 5th place, but it's all the squabbling behind him that needs to be resolved. So it looks like Richard Bryan's going to do enough, but Bruce Burrows has lost out to Richard Perry in the closing part of the lap. So it's going to be Bryan from Perry, or is it? No, Bruce Burrows has had a really good exit from Murray's. He claims a position back, and Potter has actually gone ahead of Perry. Oh, a sprint to the line has demoted Richard Perry right the way down into 9th position. It came down to the last corners, the last feet of the last lap to decide that group. Fantastic racing from the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite contenders. Brilliant stuff as we now see our 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars making their way into the paddock. Absolutely superb. Paul Sibley is ready to have a chat with Kieran McGinley. So we'll just give our 2nd and 3rd place cars a moment to get there and get their equipment off and be ready to have a chat to Kieran then. But he's got our race winner. So let me hand that over to Kieran McGinley.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yep, I'm down here now with Paul Sibley. Then, Paul, let's get close to your car, because this time you managed to just get it all in one piece. It's just a shame that Martin Morris couldn't join you for that battle.
No, I believe he's got water pressure problems. Whichever which way, I was going to make it a bit of a race, because he's had a pretty crap weekend. But there you go, it is what it is. Midgets are like that, and you've got to get them over the line. It's not all about winning. You've got to get them over the line, and that's the hard bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, talk us through it, because obviously the car treated you well this time. No sign of any oil pressure issues. I mean, it must have been just a lot of fun to drive out there.
No, when Martin went off, the car felt good. The oil pressure problems are 99% sorted, so I just thought, let's go out and enjoy myself, see how quick the car is.
And it proved to be pretty quick.
Yeah, well, so it should be. Thank you.
Paul, thank you very much for the chat. Then let's have a chat to our 2nd place driver then, in Ian Bergen. He had to start from the 8th row of the grid. Boy, did he make light work of that. Ian, congratulations there. What a race that was. I mean, talk us through it. That was a heck of a first lap you had.
Yeah, no, it was everyone was really fair. It was good. There was lots of 3 abreast stuff, but I managed to sneak my way through, so it was really good. And then got up to Hugh and battle recommenced, so it's good. I just had a little bit more pace than him this afternoon, but a bit more than this morning. But yeah, really pleased. Really.
I'm sure Hugh wasn't expecting to see you that quickly in his rear view mirrors.
No, I think we were possibly 2 or 3 laps. So yeah, but these things happen sometimes. in a good way and sometimes not such a good way. So the gaps opened up, so it was good. It was very good.
What was your mentality then? Obviously, you had to start from the 8th row, managed to battle your way through, but what's going through your mind before that race start?
Just not take any unnecessary risks, but obviously not to hang about too much either. It's balanced.
It's a strategy that worked well.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ian, congratulations on the 2nd place. Go and enjoy that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. And let's have a chat to our 3rd place driver. He's having a handshake there with Dean Stanton and a chat as well. If I can grab Hugh then. Hugh, come this side. Let's have a chat with your car here. Hugh, you managed to get 3rd place then. Obviously, Ian came at you with a real rate of knots on that first lap.
He did, yeah. He's driven really well. Main thing is congratulations for him. I think he's wrapped up the overall. So yeah, brilliant season for him. Really well done.
Yeah, obviously we didn't get the great battle we wanted like we had in race 1. What was the difference out there?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think he was pushing hard, but I lost my clutch about midway. So yeah, did what I could.
Yeah, and another 3rd place for you. So it's been a solid weekend.
Yeah, decent weekend. We've wrapped up the class championship, so that's something. But yeah, like I said, main thing, congratulations to Ian. Really good season for him.
That sounds like a great weekend, wrapping up the class championship. So congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll rely on your math. So
Yeah, that's all right. Cheers.
Great stuff. That's great. Thank you, Hugh Simpson. And with that, then let's hand back to Chris Buxton in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Kieran McGinley, and our top 3 from the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. Right, so we've enjoyed the classic machinery this morning, and for the first part of this afternoon, it is time to let loose the contemporary machinery. And oh my word, have we got some amazing, mighty machines just leaving the holding area now. This is the Liqui Moly Slicks series. So these are basically anything that can take part in any other classic sports car club category, but running slick tyres, as you would imagine by the name. Of course, not done in the wet, but we are looking at that, and we have got some amazing machinery as mentioned. So let's have a look through the grid then for our 13th race of the weekend. Number 993 are the Folks, Charlie and Zach Falk in the Porsche 991 Cup car. It's Zach Falk that starts the way alongside number 23, the BMW GTR of Nathan Wells. Number 9, Dylan Popovich in his Ginetta G50 is alongside number 13 in the KTM Writer GT4 spec car. Wow, what a mixture there. 7-litre Ginetta against a turbocharged 2-litre KTM Writer. Superb. Row 3 is number 47, Niall Bradley. We've seen the Bradley family throughout the weekend, and we get to enjoy their company once more, alongside the 777 of Jordan Billington in his Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Ah, that beautiful white Lamborghini. Next up is 612, which is Adrian Bradley in the red of the BMWs, alongside number 11, Peter Chalice in his Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car. That's row 4. Row 5 is number 62, Matty Evans in the blue and black Lamborghini. So that is the Huracan ST LP620-2. Alongside the Nens, that is Billy and Carl Nen in their Porsche GT3 Carrera Cup car. So that is row 5. Row 6 is 176, which is the Lynch family, William and Frederick Lynch. William will start the race, and number 5 is the Harrison and Lucky Porsche, which is David Harrison is going to be starting that one. And starting at the back of the field is 177 Klaas Koike in his BMW M3 E46. We have got some incredible machinery. So Klaas Koike was really struggling a bit in qualifying for this series. And David Harrison is going to be starting the number 5 Porsche. So he lives in Australia. Sorry, he is from Australia. He lives in the UK. Now, big lock up there from Klaas Koike. That's not quite how you do tyre warm-ups there. And Nathan has competed against David in his own Porsche as well. So they are rivals as well in the 911 GT3 Cup car races they've been involved with. But they're joining forces this time. But yeah, we have got such a mixture of different machinery, different engine sizes. As I from all the way up to 7 litres in Dylan Popovich's car, right the way down to 2 litres in the turbocharged KTM. Lamborghinis, Porsches, BMWs, the KTMs, what a mixture. We were going to have a Ferrari out there. Sadly, it withdrew before the beginning of the weekend. But yeah, now is the time for the contemporary machinery to show what they're made of.
Absolutely. There's some absolute monsters out there. I heard you talk about, on the way up to the commentary box, that's Dylan Popovic with that Ginetta. Was it 7 litres?
7 litres.
Alongside a 2 litre KTM Reiter. I mean, that's a great one. They were separated by 8 1,000ths of a second. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very tasty indeed. I can't wait for this one.
No, this is going to be very, very interesting. Now, as we're seeing the KTM come through the shot on the stream, didn't quite have the same top end as some of the other cars, but God, it just danced in the infield coming to the second sector. It was absolutely glued to the road. It was just phenomenal to see. But the performance from the Folks of Charlie and Zach Falk, that 993 Porsche was just, it's a 991 Cup, I grant you, but it's number 993. They were absolutely unstoppable.
They were indeed, and yeah, we'll see which Falk it was behind the wheel that set those amazing lap times. Absolutely lit up the timing screen then, but the field then make their way out of Murray's then and onto the centre straight, ready to start this race.
Absolutely so. Really, really looking forward to this. Sounds like a broken record statement. I don't apologise for making it either, because I love every single category we get. But come on, what a mixture of machinery we've got here. All eyes right, and lights go out. So here we go once again. It's a good start from most of the field. A bit of a gap now towards the back end of the field. Klaus Koike's had a really good start. He's gained several positions, but then big lock up as he gets into Palmer's for the into Ritchie's for the first time, and that's a yellow flag, and that's Klaus Koike. Oh, commentator Gerson already had a really good start, locked up the brakes, but then flew off the road, couldn't slow it down enough. But already up front, the Porsche is breaking away. Dylan Popovic is in second there. We're now watching Peter Chalice alongside Jordan Billington. Porsche versus Lamborghini. The Nathan Wells, our number 23 BMW. We've seen it numerous times in the course of the weekend. He's got Niall Bradley right on his case. And, yeah, fantastic stuff with that KTM. This is where the KTM are strong. Look at Nathan Wells. He's been absolutely swamped by cars left and right. That KTM is dancing around the outside of Niall Bradley. He's going to have a go at Dylan Popovic as well. Is he going to get it done before Hamilton? Not quite. Slots back into third.
Oh, brilliant stuff indeed. That's Tom Walpole, who wants to try and find a way around the outside now of Dylan Popovic as they make their way now through in towards Oggies. I think Dylan Popovic just about has the legs to get away. But yeah, swamped is absolutely the right word for Nathan Wells, as Niall Bradley got himself a position in there as well, as they all now make their way out of Williams and now on towards the Brett Bentley straight. And Nathan Wells, with that top end, is looking to try and get away past Niall Bradley. He'll try and breeze his way past as we see our race leader, the Folks, are leading the way as they head their way through in towards Brundle and Nelson. How about this battle behind then? Dylan Popovic still in second place, and then it's Tom Walpole and that KTM in third, and then right behind them Niall Bradley and Nathan Wells, and then there's that 777 Jordan Billington in the Lamborghini Hurricane Super Trofeo, easy for me to say, under pressure from a Porsche behind.
Zach Falk is running off into the distance, but look at this. Here comes the KTM again. Outside line of Coram. Can't get the inside line of Murray's, though. Let's try and get alongside the 7-litre Ginetta of Dylan Popovic. But along the start-finish straight, the two BMWs behind them, side by side. Nathan Wells and Niall Bradley. Who's going to win out on the brakes as they come down into Ritchie's? They've got the 777 of Billington right behind them. Well, this group really hasn't dispersed an awful lot at all. Absolutely superb. So Niall Bradley does manage to stay ahead of Nathan Wells, but now side by side as they're coming up towards the Wilson hairpin. Here comes the KTM as well on Dylan Popovic. Racing room given by the Ginetta. Oh, he's gone too deep. Pick your excuse here. As Dylan Popovic has lost out at the moment to that second position to the KTM. Tom Walpole up into second.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant to watch this battling going on. In fact, it's just such a great battle for second place. That's what you could class it as at this moment in time. But at the moment then, that KTM has managed to just find and unlock an extra bit of something. Right down the inside now for third place goes Niall Bradley on Dylan Popovic. Has he made that move stick? No, he hasn't, not this time, but still now under pressure as they make their way now towards the left-hander here of Hamilton. No way through. through, and now Niall Bradley might have to turn attack into defence. Right behind him is Nathan Wells as they head their way through in towards Oggies.
Yeah, and whilst they're all squabbling for what is now third place, they're actually inviting Jordan Billington, Peter Challis and Matty Evans in the Lamborghinis and Porsche respectively, all to join them as well as that number 5 of David Harrison is involved in there as well. So there's a great collection of wonderful, that's a lot of money's worth of machinery as well, involved in what is basically third right the way down to about 9th. Is involved in this great big group here. So can Dylan Popovich close in on the KTM? Tom Walpole's done a great job to break away, but along the straighter bits is where that KTM just loses a bit of puff a bit against those the machinery that's chasing him. But no such issues for Zach Falk as he's leading the way. Was with 7.2 seconds when they came over the line before. We'll see what the timing is next time around. 159.2 from the Porsche on the board, as that is a move on the inside line. David Harrison against Jordan Billington, so that is for 6th position. So the KTM now comes past us with an absolute army of cars chasing him down.
Yeah, but there goes the 777 right up the inside once again. Jordan Billington tried to have a move up the inside but backs out of it, so David Harrison able to swoop through and keep a hold of that position then. So yeah, really good battling, really good scraps to be had out there, and now Billington might be under pressure from the Porsche behind them. Believe that's going to be the 54 of Billy Nairn right behind.
Absolutely. So again, this group still not dispersing to an awful lot, which is absolutely fine by us. Now, this is a 40-minute race, so this is a pit stop race. I think all of our remaining races are 40-minute races. We've had our short ones for the day. As coming past us is Adrian Bradley, who's had another issue of some description. He ended up backwards into the wall at the end of qualifying, which is why he's missing his rear bumper. I'm guessing he's had a spin at some point.
No, he started late, so he joined onto the grid. Well, not the grid, he joined from the pit lane, so but he wasn't at the end of the pit lane for the start of the race, so he just joined on the back. But yeah, he's getting some running out there, but as Chris said, yeah, had that off at the end of the qualifying session, went backwards into the wall, but it was more the grass sort of carried him where it couldn't stop him on that occasion, so he made contact with the wall, and they've just decided to run without the rear bumper.
No, indeed. So the battle for, well, is it going to be a battle for second again as Dylan Popovich has broken free of the BMW brigade behind him, although saying that David Harrison has really closed in on Nathan Wells. So that number 5 Porsche that qualified very, very well, but unfortunately had to start at the back of the field, is now really making up for lost time. The Aussie is doing what he can to really hustle hard the cars ahead. So Falk comes over the line, another fastest lap for the 993 car. It's of 158.072, and then this great collection of cars. There's Matty Evans is falling a little bit off the back in his Lamborghini. Let's see what the lap times are for the rest of the field. It's a 2-minute dead for Walpole. Dylan Popovich at 2:01. Along with the cars around him. That's Nathan Wells. Is he going to lose out to David Harrison? He does. That's the number 5 now up into 5th.
Yep, number 5 in 5th, but Nathan Wells is not going to let that go lying down. He'll look for a move up the inside then as we make our way towards Wilson, but didn't quite get the racing room there. He had to back out of it there. No way through that time round, but it's clear Nathan Wells definitely wants that 5th place back. He's not happy that he's got it overtaken, but they go now through in towards Palmer then, and now on towards Agostini. Yeah, top 2 have started to break away. Well, we know Zach Falk has really broken away, but yeah, Tom Walpole in the number 13 KTM Writer absolutely up the road here. It's now got us a track and a battle position for 3rd place. A black and white warning flag going out to Nathan Wells, number 23. So he's got to make another 32 minutes and 40 seconds without exceeding track limits again.
Now the black and white warnings go out to the car, so if it's a shared car, Nathan Wells isn't, but if anybody else earns the warnings and they then swap driver and they earn just a single warning, that could actually give them the penalty. So that's something else that our drivers have to bear in mind. But no such issues though for Tom Walpole. Has broken very far clear of Dylan Popovich now in the Ginetta, who in turn is not getting any breathing space from Niall Bradley, who's still got David Harrison, who's still got Nathan Wells, all in that conga line. So 4 cars arguing for the last podium spot. Tom Walpole doing a great job of continuing to build that gap to the cars behind.
Yeah, Niall Bradley is not letting Dylan Popovic go anywhere, and also Nathan Wells battling away now with the number 5 David Harrison, as now they make their way out of the final corner onto the centre straight we go. But Dylan Popovic could just open up the taps of that 7-litre Ginetta and get himself away from Niall Bradley. So Bradley in this case really does close up in the corners. He just chucks the car in, and he knows it's going to stick.
He's driven that car for a number of years now, has Dylan Popovic, so he is very familiar with it. Although saying that, he's a bit deep going into Wilson. That's going to give an opportunity to Niall Bradley. You don't need to open the door too many times for Niall Bradley to take advantage, but the power of the Ginetta tells as they come back down towards Palmer once more, and the BMW's just and only just beaten back into 4th position. So David Harrison looks like he's having to fend off more advances from Nathan Wells than he is able to try and attack Niall Bradley. So the number 5 Porsche staying where he is at the moment. And again, is that an opportunity for Bradley? No, not quite. Dylan Popovic just managing to keep that door shut, coming through Hamilton once more.
Yeah, and I wonder here for Dylan Popovic, is he running into these corners a little bit deep intentionally because he knows he can get the better exit? Well, Niall Bradley's right up the inside now as they make their way out of Oggies now. Up the inside, did he try and find into Williams? No, he couldn't quite find it there. But all lurking in the distance as well is David Harrison, who'll be more than eager to pick up a 3rd place here as he's now onto the back of Niall Bradley, moves to the right-hand side of the track then and breezes his way past Niall Bradley. So that's now David Harrison up into 4th place. He's taken full advantage of a squabble for 3rd place here. His eyes are firmly set now on 3rd place, Dylan Popovic.
That's going to be a difficult ask for Dylan Popovic to keep that charging Porsche behind him, but we'll see what he's able to do. Race leader comes past us once again, as that is fastest lap after fastest lap for Zach Fulk. So Tom Walpole chases on as best he can, so only 2 cars are top 2 under 2 minutes at the moment. Is that a personal best? No, not quite for Tom Walpole, but right behind him this 4-way battle continues. Popovic from Harrison, from Bradley, from Wells.
Yeah, Nathan Wells closing on Niall Bradley. He's actually earlier on the brakes than Niall Bradley there as we make our way through in towards the first corner. But yeah, Nathan Wells right on the back of Niall Bradley. We get a brief look at the 54 there. That's Billy Nairn, who's in that Porsche as he makes his way through in towards the bomb hole. And there's still that scrap going on now as Dylan Popovic has managed to break away for a little bit there because David Harrison had to do a little bit of defending there from the likes of Niall Bradley behind, but also Nathan Wells. So Dylan Popovic has a bit of breathing room now as he makes his way up towards Agostini, and yeah, he'll get the power down. How close are the rest of the field? Well, I mean, it's safe to say now that David Harrison is reeling in that gap once again.
Pit window is now open, so for the next 15 minutes our drivers can now opt to come in at any stage as long as they have started their pit stop before the pit window closes. Then they may conclude it without penalty. So as the stream continues to watch, or did briefly watch, the Porsche of the Nairns, we now switch back to Nathan Wells, who's at the back of this particular conga line, still hustling Niall Bradley. Now, is he going to be able to draw alongside in the E46 GTR? No, he's going to have that one defended from Niall Bradley, and right ahead of them still it's Harrison and Popovic still continuing their argument for 3rd position. The Porsche just keeping the pressure on, not necessarily pushing the Ginetta into a mistake, but ready to capitalise in case the Bosnian of Dylan Popovic does fall. And we've seen him go a little bit too deep into some corners, but as you say, Kieran, may well just be opting for a bit of a deeper line to try and extend his corner exit speed. And into the pits comes our 2nd place car, Tom Walpole, in for his pit stop.
Yep, that's the mandatory stop then. So in comes Tim Walpole. He'll have to do the minimum pit lane time. So it's the traditional look of the tyre pressures, as that's a look down the inside for David Harrison on Dylan Popovic for 3rd place, or what is now 2nd place. But no way through there. Track limit warning going out to the number 13 of Tom Walpole. So he's in the pit lane now, but he's just got himself a black and white warning flag for track limits. So he's also now on his last warning, along with Nathan Wells. But there we can see on the stream then that beautiful matte black painted number 13 Tom Walpole, that KTM Reitler. It sounds brilliant when you pass it, when it passes you down the straights.
It makes a lovely noise, that car, along with the one right behind him. As Jordan Billington has brought his Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. See, I struggle with it as well. So different to the GT3 spec. It's got a bit more power, but less aerodynamic efficiency than the GT3 spec cars. But he's doing an absolutely superb job of pedaling that Lambo, and again, that makes an absolutely delicious noise. And that's a time penalty for Nathan Wells. So that's a track limits violation. It's happened again. He's pushed the steward's patience a little bit far, and that's a 5-second penalty for car number 23.
Yep, absolutely. So, yep, we've had it confirmed by TSL. It is for track limits. So, if he does it again, it's a 10-second penalty, but not just it's upgraded to a 10-second. It's a 10-second above the 5 seconds. So, it totals to 15. So, he's got to be careful now, because the penalties only get much worse from here on in, as now we see Tom Walpole take his KTM Reitler back out onto the track then, and making sure he stays over that minimum pit lane time. So too does the 777 Jordan Billington. The Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo rejoins the track as well.
Yeah, Tom Walpole was actually quite considerably over the necessary 90 seconds, but as safe than sorry as Dylan Popovich side by side with David Harrison once again. Ginetta versus Porsche. 7 litres in the Ginetta against the number 5 Porsche that has got 3.8 litres. Oh, and that's Nathan Wells stationary in the track. That is never ideal. So where is he come to rest? That is Murray's.
That's Murray's, yeah.
So he's got Matty Evans in his Lamborghini just coming upon him. So at least there's room on the inside line for people to come past. But Nathan Wells, if he can't get that one going, that is going to necessitate at very least a safety car if he can't get the number 23 BMW running once more. I mean, we've seen that car in quite a lot of races. There he goes. He has managed to get it going. Spins it around. Is he going to come into the pit lane this time? I would think he should.
Yeah, I would have thought so. If something like that happens, you dart straight into the pit lane and sort of have a system reset. Also in the pit lane, Peter Chalice, who's come in for his mandatory stop then. Obviously a bit of a thumbs up from his team then, so they're happy at the moment, or whether they're just relaying a thumbs up. Either way, they seem to be happy down at the number 11.
And Nathan Wells did indeed come in. So, again, sensible move. There's any kind of grass that needs relocating from the car. That is the best opportunity to do it, but he has lost a considerable amount of time from that spin. And that's, of course, he opts well, he should also have the car checked over to see if anything has broken. We will see. I can see the driver's door is open and the tyre pressures are being checked. So there's no mass amount of activity going on around his car as the stream continues to look at Peter Chalice in the number 11, the Aeropack International sponsored car. Peter Chalice has been racing Porsches for many, many years. He's raced in BMWs before that. He did claim championships in the Kumo BMW Championship as well. Aeropack is Peter's company, involved in army-based relocations. He used to be part of the BRSCC Aeropack Sports and Saloon Series, which started in 1986. And the number 11 now gets underway once again.
Yeah, also into the pits now is Klaas Koika as we watch on at Richie's then. Dylan Popovich still under pressure from David Harrison. It's been the case for a while, and Niall Bradley is sort of on the outskirts there, ready to take full advantage of a battle happening up ahead of him, as now our battle for what is right now second place, but that trio still has to pit in. Nathan Wells now leaves the pit lane, rejoins the circuit then, and makes his way back out onto track. Let's see what he can do from this point onwards as Klaas Koika into the pits then. So after that, a little bit of a moment from him on the first lap at Richie's then. A little bit of rally crossing for that BMW. It's now back into the pits, and let's see what we can do in the second part of this race.
I know some of it is coloured green, but he didn't need to add any more to it with the grass. But yes, Klaas Koika should be going fairly soon to rejoin the race. And just as I say that, there he goes. The 177 now starts to roll its way towards pit lane exits. Looking at the times we've seen, it does look like everybody has been behaving themselves. Oh, we've got more track limit penalties on the board, or track limit warnings at very least. Number 13 of Tom Walpole, we did see earlier on, and the 177 of Klaas Koike, who's just come out of the pit lane.
Yep, so they would have been given the signal there as well. Klaas Koike has to be careful now. He's got to keep it between the white lines, and I think that's just another repeat message to Tom Walpole, because of course we had the 23 have that 5-second penalty, which takes more of the advantage there, at least, or higher priority, I should say, toward the penalty, and then to see the warning flag afterwards. But yes, we'll see if they can keep it all between the white lines. Whilst we've been talking about everybody else, Zach Falk has set another fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 55.847. He's absolutely flying out there. At this point, they don't really want to come in and put in Charlie Falk in the car. Zach's in just such a rich vein of form that I suppose they'll try and keep him out there for the longest time possible, as that's David Harrison again thinking about a move up the inside in towards Riches against Dylan Popovic, but not this time. It just seems to be a case of almost nearly for David Harrison, but he just can't find the room he needs to find a move against Dylan Popovic.
Indeed, it's the story. It's the age-old story, isn't it? Against aerodynamic efficiency, against raw power. The 7-litre Chevrolet Power Ginetta is just able to keep the persistent Porsche behind him on the straights, then has to defend like an absolute madman through the twisty bits. Still several pit stops to conclude. Still a few minutes, about 6 minutes left on the timer for pit stops to be dealt with. Just as I say that, Matty Evans brings in the blue and black Lamborghini. Go on.
That's David Harrison. He's got past Dylan Popovic now. So David Harrison now moves up into second place, heading our way down in towards Oggy. So he has found the move now, but Dylan Popovic will open up that 7-litre engine underneath him down the Bentley straight and see if he can try and close in and catch up there as they make their way down the Bentley straight. How close can he get now to David Harrison? Or is this a chance for either Dylan Popovic or David Harrison to jump into the pits? We'll soon find out.
Adrian Bradley as well as the Lynches. William Lynch has brought their BMWs in to serve their pit stops. So I wouldn't be surprised if Dylan Popovic chooses now to pit, as he's now lost out on that duel, or at least lost out so far against David Harrison. Again, bearing in mind several cars going through driver changes, so we may not necessarily see the same pace that we've seen from some of the cars in the latter part of the race. Some will be quicker, some will be slower. We are going to find out as we continue to look at Matty Evans' car. He has shared that with Kev Clark. Remember that Lamborghini really doing very, very well on its maiden voyage last year at Silverstone. In comes Harrison and Popovic and Niall Bradley. So that's pretty much everybody that hasn't pitted yet, due to all rolling in at the same time. The only one that hasn't come in, I think, is the Falks, our race leader, as well as the Nairns. So they're the only two cars yet to come in, as Matty Evans gets his Lamborghini running once more.
Yeah, that is a battle for what will be third on the road, as they're all in the pit lane now, and I see Niall Bradley's taking a very aggressive move there. Now, he's not all the way over into the pit lane. He's actually slightly in the fast lane, so he has to move slightly over so that he's not in there. Sorry, the slow lane. The fast lane is the outer lane. But yeah, it's all going to be a battle for third place right in that pit lane, which is really good to see as we watch on as well. Nathan Wells looking to just breeze his way past Matthew Evans there. So Nathan Wells has got that 5-second penalty already. He needs to try and focus. It's got to be qualifying laps from Nathan Wells at this point to see if he can get himself back into this race.
Absolutely so. I see Dylan Popovic actually wafting the door. I bet he has been working very, very hard. It may be fairly cool outside, but it is roasting in there, and he has had to really wrestle that big old Ginetta around to try and keep David Harrison behind. Now the number 5 Porsche gets going. That'll now be in the hands of Nathan Lucky. So Popovic gets underway, as well as Niall Bradley, so the spacing's a little bit different from when they came in, but they are now all back on the road. Our race leader is also in, so that is Zach Falk handing over to Charlie Falk. Charlie we've seen previously sharing some of the Ashgood Porsches, so or Porsche boxes I should say. So we've seen Charlie Falk before. It is, I believe, it's our first time seeing Zach Falk. Also the Nairn Porsche is in. So we're not 100% sure which of the Nairns started it, so therefore we're not entirely sure which Nairn is taking it over. But I hazard a guess it is Nairn Senior that is climbing out, And it's Nairn Jr. climbing in. That is more of a guess than anything else. So we'll see how well the Nairn Porsche continues along its merry way. But very shortly, Charlie Fogg will be taking that 991 Cup Porsche back out on track.
Yep, absolutely he will, and yeah, that's going to be a real good one to watch as well. Tom Walpole is now right in the midst of this battle right now. Dylan Popovic now into third place, and that's going to put Nathan Lucky now, who's now behind the number 5, into second place, because Walpole has to fight his way back through. And yeah, that was a really good pit stop. If it is 90 seconds, they cut it by 9/10 of a second over, so that's pretty much as close as you want to get without going under. The rest of them were sort of 3 seconds over, as yeah, they look to just play it on the safe side, but they lost time in the pit lane, and it's now showing because Nathan Lucky has got clear air in front of him and is using it to good effect.
Peter Chalice is out. He's brought his number 11 Porsche, the Arapax sponsor Porsche, back into the pit lane and straight into the garage. So that is unfortunate for Peter Chalice. He has retired the cars. Out goes the Nairn Porsche. So everybody has served their pit stop in the required pit window, which will close in another minute or so. So the Folks continue to lead the way. Their earlier dominance was very, very clear to see, as just seeing Tom Walpole and Dylan Popovic resume their argument. The Ginetta just ahead of the KTM. So that is Dylan Popovic up into third now. So, yeah, Dylan Popovic getting straight back on with business, and we'll see if he's able to maintain that impressive momentum. Also, I'm just clocking that Niall Bradley oh no, beg your pardon, it was Tom Walpole set his personal best 157.8 last time around. So Dylan Popovic's personal best is a 158.7, which he wasn't able to match last time around. So the Ginetta under a lot of pressure once again.
Yeah, and for Dylan Popovic, he's had to do a lot of looking in the mirrors to do a lot of defensive driving at the moment, but he's doing it in some style as well. So he's doing a good job out there, is Popovic, but now he has to try and keep behind that KTM rider right behind him. Tom Walpole knows as well he's on his last warning before he gets penalties for track limits, so he has to be careful as well. He can't push too hard and exceed track limits. At the same time, he knows he's got to try and pass Dylan Popovic. As we've already found out from David Harrison, that's not an easy thing to do. It's very much easier said than done.
Very true indeed, as the stream is looking at Dylan Popovic and Tom Walpole continuing their argument. Nathan Lucky's not too far ahead of them at the moment, but Nathan Lucky knows how to pedal Porsches, so he's going to be a very, very difficult person to catch. And you've got the Nairn Porsche right in between them as well, so he'll be shown the blue flag, as he has got Dylan Popovic and Tom Walpole closing in right behind them. The number 5 Porsche now in the hands of Nathan Lucky will continue to press on. It was a 2:02.7 for Nathan Lucky last time around. Now, can Tom Walpole do anything against the Ginetta? Both of them have a fairly decent exit from Murray's. Dylan Popovic gets onto the racing line. He's just got enough horses to keep the KTM at bay for now, but you can see Tom Walpole. Can he outbrake the Ginetta? No, he had a look, couldn't quite do it.
Not this time, but the move is being set up. But is there a way through for Tom Walpole in the next couple of minutes? He knows the more time he spent behind Dylan Popovic, the less time he has to try and catch Nathan Lucky up ahead. This is a battle for third place as they make their way now down towards Palmer. But yeah, we already know it's not easy to pass Dylan Popovic because he can hold you back through the corners and then onto the straights he can pull away. So it really needs to be one of those really great moves to dive down the inside or maybe hang it round the outside and see what you can do there. It's not normal you get to say a Ginetta's not as good through the corners as another car, but this is definitely the case. Dylan Popovic has that absolute monster of an engine underneath him that he can pull away on the straights.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Kieran, could you go and nick the checkered flag, please? I don't want this battle to end. This is absolutely fantastic. Dylan Popovic is probably enjoying the battle, but will probably like to have a bit of a breather as Tom Walpole has been glued to the back of that Ginetta since they came out of the pits. It's because the 7-litre Ginetta just unleashes its horses on the straight. Now, are they closing in on Nathan Lucky? That's going to be the question. Last time around, they again, personal bests all over the place. Dylan Popovic did close in a couple of tenths on Nathan Lucky before. I spoke to Dylan in the in the break after qualifying for the slicks, and he said the biggest problem he had in qualifying, it took a lot of laps to get these slick tyres up to temperature, and again it's not very warm out there, so it could be that the tyre temperature still wasn't quite in the window, although it is a little bit warmer than it was in qualifying. Tom Walpole again has a look on the inside line, but again just cannot do anything. He's got no answer to the 7-litre behemoth ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing we need to keep an eye on as well is Charlie Falk has taken over the car, and he's lapping in the mid and high 2-minute 2s right now, compared to Nathan Lucky behind, 1 minute 58.7. The gap's now 21.6 seconds at this moment in time, so we need to keep an eye on that battle. We can see on the screens there as Nathan Lucky makes his way through a little bit of lappery. Dylan Popovic still has Tom Walpole right on his tail, but there's a chance of a race victory here for the number 5 Porsche right now. Is there enough laps for them to catch? Not at this pace, but they need to go a little bit quicker, but we'll have to wait and see. A bit of lappery to contend with there, as that's the Lynches there, William and Frederick in their BMW M3. That's going to be Frederick Lynch who's in the car right now, but Dylan Popovic, even with that lappery, still ahead right now of Tom Walpole.
But they are closing in on Nathan Lucky as well, as we've got a time penalty for car number 13. That is Tom Walpole. He's got another warning, and the stewards have decided a 5-second penalty is due to the number 13 KTM. Well, if he had anything left to deploy, I suspect we would have seen it if he had anything left to deploy, quite frankly. But that's going to make his day even worse. It won't cost him a position yet. But the next car down the line is Niall Bradley. And last time over the line, he was only 6.5 seconds behind. So, of course, that gap now comparatively shrinking. So if Tom Walpole continues to argue with Dylan Popovic like this, and now it looks like Nathan Lucky, because they are really reeling in that Porsche. So battle for second well and truly on. Walpole may not necessarily be involved in the battle for the overall podium as far as the time position is concerned. That's not going to stop him arguing, though, as they make their wonderful noises as they come past us once more.
Yep, so Tom Walpole will have that to his name as well, but 5 seconds is going to hurt him because he might get the move done, but then he's got to pull clear of Dylan Popovic by 5 seconds. So we'll have to keep an eye on whether he can make that move done and see what he can do from this position. But it's going to be an uphill battle now for Walpole as he makes his way. Does he still? No, he's still behind Dylan Popovic on the run towards Agostini.
So it's Lucky from Popovic from Walpole at the moment. Battle for second as the Ginetta is closing in on the Porsche with the KTM right on its tail. The Ginetta getting a little bit uncomfortable coming through Agostini, it looked like from the cameras, but does manage to keep Tom Walpole behind. So it is Falk way out in the lead. That lead may well be shrinking at a rate of a couple of seconds a lap. But Dylan Popovic isn't really concentrating on that right now. He's working as hard as he can to keep the KTM behind. He won't know that Tom Walpole has that penalty. Tom Walpole won't really want to concede any position anyway. So through the camera shot on stream for Charlie Falk, and then the next 3 cars down the road is Nathan Lucky, Dylan Popovic and Tom Walpole all still arguing for that second position. Nathan Lucky's got himself a little bit of breathing space because the Ginetta and the KTM are still having their own arguments.
Yeah, Charlie Falk has improved lap times as well. He's now into the high 2-minute 1. So at this rate, he is going to hold on to the lead. Then he just needs to make sure he keeps that pace up for the rest of the race. And maybe even a bit of battling behind might help him as well. Dylan Popovic making his way now with Tom Walpole out of the final corner as they make their way now on towards the Senna straight. But once again, the 7-litre Ginetta can just open up the taps and stay ahead of the KTM. Then this must be really frustrating right now for Tom Walpole, because he was in second place. He was very comfortable, very happy into the mid 156s even at some point of this race as well, 1 minute 57s as well. So he was very comfortable in second place. But now you put him behind Dylan Popovic, and we've already known this race in hands of David Harrison how difficult it is to pass Dylan Popovic. It's not impossible though, because David Harrison did manage it in the end.
Very, very true indeed, as the stream has a look at the Nairn Porsche chasing off after the 777 Lamborghini Is that for position? It is not. Jordan Billington in 6th. The Nairns are a lap down in 11th. But, I mean, come on. You want to you don't care whether you're a lap down. You're sharing a bit of track with a Lamborghini, for goodness sake. And I'd want to stay behind it just to hear that wonderful noise that those Lamborghinis are kicking out. Either way, we have got some shuffling to conclude. 14.5 seconds was the lead for Charlie Falk. It is shrinking, we're not by enough yet, but in saying that, he did lose 4.5 seconds over Nathan Lucky on the last lap around. So, yeah, we'll have to see. That could end up being very, very close between Falk and the rest of the field chasing on behind. We will have to see when the checker flag falls in just under 7 minutes.
Yeah, I have to say though, Charlie Falk's lap times are getting better lap after lap, so he's growing in confidence out there. The more he does that, you know, the closer he can get to the 2 minute flat, the more chance he has of holding on to the race lead. Here is our race leader, Charlie Falk, making his way across the line though, 2 minute 1.1, so again a slightly quicker lap time than last, and then we'll see Nathan Lucky make his way now across the line. He is being hunted down. Nathan Lucky 1 minute 57 flat, gap is now 10.3, so at this pace it is not enough at this stage to try and catch, because I reckon we've got about 3 laps left, maybe, yeah, probably 3 laps left at this point.
I think it's going to be close, Kieran. That race, the whole sentence again. That pace difference, I think it is going to be very, very close. Charlie Falk is either going to have to rely on a bit of battling going on behind him, or really going to have to pick up the pace a bit. But we will see. We will see. Oh no, that's Nathan Wells off. Then he's pulled the number 23 BMW. Has he finally broken it? The amount of times we've seen that BMW out, it could well be that could well be the last. We are due to see it one more time, would you believe, in New Millennium at the end of the day. But that is off on the inside of Williams. So a big trouble then for the number 23.
Yeah, it's a huge shame for Nathan Wells. It's just not been his race today, has it, here in this one? But right behind them, of course, through yellow flags. There's no way through at that point for Tom Walpole. He has to wait until the green flags before he can go racing again. But there is the race leader making their way through in towards Brundle and Nelson now. Charlie Falk behind the wheel and making the way through in towards the bomb hole. As there we see Dylan Popovich et al. Trying to find their way through. But Nathan Lucky trying to now close in on the lead. It's one of those moments now where you see the race leader and you just sort of lock in at that point as Nathan Wells jumps out of the car and he's not very happy. Well, he won't be very happy that it hasn't made it to the end, but I think that's in a safe enough place because it's right by the exit point to get that car behind the barrier. It might be yellows to the end, but we have to wait and see. Tom Walpole still right on the back of Dylan Popovich, and the flash of the lights. I think Tom Walpole is getting a bit frustrated behind Dylan Popovich. We don't normally see some lights flashing, but when they do, it's normally a case of I'm still here.
Well, either that or he's just trying to put the mighty Ginetta out of his stride. Walpole has a look on the inside line coming up towards Wilson. That's racing room given from Popovich. He's gone for a spin. Oh, he's gone in too deep and he's spun it. Oh, the pressure is told on Dylan Popovich. He's going to lose more than 5 seconds. So has he just thrown the podium away? Oh, he's been in third for so long. Then the pressure from Tom Walpole finally tells, and that has dropped Dylan Popovich out of podium contention for the time being. Now, yes, Tom Walpole is carrying that penalty, but I dare say that is more than 5 seconds that Dylan Popovich has just lost.
Well, we'll have to wait and see with the timing screens as well, as Racely, then Charlie Falk making their way now through in towards Williams now with a bit of lappery down the Bentley straight to deal with as well, and not too far down the road. 6 seconds it was at the line. It's less than that now, and Nathan Lucky trying to close in with 3 minutes 10 on the clock as they'll make their way down the Bentley straight then. Yeah, it could be, I think you're right, Chris, this is going to be close as they make their way through in towards Brundle and Nelson, because they're in the same camera shot now, heading our way through in towards Brundle and Nelson. It's getting very, very close indeed. As they make their way towards the line, we're probably going to have a chance to have a look at how many laps we have left. There's probably going to be 2 after this, so that's not going to be good news for Charlie Falk. It's going to be a great carrot dangled in front of you if you're Nathan Lucky, though.
Absolutely so, and that is definitely not 6 seconds as it was over the line last time around. As you say, Kieran, that is definitely going to be 2 laps to go unless the flags or some kind of incident intercedes. So Charlie Falk's going to have some defending to do against the mighty Porsche of Nathan Lucky. But Tom Walpole in that same camera shot. Matty Evans, brace yourself. You've got a KTM flying on your inside, sir, which the Lamborghini stays very much out of the way. Now Tom Walpole is only a few seconds off the back of the lead Porsches, and that's a lockup as well from Charlie Falk. Is that an opportunity for Lucky? Not quite. Nathan Lucky can't quite draw alongside, can't just let the time roll by. He's only got one more lap after this one, but Charlie Falk, his eyes are going to be glued to his mirrors. Now, he may opt to just let Nathan Lucky through, may decide that that's not really his fight, but you're in the race lead. Surely you would defend it with everything you've got left.
Yeah, absolutely, but Nathan Lucky here is now right behind him now as we make our way through in towards Hamilton here. Possibly a sizing up and a move down in towards Oggies then, and yeah, Nathan Lucky later on the brakes, more confident on the brakes then through in towards Oggies, right on the rear wing now of Charlie Falk as we make our way through in towards through Williams and now on towards the Bentley straight, and now with a bit of slipstream, will Nathan Lucky get the move here? He is closing and closing. Will he go to the right of the track? Yes, he will, to try and go round the outside of Brundle, but then it will give him the inside of the corner in towards Nelson. Through Brundle they go towards Nelson, but no way through this time, although it has to be said, the 993 of Charlie Falk missed the apex there coming out of Nelson, but it didn't manage to cost him too much time there. Charlie Falk still leading, but here goes then Nathan Lucky up the inside going in through Coram, and now it is Nathan Lucky who takes the lead at Coram, now down in towards Murray's new race leader with the penultimate lap.
I thought, Charlie Falk's gone a little bit too deep on the exit of Murray's. I think he was trying to regain that position on the outside of the Coram. He's now going to have Tom Walpole breathing down his neck. Final lap of the race. Nathan Lucky now takes over the lead in that number 5 Porsche. My goodness me, we thought it was going to be close. But Charlie Falk, I think that battle is going to be concluded now. He hasn't quite had the pace on those around him, although in fairness, that was still his personal best lap of the race. A big lockup coming into Wilson. Is that going to open the door for Walpole? Not quite. Tom Walpole is only a couple of seconds off the lead, but ultimately he is more than 5 seconds ahead of Dylan Popovich, so he is going to maintain that position. As far as being on the podium is concerned, he might get ahead of Charlie Falk in the course of the lap. Gets the inside line, yeah, that he does. Inside line of Agostini's up into second for the number 13. The penalty is likely to relegate him back, but what an argument. Oh, and on the inside line, has a look, says Charlie Falk. And the KTM has the advantage on the inside line of Hamilton.
Yeah, and it's a case now for Tom Walpole. He has to absolutely sprint away, but I don't think he's got enough track to get 5 seconds up the road here. So Charlie Falk still on course to get a second place here. And yeah, on his last lap, even though he ran slightly wide, still managed to set one of his personal bests of the race, 2-minute 0.8. So yeah, Charlie Falk has been improving lap after lap, just growing in confidence and able to try and put up a fight as well with the number 5 machine. But started by David Harrison, handed to Nathan Lucky, and Nathan Lucky has got himself up into the lead of the race on track. Tom Walpole is in second place, but carrying the 5-second penalty for track limit, and third on the track then is going to be Charlie Falk then, but the leader now making his way through in towards the final couple of corners into Coram, and now making a way towards Murray's now. He'll get the power down for the final time in this race. Nathan Lucky then in the number 5 Porsche takes the victory across the line in his Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Second on the track is Tom Walpole, but those 5 seconds worth of penalties will drop him back there to third place at the very least. Yep, sure. So Charlie Falk crosses the line in second place. That's going to be Tom Walpole in third place, and then we'll have Dylan Popovich, who put up such a great defensive display all race long, but he finishes it says on the timing screens here for third place. So we'll go with the timing screens for now. Yes, so Tom Walpole is actually falling down the order here, now down to 5th place. And yeah, there might be more to that than we realise. Potentially, well, he's finished 39 seconds down on the lead, so that's definitely not a 5-second penalty. More has been added there, I would think. So that is going to be then the number 5 that takes the race victory. So the shared car of David Harrison and Nathan Lucky in their Porsche 911 GT3 Cup take the victory. Second place go to Charlie and Zach Falk and the Porsche 991 Cup, and third place is Dylan Popovich. So he did make it onto the podium. That's on our timing screen. So I wonder if there was an extra penalty added on for Tom Walpole in the latter stages of the race. Maybe I'll have a check on other routes here. Yeah, he's been given a race time penalty of 37 seconds in total, so that's why he's dropped all the way to 5th place. So yeah, Dylan Popovich, even though he had that spin, he gets a podium place. So a very big well done to Dylan Popovich there, and he is going to be gathered down there. I think he's going to be a bit, I don't know, well, I'll find out from Chris whether he will be surprised or not, I'm sure. But, that's the 612 then going for a little bit of a spin. That's I think that's Adrian Bradley, who's running without that rear bumper, having a little bit of a spin at the final corner, but he takes the checkered flag regardless and takes himself across the line to finish 7th place, having started from the pit lane, and in fact a bit after the race start as well, joining onto the track about 20 seconds after the race had actually started. So not a bad effort there from Adrian Bradley to get himself up into 7th place. So really good race there. So Harrison and Lucky take the race win, the Falks take 2nd, and Dylan Popovich rounds off the top 3. I did see Chris Buxton down there, but I can't see the cars, but I'm going to think that the drivers are going to be ready to be chatted to by Chris Buxton. So, Chris, I'll hand it down to you in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Kieran. Yes, I have got our Podium 3 here ready to be chatted to, and lots of very sweaty faces, as you can imagine. We saw Dylan Popovich wafting the door whilst he was in the pit lane earlier on, and I remember one day it was freezing cold up here in Snetterton, and stuck my hand in one of these cars, and it is boiling there, absolutely roasting. Let's go through podium order from bottom to top. Then we're going to run unceremoniously burst in on the conversation here between Nathan Lucky and Dylan Popovich. Let's have a chat with our third place finisher, Dylan. Well, that was very well fought. You did have that spin up at Wilson. Sadly, yes, we did see it. But due to penalties, you've got third.
Yeah, I mean, good race. I really enjoyed that. There really wasn't much between the KTM and the 911 ahead of me. So, it was kind of a dilemma whether I race the 911 or I defend against the KTM and somewhere in between. But really enjoyable race. I mean, the guys drove a fabulous race, in front and behind me. So well done to them as well.
So you've pedalled this Ginetta for quite a few years. You re-engined it to the 7-litre Chevrolet. And he's just gotten stronger and stronger ever since.
Yeah, I mean, weirdly enough, we've put a 7-litre a couple of years ago now, so we sort of struggled to figure out how to drive it. There's obviously so much more torque and just a different behaviour for the entire car as to kind of how you come in and out of the corners. But I seem to be figuring it out finally.
Brilliant stuff. Well done on the third place, Dylan Popovich in the number 9 Ginetta. Absolutely fantastic stuff there from Dylan. Let's have a chat then with Charlie Falk, who comes home in second position in the number 993. So absolutely brilliant stuff. Let's have a chat with you, Charlie. And wow, goodness me, you had a bit of a lead, and then a certain someone comes up and steals away. But even still, what a beautiful machine, and what a great performance from you and Zach.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's our first race together in this car, and it's a big step up for us. So, a lot to learn, but I really enjoyed it. Wasn't expecting Nathan to come so quickly, but he did. And so I had a little jostle with him for about 2 corners, and then tried to keep up with him. But I thought the other car was in between us, the KTM, but it wasn't. So, I was really pleased with that. Yeah.
Well, it was, but there was a fair amount of post-race penalties that was given to Tom Walpole, unfortunately. But yeah, so we have seen you in like the Ashgood Boxsters in the past, but little bit of a difference up to this car.
Yeah, my son gave me a nice lead this morning or earlier on, and I couldn't keep it, but really enjoyed it, and hopefully we're back soon to have another go in it.
We very much look forward to it. Well done, Charlie Falk, on an amazing second position. A superb performance from Zach as well. Fastest lap of the race, but Nathan Lucky, good Lord, sir, that was a superb performance there to take the win. Well done.
Thanks very much. It was nerve-wracking, to be honest. Dylan was having a fantastic second stint, and I could see he was. I certainly wasn't dropping him, so I was doing all I could to keep it clean. Wasn't really focused on chasing down Charlie until the last couple of laps. Okay, this is on, and delighted to get it. But no good. Harry did really well in the first stint because I'd given him a 10 spot penalty from the last race, so he had to do a lot of work from 10th to get us up to, I think he was in 3rd or 4th, which is fantastic. So great team effort.
Right, the next race has been released. So as much as I would love to chat Bonza performance, I think it would be the correct way to say it. We're well done on the win. So next race has been released. We'll hand back up to Kieran McGinley in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, we're on our green flag lap for the next race, which is the MG Trophy and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship. And since they're already on their green flag lap, it's probably a wise idea to bring you through the grid orders for how they all line up. So the MGs will take the first 4 rows. So on row number 1, it's number 92, Graham Ross, and number 16, Fred Burgess. Row 2, number 79, Adam Jackson, and number 1, James Cole. Row number 3 is number 20, Matthew Harvey, and number 80, Tyler Ballard. Row 4 is number 39, James Blake, and number 95, Jack Meager. Then we'll have a bit of a gap, and then we'll have our Jaguars. So on the front row of the Jaguars then is number 6, Rodney Frost, and number 14, Jack Robinson. Row 8, in essence, is number 40, Tom Robinson, and number 139, Chris Boone. Third row of the Jaguars, number 44, Guy Connew, and number 2, Simon Lewis. Fourth row of the Jaguars is 24, Michael Seaborn, and 56, James Wall. Fifth row of the Jaguars is 58, Michael Atkinson, and number 156, Mark Bennett. Sixth row of the Jaguars is 67, Colin Philpott, and number 17, Ewan Spooner. Eighth row of the Jaguars is 62, Tim Morant, and 163, Andrew Maynard. Row 14 on the grid sheet is 34, Charles Jackson, and number 45, that's a shared of Ringham and Atkinson. Then row number 15 on the grid sheet is 154, Rick Walker, and 11, Michael Holt. And on the back row for the Jaguars, it's 99, James Ram, and number 3, Colin Porter. That's how we line up then, and the MGs and the Jags gave us a fantastic fight, and about 4 or 5 laps in, the Jaguars managed to catch up. I mean, it was a fantastic effort from Jack Robinson to really run away with it in the Jaguars. Rodney Frost did a great job of grabbing second place, or at least a podium there, and Graham Ross, who put in a really stunning drive to get himself the win there. Really hard fought, but really well deserved, and he now gets out there, gets pole position for the MGs. This time he's looking to make it 2 from 2, and we're not too far away from getting this one started.
Absolutely. So this may well be the last weekend for racing with the MG Trophy for Graham Ross. He's been involved for 17 years with the MG Trophy. So, I mean, if he got the double win, what a way to bow out. He really had to fight for it in the first race of the MG Trophy this morning. But again, the Jaguars put on a fantastic show, did they not, last time around? They always do, and we have quite a collection of big cats. Some of them a little bit more wounded, as coming through the shot, number 156 is missing a few components on the front. It was actually missing his bumper. We did have a code 60 because of a front bumper that was left on the it was up at Wilson. It was actually the number 56 car that lost that one, which was James Wall, I believe, in the turbocharged XJ. But the MG's now being led towards us. The safety car peeling off into the pit lane. Can Graham Ross bow out on a high for this weekend and potentially his final time racing the MGs? Fred Burgess alongside, the lights go out and away they go. So, that's very close between the front row, and screaming their way down towards Ritchie's for the first time in anger. So that's going to put Burgess to the outside line. The Jaguars are now released. The big cats now go chasing off after the MGs. Not as much of a time lag between them this time. Now James Balding gets released from the pit lane. As through turn 1 come the Jaguars. It looks like Tom Robertson has managed to do the outside manoeuvre on Rodney Frost, going up through into the lead of the Jaguars. But from what I can see, so far so good.
So far so good, yeah, and I believe that is Graham Ross who's in the lead right now, so he's doing a great job right now. And second place then, that looks like Adam Jackson, who's managed to get himself up into second place, and then that means that's Fred Burgess down to third as we make our way through in towards Agostini for the first time in the MGs. And if I'm not mistaken, that is Jack Robinson who leads the way for the Jaguars and makes his way down in towards the braking zone of Agostini. Then it is going to be Rodney Frost in second place and Tom Robertson rounding off the top 3 as all our Jaguars now file their way in towards Agostini for the first time.
Difficult to know where the cameras are going to be pointing because there's action all over the place, which is by no means a complaint. But look at the XK8. Goodness me, Jack Robinson making hay with the sunshine's got ahead of Rodney Frost and he's running off into the distance. The MGs all locked together in their own battle, even between the two classes in the MGs. So that you've got kind of the front and the back pack. But look at it again. It's as it was in race 1. It's the same 3 that are broken away up top. So that's Ross, Jackson from Burgess, your top 3 in the MGs. And again, it's James Cole that leads the rest of the MGs through their particular battle. And then it is right behind them as we now have a look at Tom Robinson fending off the advances of Chris Boone in his supercharged XK8. And it's basically the rest of the field. All the big cats still very heavily condensed and ready to pounce.
They are indeed, and we'll have our MGs making their way now on towards the centre straight, and still Graham Ross leads the way then, but right behind them there's a good battle for second place going on then, because that is the 79 who has to try and keep behind then. Adam Jackson trying to keep behind Fred Burgess down in towards Rich as we go. Head their way through now, and Adam Jackson able to stay ahead on this occasion. Our Jaguars make their way through. Well, Jack Robinson absolutely flying away. Chris Boone perhaps in a battle for third place, looking for a move round the outside, but no way through that time around. Don't rule out as well, I think that is the 156 of Mark Bennett who's trying to find moves in this early stage as well.
Number 80, which is Tyler Ballard, is being challenged as well by the number 20 of Matthew Harvey for what is 5th position in the MGs. Graham Ross still maintaining a bit of a lead. It was 1.5 seconds when they came over the line. It's roughly about the same, if not slightly more, as they come into Agostini once more with Jackson and Burgess still locked together. James Cole has broken away from the rest of the MGs as now the Jaguars have caught the back of the MGs now. So Tom Robinson, beg your pardon, it's Jack Robinson that is now fending his way through the MGs. The big old cat needs a bit of time to get its horses going, but has certainly got the pace to work his way through the pack. But he's got to be very careful. Doesn't want to just banzai the inside of the little MGs. Now Rodney Frost fending off the advances of Tom Robinson, who in turn is still fending off the advances of Chris Boone. And then a little bit further back, the number 44 of Guy Connew is under pressure from Colin Philpott. There's a combination of names that have done battle in Jaguars for absolutely years, as Rodney Frost still hanging on to second in the Jaguars.
I think we've got a Jaguar in trouble. There's a bit of plumes of smoke coming out. I think that was the back of Michael Holt there, and it is, yes, out the back of Michael Holt's machine.
Oh dear.
And it is in trouble there, but still going at a bit. I think the brake lights have gone on now. I think that's a failure that he's now realised he's not going to be able to make it back to the pits, but we'll have to wait and see how that all unfolds. But that happened right on the exit of Oggies there, and managed to make his way on towards the Bentley Straight. So not great for Michael Holt. He pulls off at the end of the Bentley Straight then and uses that sort of escape road to make sure he tries to get his car out of harm's way. But Chris Boone has managed to get himself ahead now, as there's a little bit of a lock-up and smoke up ahead of them from possibly an MG in front. Chris Boone though moves up into third place in the Jaguars.
That he does, and now the Jaguars just working their way through the field as number 44 of Guy Connew gets ahead of Tom Robinson, I think it is, again just weaving his way through the traffic. So now some of the big cats have got some more lap traffic to, some more of the MGs to have to deal with. So again, this is where the power difference really starts to tell. So which one of the MGs has been caught? I think that was Matthew Harvey that is now being challenged. So Guy Connew in the number 44 car is under kind of pressure. Now Rodney Frost has got Chris Boone for company for what will be, what is that going to be? That is 9th position when they came over the line. As we look at James Cole, still with Tyler Badard on his case, but more big cats coming to crash the MG party.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Chris Boone is certainly looking to rain on Rodney Frost's parade. Rodney Frost finished 2nd place last time out today, and now he's looking to try and hold on to that position. But Chris Boone is in great form right now, looking to try and make moves stick. In fact, behind them there's been a change of position because Tom Robertson down the inside there of the 44, which is Guy Connew. So Guy Connew has taken over 4th place in the Jaguars, and now it's a case of Tom Robertson wants to try and take it back here as they make their way through in towards Williams and now on towards the Bentley straight. Is there a way through? Well, Guy Connew now will look to try and gallop away.
Well, look who's up front. Once again, it is Ross versus Jackson. So again, those two resuming their duel from earlier, and it was a absolutely scintillating duel all the way down to the last corners of the last lap last time around, and we're hoping for the same again. Graham Ross, Adam Jackson just dueling away up front in the MGs, whereas the rest of the field still have got to work out their own pecking order as the stream has a look at James Ram in the number 99 car, just getting his way past Jack Meager. Now the leaders of the MGs come past us. Ross from Jackson, a little bit further back is Burgess, your top 3.
Oh, it's an attempt here from Adam Jackson to try and go round the outside in towards Riches here. Can he try and make that move stick? I don't think on this occasion, but can he give himself the momentum he needs to make his way now up in towards Wilson Hairpin here. I'm sure Graham Ross knows all about Adam Jackson right behind him in the rear view mirrors. It's just a case of trying to keep him back now. They've got to be careful about squabbling because Fred Burgess will be very much keen and eager to close back in on that gap to the top 2 as they all now make their way through in towards Wilson, now heading our way down towards Agostini, but still it is Graham Ross who leads the way ahead of Adam Jackson, and that's Fred Burgess not too far behind.
Fred Burgess couldn't quite keep up with the ultimate pace of the top 2 last time around, and they are being caught hand over fist by Jack Robinson. Now again, Jack won't want to get involved too heavily with the MGs. He's got the power to get past them on the straight, just needs to bide his time and wait for an opportunity to do so safely without costing him too much time to the next Jaguar down the road of Rodney Frost, and even that is something of a 6-second gap, if not more than that. In fact, more than that, it was 9 seconds when they came over the line. So the top 3 of the MGs get onto the Bentley straights, chased very hard by the Swallows Racing maintained XK8 of Jack Robinson.
And that is going to be Fred Burgess, who's going to get a warning, a black and white warning flag. Now, I assume that is going to be, yes, it is for track limits, so TSL has confirmed that. So now Fred Burgess is on thin ice now. If he goes once again past track limits, he will be penalised. And, well, he's in 3rd place in the MGs right now. He does not want to give that up without a fight. Meanwhile, then, Chris Boone has now lost a couple of positions since we last saw him. He's lost a position to Rodney Frost, but he's now also lost a position there to Guy Connew. So Chris Boone is now down to 5th place in the Jaguars. Meanwhile, the MGs rejoin us then as they make their way through in towards the final corner, with Adam Jackson looking to see if he can find a way past Graham Ross then in the number 92. They're going to make their way across the line now with 10 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Fred Burgess is also closing in on them on those last couple of laps. Adam Jackson switches to the inside now. Is he far enough alongside? No, he's not. Not this time. Has to stay put for now.
Piling the pressure on Ross up front as the rest of the Jaguars now come past us. It's Frost from Connew, from Boone as well, and then you've got several other Jaguars just still working their way past some of the MGs. James Cole very surrounded by the big cats at the moment in the number 1 MG. So is Rodney Frost defending against Guy Connew? He is coming up into the Wilson hairpin, and they remain as they are. Chris Boone nearly losing his nose off the back of Guy Connew. But then up front, the top 4 very close together. Fred Burgess definitely closed in a bit last time around. A good 0.7 of a second closing in on Graham Ross. And then the next group of cars being led by Rodney Frost. Guy Connew having a look on the outside line coming down towards Agostini. The number 6 Powerbell maintained XJS holding that inside line coming through Agostini. And the XK8's going to have to bide its time. great on the straights, but not quite as nimble as the XJS is around. Rodney Frost keeps Guy Connu at bay for now.
Does indeed, and they make their way through in towards Oggies now, and Chris Boone here, has to go on the defensive slightly there on Tom Robinson to stop him trying to find a way through, but our Jaguars then in their battle for third place in the Jag Components Jaguar Championship. We've got the MGs now right into view now, in towards Brundle and Nelson here, as Graham Ross holding firm at the front of the order. And Adam Jackson in second place, but they have now got Jack Robinson right behind them as well as a Jaguar. Meanwhile then, second place in the Jaguars is being decided here, as at the moment then Rodney Frost still staying ahead of Guy Connu as they make their way through in towards the bomb hole. The MGs are now with us once again as they make their way out of the final corner. It's really all about getting the good exit you need out of Murray's. And in the case of Adam Jackson, can he pick up enough of a tow? Well, they've got the Jaguar of Jack Robertson, who swoops through to take the overall race lead. But now the MGs can focus back on their battle once again, heading in towards Ritchie's.
Absolutely, Fred Burgess would have probably liked the lead of the MGs to be slightly more disrupted than that, but Jack Robinson blasts past, and then we've got this great five-way scrap for second, and the Jaguars has just roared past. There's Colin Philpott at the back of that particular group, and slightly further behind them is James Ram, that is alongside Mark Bennett in the 156 turbocharged S-Type. So the 156 has lost out on that particular position. They're looking to try and join this quintet. I don't know what 7 is in that context, but yes, that one.
Starts with Sept, I know that much.
So yeah, this conga line is going to get even bigger. Rodney Frost has got all the pressure in the world on his shoulders. Tom Robinson trying to draw alongside Chris Boone, can't quite get it done. And then Colin Philpott at the back of this particular group trying to get involved. Everybody's just biding their time but trying to get the overlaps and trying to get the pressure done. Philpott gets the inside line, does he, on the number 40? He does. But can he make it stick coming through Hamilton? Time will tell.
Fred Burgess is starting to lose touch with the top two in the MGs. Meanwhile, we had a black and white warning flag going out to 95 Jack Meager for driving standards. Meanwhile then, looking for a move up the inside is the 67 there of Colin Philpott, who's trying to find a way past now, trying to go up the inside of Tom Robinson. No way through there. And now Chris Boone has to be a little bit careful. We've got a track limits warning now for the number 1. That's James Cole in the MGs. But our MGs now making their way through in towards the bomb hole now, and still it's Graham Ross ahead of Adam Jackson.
That is absolutely true. So this group of Jaguars that is still being led by Rodney Frost. That's 5th overall in the race, 2nd in the Jaguars. Now Colin Philpott has properly got ahead of Tom Robinson in the number 40 XJS. So he's now going to be trying to close in on Chris Boone. Still though, our top two locked together. Graham Ross, Adam Jackson. There is another big can in front of them, but that's Jack Robinson, who's just set the fastest lap of a 2:11.3. Personal best from both Ross and Jackson, 2:14.8 for the pair of them. Fred Burgess has definitely lost touch a bit, 2:19 on that occasion, so he must have made a mistake somewhere. But the top two, again, they're going to be side by side. Jackson go for the inside line coming up towards the Wilson hairpin. Can he get the overlap? No, yet again. The Scotsman keeps the youngster at bay.
Yeah, Graham Ross here absolutely doing a fine job right now as they make their way down in towards Palmer. No way through for Adam Jackson on that occasion, but if that's a warning, not that Graham Ross needed one, Adam Jackson is very much up for this one. He wants to find his way through as he makes his way towards Agostini, but Graham Ross is not going to let him go without a huge fight here in towards Agostini, getting back on the power with 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Is it going to be a perfect sign-off here for Graham Ross, or is Adam Jackson going to spoil this party?
Well, we are in for a thrilling ride no matter how it concludes. So then, Graham Ross trying to bow out with a double win. We say that, he may well yet be convinced to race next year, but the current thinking is this will be his final race weekend with the MG Trophy. After 17 years involved in the championship, he's being chased by company director Adam Jackson from Leeds. He's doing what he can to try and close in, but he's been fended off at every turn.
So far, so good then for Graham Ross, but Adam Jackson, we've already seen, is able to try and get the pass, but we've already seen the tenacity of Graham Ross. He's had moments off the grass and managed to close in a 1 second gap over one lap to eventually get a move. That happened today in the earlier race. We've also got Fred Burgess as well, who's slightly fallen away. His lap times are matching those ahead of him, but at the moment, in fact, no, 2:19 from him on the last lap compared to the 2:14s that the MGs in front of him are setting. So he's got to be careful here that he doesn't slightly fall into the clutches of cars behind, and that is Colin Porter in the XJ40, who's pulled to the side of the track there, and looks like that is a retirement there, unfortunately, for Colin Porter.
Shane, that's one of Swallows Racing maintained Jaguars, has had enough for the day. The big cat's coming to rest. What looked like on the outside of Oggies, I can't see it from here, as more of the big cats come roaring past us. Oh, and that's trouble. That is 154. That is Rick Walker. Big trouble for him. He's pulled the blue Jaguar off the road. Is that a potential puncture? Was the rear left was looking a little bit unhappy. Whatever it is, he's decided enough's enough. Sadly, with 3.5 minutes still to run.
Now then, who's on their last warning for track limits? It's Graham Ross. He's got a warning flag now, so he now has to be extremely careful. And if you're Adam Jackson at that point, you probably look at that digital flag and think, time to apply a bit more pressure here in the closing stages. Graham Ross cannot afford to exceed track limits one more time here, otherwise he will get a time penalty.
James Wall also adds his name to the potential penalty board, as the black and white flag has been shown, or presented at least from what we've seen on the board. But still, this group of big cats still arguing for what is technically now third, as Guy Connew has lost the back of Rodney Frost. So Rodney Frost in 5th overall, 2nd in the Jaguars, as Ross, Jackson and Burgess are in the MG Trophy and some distance up the road. But Guy Connew is now got Chris Boone, Colin Philpott, and who else is in this particular group? At the back of that is Tom Robinson, with James Ram mixed in there for good measure. Oh, that's someone that's shedded a bit of tyre, but I would suspect. Ah, was that what happened? I did wonder if it was a puncture or something like that for Rick Walker. So there is debris on the circuit. He's on the very outside coming into bomb hole, but that can still be picked up and flicked up into the air by somebody.
Yeah, absolutely it can. So it's slightly on the racing line, so drivers will have to just be aware of that. But we're now heading over here. It is the checkered flag then. The checkered flag is being waved then, so Jack Robinson takes the victory for the Jaguars, and taking the victory then for the MGs, it's Graham Ross who puts that crown on then. Adam Jackson in 2nd place then, and we'll see who else gets across the line.
Absolutely so. So he's done the double as Graham Ross. So Jack Robinson will be taking the overall win in the Jaguars. Although he isn't, he's not actually showing as having finished. So I guess it does depend on when the check flag comes out. But I think Jack Robinson will be deemed to be the winner of the Jaguars, as everyone else is still fighting. Tyler Ballard trying to get alongside James Cole in the MGs, but just fended off on the way down towards the line. So it's Robinson for the Jaguars, it's Graham Ross for the MGs as overall winners. Still cars coming over the line. Michael Seaborn is over the line. James Wall in 18th, and then in 19th place is going to be the number 20 of Matthew Harvey. And they're still flooding over the line. 21 is going to be number 39 of James Blake, alongside number 95 of Jack Meager. As the stream looks at number 163, which is Andrew Maynard in the Castrol-coloured XJ40. He's next over the line in 23rd. 86 of Jason Balding, who started from the pit lane, will be classified as 24th, with the number 34 of Charles Jackson in the XJ coming home 35th. We lost in the course of the race Rick Walker in the 154, number 3 Colin Porter, and number 11 Michael Holt. Wow, what a race that was. The MGs really making the cats work for it, as they do time and again. There is the number 86 of Jason Balding coming across the line to round out the finishes for this event, as our main competitors just being brought into The holding area now for the Jaguars and the MGs. Wow, what a superb race once again from the MG Trophy and also the Berkshire Jaguar Components Jaguar Championship. As Gary McGinley makes his way down to the holding area to see who he can find. I would imagine Graham Ross has got a big old grin on his face following that one. It was again a pretty almost lonely performance from Jack Robinson, but a hugely impressive one. So confirmation of the results then on screen, those watching on the stream. Jack Robinson taking the win and the fastest lap. Graham Ross second, Adam Jackson third, Rodney Frost fourth overall. Fred Burgess in fifth, Guy Connew sixth, Chris Boone seventh, James Ram eighth, Colin Philpott ninth, and Tom Robinson rounding out the top 10. Bennett in 11th with down in 13th with Ewan Spooner. I've missed one. Who have I missed? Simon Lewis in 12th. Becky Bell. So Ewan Spooner 13th, James Cole 14th, Tyler Ballard 15th, Michael Atkinson in 16th, Michael Seaborn 17th, James Wall in 18th, Matthew Harvey 19th, Tim Morant in 20th, James Blake in 21st, and Jack Meager 22nd, with Andrew Maynard 23rd, and 86 of Jason Balding in 24th, with the 34 of Charles Jackson rounding out our finishers in 25th. So now we will hand down to Kieran McGinley, who has hopefully managed to find some drivers to have a chat with.
Yes, I have indeed. Yes, we've got the Jaguars here because the MGs have been pulled off elsewhere. So I'm just going to jump in front of Jack Robinson here. Jack, congratulations, another victory for you, 2 from 2. How was that out there for you?
Yeah, it was great actually. Yeah, it was a little bit lonely out there, but like I say, getting through the MGs and stuff made it good fun. So yeah, it was a good race really.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's grab you here because obviously you had a great performance out there. What's it like trying to get through the MGs there?
It's quite difficult actually. They're surprisingly quick. So in places I've sort of these are a lot quicker on the straights, so sort of trying to time it so it's right to get past them on the straights really. So trying to keep out of their way for their race really. Yeah.
Yeah, the wind's picked up, but it hasn't blown you off your feet then. 2 wins from the weekend.
No, exactly that. So happy with that. We've had lots of issues with the car this year. So to finish 2 and to get 2 poles, it's really happy with that. So yeah, looking forward to next year, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, any plans for next year then?
I think it's just a case of going through the car over the winter, a bit of a freshen up and stuff. Probably try a few bits and bobs to the car. But yeah, so it'll be good fun, I think.
Great stuff, Jack. We look forward to it. Congratulations on the 2 victories today.
Perfect. Cheers, mate.
Thank you very much, Jack. Let's have a chat to our second place driver in Rodney Frost. I think he's just inside the cockpit there as Rodney's running away from me now. Rodney's run away from me, but he's having a chat to drivers over there. I'll see if I can find... oh no, there he is. He's behind you. Oh no, he isn't. Let's have a chat here to Rodney Frost then. Rodney, congratulations. Second place for you, but you had to work for that one.
Well, it was an interesting race. I obviously had Guy eventually chasing me quite a bit. That was a lot of fun. I was hoping he'd get involved with behind as well, so that would slow him up a little bit. But all credit to Jamie, we can't catch him. He's too good. But also a huge thanks to Powerball and Colin for looking after the car. Without that, the car wouldn't be here and having fun.
No, absolutely. I mean, talk us through that battle because there was 4 or 5 Jags at some point battling all for second place.
They were, and I had to make sure that I got away from him because he's got a V12 there. So I was anticipating he was faster down the straights. But if I came out of the corner quicker, I managed to get that few strokes and he couldn't come back at me, which was lucky. But again, that's what we have to do. When you've got a V12 chasing you, you pedal as fast as you can.
Pedal as fast as you did. Congratulations on the second place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we can quickly grab third place there. Guy Connew. Let's have a chat if we can see Guy here. Normally if I point at the car, drivers claim it as their own. Say if a Guy Connew, let's grab you over here, Guy, in front of your car. Third place for you, Guy. Congratulations. I mean, again, I was just having a chat to Rodney there. You had to work for these podium places.
Oh, definitely. He kept me honest all the way through the race. I mean, I was chasing him down, but I just couldn't find a way round him. And he was, rightly so, being very defensive into the hairpins. Just couldn't find a way round. We virtually stopped and got an ice cream at one of them and then carried on again. But no, he drove a great race and I just couldn't do any more. There was no more to give. But no, congratulations to front 2. But no, great fun. Absolutely great fun out there.
I mean, it looked it. I mean, as well, you had battles with Chris Boone, Tom Robinson, and you made it onto the podium places.
Yeah, I didn't expect that at the start. I must admit, I didn't think we'd hold it, but the brakes held because I haven't got as good as brakes as the others because this is more for classic. So, but they held, they did the job, and I was running out of talent towards the end as well as energy. So, no, I was happy to see that checkered flag when it came out, but no, I really enjoyed it.
Well, congratulations on the third place. Well earned, well deserved.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Guy. And with that, then the next race is heading out onto the track. So let's head back to Chris Buxton in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Karen. Yes, indeed, it is the Cohort Sport Tintops and the Puma Cup, our 15th race of the weekend. Our next 40 minutes race, all ready to go. And a huge grid, as we tend to enjoy here in the Tintops. Let's run through it. Number 86, it is Angel Kassar up front. Familiar names on the front row. Who's got that one first? Nigel Ainge, car owner, runner of Hillwood Autos, will be having that car first. Alongside him is the treble 8 of Andrew Windmill. Next up is number 19, Colin Simpson. He's going to be starting that one and handing that over to son Stephen later on. And on row 2, joining him is number 30, Gary Barlow. Row 3 is Richard Bethel in the 318 alongside number 1, Adam Brown. Row 4, 165, Sam Nicolau alongside number 34, Peter Parkin. Row 5 is the Urans in the number 94. It is going to be Adam Uran that has that first. 234, James Wilson lines up on row 5 alongside. Number 46, Dave Hutchins alongside the 99 car that is going to be Rob Jarman and Robert Quantrill. Rob Jarman starts that Renault Clio. And then on row 7 is the number 77 of the Alexander Williamses. It is Mark Alexander Williams that starts the Saxo. Alongside the Fields in the 179 Proton, it's Richard Field, it's senior, that starts the race. Number 10, Richard Fowle on 15th, so row 8, alongside number 68, Keith Townsend. It's the Reynolds Origin number 46 next, and that is going to be started by Stephen Reynolds. And Matt Churton on row 9 on the number 40. Row 10, Jonathan Visa in the 64, alongside 119, Dominic Rose. Row 11 is number 69, Charlie Ford, alongside the 101 of Johnson and Pierce. It is going to be Stephen Johnson that starts the Civic. And then 810, John Baker is going to be alongside Alan Wilshire on row 12. Row 13, 114, Toby Horn, alongside 163, Luke Johnson. Row 14, we're coming into the Pumas now. 100 is James Clare alongside 50, Simon Stowe. Number 82, Mark Lane alongside 121, Brendan Hibbert. That is row 15. Row 16 is the Glover and Chapel car, the 196. That is going to be started by John Glover. Alongside 117 of Gordon Bagwell. Number 91, Lee Powell alongside 110, Gareth Cotgrove. 152 is Jackson and Full James. That is Neil Jackson that starts that Puma alongside number 62, Ainsley Bird. Number 8 is Mann and Rayburn. That is Davy Mann that starts the Mazda RX-8 alongside 142, Mark Jackson. And the final row, number 4, Harry Halier alongside Martin Smithson, who had a huge role in qualifying. So the 210 Puma may or may not be there, but if so, we'll start on the back row. What a grid! 40 cars due to start. We will see if we do have the white Puma at the back of the field. I would be surprised because it did not look very nice when he was recovered following the spin. We do, of course, hope that Martin Smithson is all right. Couldn't quite tell from that particular camera angle. Hopefully we'll see the tail end of the field as it comes past us to see if there is a white Puma at the back of it. And again, it's just
big grid, isn't it?
It is a very big grid. There's 40 cars due to take part. I don't think there is, and I'm not 100% surprised if the 210 was not able to start off the back. But the lights are out on the safety car, and that is going to allow the field very, very slowly indeed to come around Coram, and is going to be up to Nigel Ainge and Andrew Windmill on the front row. Familiar cars. Nigel Ainge will be handing that over to Danny Kassar when the driver changeovers happens. Winners' penalties will apply. Andy Windmill has had several wins, so he has, I think, about 90 seconds or something like that additional to serve in the pit lane. That is always the leveller for Tintops, is where the winners' penalty kick in. But we are in for a fantastic race one way or the other. So the safety car has peeled away. The field is still working its way through Murray's. This is possibly why the field is quite slow, because the field is very, very long. And it's coming through. It's 20 rows deep if everybody starts. But here they come then. Everybody has made it through the final turn. So it's up to the Hondas up front to roar into life to signify the start of the race. The lights are out, and Andy Windmill has had a storming start up front. Gary Barlow is drawing alongside Nigel Haynes, along with Richard Bethel. The 4 wide coming down into turn 1. Let's see how that one sorts out. It's Windmill from Gary Barlow, from Adam Brown. A superb start as well from the number 1. Oh, that's a spin. That's Dave Hutchins that's had a car bounce off of its door. Who is it that's skewed off into the wall? It's the number 99. That's Rob Jarman that has had a bit of a moment. And Adam Brown has gotten on the inside line of Andrew Windmill, coming over to Wilson to take the lead.
Yeah, what a start from Adam Brown. He made his way all the way around the outside. He had 2 wheels on the
trouble
grass.
for Adam Brown, though. Just as we were waxing their recruit again. Sorry to cut you off there, Kieran. But that is trouble for the Fiesta. He got going, got into the lead, and the car has failed him. So that is now Windmill from Barlow from Bethel, your top 3.
Oh, what haven't we had at the start of this race? Absolutely. Adam Brown going from absolute hero there to, potentially not in this race anymore, as he has to slowly make his way back through. So he had the lead for a very brief moment, but he was almost onto the grass. In fact, he was on the grass on the start-finish line as we tried to make it 4 wide in towards the first corner. But we're still going side by side here, further up the field then. The 86 then trying to go side by side. So that's Nigel Ainge who's trying to get his way up there as we make our way through then, resting on the course. But we have the race neutralised because the safety car has been deployed, and that's no surprise there because I assume that's Robert Jarman in that Renault Clio 182 that's still stranded there at the first corner. It just looked like from those pictures he lost the back end there, then made contact with the car on the inside, and then of course spurred him on off into the gravel trap. So we are under safety car conditions then. Well, that's a bit of a hectic start, if I can say so.
Oh, well, absolutely so. Our Tintops category does tend to provide some incredible action. You never want to see accidents, but in a field so heavily condensed, you can argue that it is almost inevitable that an incident will happen, but doesn't always be the case. Either way, the race is neutralised. Yeah, there's Adam Brown. Oh, what a shame. He wasn't feeling particularly well when I spoke to him earlier on, but not even managing a sector before the Fiesta has let him down. The number 1 car now pulled off. Andy Windmill from Gary Barlow from Richard Bethel, your top 3. And then up into 4th position is the 165 car, which is Sam Nicolau in his Civic. So as the field now come past, the Simpsons haven't had a good start. They're down 2 positions. Colin Simpson starting that one.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Nigel Ainge was running side by side with, it's Mark Alexander Williams, isn't it, who started that car. And I wonder if there's sort of a conversation as, well, who should actually be in front when the safety car was deployed? I'm sure they'll get the signal if they are the wrong way around. But Nigel Ainge then currently in 9th place, with Danny Cassar due to take over the car later on in the race. But what that does is, in terms of race strategy, of course, you obviously the pit window is closed. We are under safety car, but if you have got your quote-unquote the second driver in there and you've got your lead driver ready to take over, well, this shortens the time you've got the second driver in the car, in essence, a track time. So that there is that for strategy. But if you're splitting this strategy straight down the middle because you both want to enter, you both want to have a good time, whoever started this race has got the wrong end of the stick there, unfortunately. But that is motorsport, unfortunately. Sometimes it rewards you, and sometimes you just get your stint under a safety car.
Yeah, very true. And the thing you've got to bear in mind is those with winners' penalties are the ones that are going to suffer more in this particular situation. So in this race, Andy Windmill has 60 seconds worth of winners' penalties to overcome at the pit lane, during the pit stop, I beg your pardon. So he'll be stationary another minute longer than everybody else. This will be the time he wants to run off and build up that lead. Of course, he can't, and he's losing time to be able to build up that lead. So there's several drivers that have winners penalties in the Tintops series. Adam Brown is one of them. He had 30 seconds, but sadly he has had to pull off at the side of the road. Steve Papworth has 30 seconds, but he is not here. And the Ainge and Kassar combination have 30 seconds to add to their pit stop. And it's not been a good start for Nigel Ainge, but he will admit he is not the quicker of the two cars. I mean, Nigel Ainge is in his 80s. He's a proprietor of Hillwood Autos and still comes racing. Absolutely superb stuff. So that's going to give Danny Kassar something to think about. So 30 seconds worth of winners penalties that he will have to overcome. But for now, the safety car is going to be leading the field around until Rob Jarman's car has been recovered. So we did see on the infield Dave Hutchins' car is already out of harm's way. We did have 39 starters, and so I'm not entirely surprised to see Martin Smithson in his number 210 Puma did not take the start following his accident in qualifying. He had a somewhat nasty incident at Murray's during the qualifying run, which shortened the qualifying session for the Tintops. But either way, once we get going, as Tintops always do, we're in for a fantastic race for the remaining time.
I mean, just from that race start alone, we're in for some good shouts there. I mean, such a shame to see Adam Brown retire so early from the race, because he really could have got himself not only into the lead, and that's a fair amount of whack of damage to the Clio there for the number 99. So Robert Jarman then, there's the contact that he made with another car. That would have been one part of it, and then the other part would have been the wall damage there was at the end there. So that car's just being dragged now, or at least towed to a safer place. It's probably going to be at least another lap under safety car at that point. But once, so it's just a case now of drivers making sure they don't lose focus. And tyre temperatures are not as important in the Tintops, but keeping the brakes hot is also one of them. It's not very easy to do under safety car conditions, and when you've got 30 odd cars, let's say 34, 35 cars in this queue, you don't really want to be at the back of it, because you've got the longest time to wait before you can go racing again.
Well, indeed, and you can't pass anybody, even if the car in front of you may well be slower or in a different class or what have you. I mean, the field hasn't really jumbled up to any real degree, so we're still roughly in qualifying order. But if anybody's qualified out of order, they can't do anything about it until such time as they cross the line. Safety car lights are, as we thought, still on. They can't just extinguish and the safety car just jump out of the way. It does have to. They do have to turn the safety car lights off in good time for the drivers to be able to react properly to it. But now that Rob Jarman's car is out of the way, we should hopefully get going once the safety car has led the field through to complete this particular lap.
Now, Nigel Lane just brought the car in, the number 88.
Too early.
It is too the 86, the Honda Integra Type R. So is there an issue for Nigel Lane? I wonder, because as you're right, we are not within the pit window right now.
Well, I mean, they could technically change the driver over, but they would have to come back in anyway. So this does them no favours whatsoever, bringing the car in. So, unless that's the thinking, is swap into the faster driver and let Danny Kassar take the rest. But I don't think, that's certainly not in the spirit of the rules. No, I suspect that's a problem than expected.
The bonnet's up and you've got 3 or 4 team members looking in there, so I would say that's much more deeper problem there. But yeah, that's not ideal. But we have had confirmation from TSL, safety car will be in this lap. And looking at it here, I would think if you're someone like the 888 of Andrew Windmill, when the safety car starts to pull away, do you sort of hold back a little bit? Because we're going to be entering territory here where the safety car comes in and the pit window opens.
An interesting thought there, Mr. McGinley. I try not to think too hard. I set smoke alarms off when I do.
Oh, no.
So, Dave Hutchins is getting his car moving again. That's because he's being towed. That's why.
I did think it was a slow-moving car. I thought, ooh.
No, but no, that was the one that Rob Jarman bounced off of. So, unfortunate that the multicoloured Civic is not able to continue. Now, interestingly, the number 86 is on his way back out again. So the Hillwood Autos team has had a look at the number 86 Honda Integra and has released it back onto track. So That will have to come back in anyway because the pit lane is not open. Is that Adam Brown? That's Adam Brown coming back out. So the number 1 Fiesta is rejoining. Well, I mean, he'll be a lap down, but good to see. So whatever issue has befallen the number 1, they've had a look under the bonnet, probably hit it with a hammer a few times, maybe gaffer taped something down, and got the number 1 Fiesta back out on circuit. But the safety car will be coming in this time, as mentioned. We will be racing once again for our Cobalt Sport Tintops and Puma Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. So Andrew Windmill is now backing up the pack, so he becomes the de facto safety car. And as you said, Chris, there is no overtaking until the start-finish line. So even if you are faster than the car ahead, you cannot overtake. As we'll see very, very shortly then, the race get restarted here. And well,
Gary Barlow's glued himself to the back of Andy Windmill, and I'm not surprised at all.
Well, the pit window is open. That's been confirmed now. So Andrew Windmill now makes his way around the final corner. Are we about to see drivers dive into the pits? Well, let's keep an eye on it. No, Andrew Windmill stays out then as we make our way across the start-finish line to get racing back again. Green flag racing we are now as we get our way onto the next lap of the race with just under half an hour to run.
Doesn't look like anybody is choosing now to come in, which is absolutely fine. They don't have to. The pit lane window is open for 15 minutes for their timed pits, for their mandatory pit stop element, plus winners' penalties as mentioned. So, we do have one in. So that's Luke Johnson has brought the Puma in, the number 163 car. Now he is not sharing that one. The old British touring car liveried car, beautiful looking Puma that is. So he has opted to serve his pit stop now and get that one done and out of the way. Andrew Windmill is going to be keen to get on with it and get that lead as big as he can before he then comes in and adds a minute to his time stop, whether he likes it or not. On the inside, that was James Wilson looking on the inside of Peter Parkin with the Urin car right behind. So Adam Urin is Adam or is it Ben that's in that one? I read it out earlier and I've already forgotten. It's Adam that starts the red and white Civic. Is just coming past us now as Nigel Ainge in the 86 car getting that one going. So fairly shortly afterwards, it's going to be Adam Brown here. He comes in the number 1. So good to see them back out there. Hopefully they're going to be able to close in and get back on with their day's racing. But for now, it is Windmill from Barlow from Bethel, your top 3.
Yep, so we'll see now the 91 machine. That's Lee Powell and that Mazda RX-8 trying to find a way past the Puma, the 142, which is Mark Jackson, as they head their way down in towards Oggies on the exit now. Is there any way through for the Mazda? Not this time. Through in towards Williams. We see another Puma leaving the pit lane now. That's the 163, so that is Luke Johnson, who rejoins out onto the track. So mandatory stop is done, and he will make his way back out onto track.
That he does, so he's going to be a little lonely for a while, but of course most of the field still have to do their pit stops then, as that's Colin Simpson under pressure from the 165. So Colin Simpson then fending off the advances of Sam Nicolau, I beg your pardon. New fastest lap of the race by Andy Windmill. He's gotten 2:12 on the board, but that's going to continue to come down as everything gets back up to temperature. Peter Parkin then in the number 34 car has opted to come in now to get his time pit stop out of the way.
Yeah, 68 here looking for a move around the outside going in towards the first corner. That's Keith Townsend trying to look for a move around the outside, but no way through this time around. He's trying to battle away. I believe that is the 119 there of Dominic Rose as we make our way up towards Wilson here. Yeah, tried that outside move. Didn't work on that occasion, but I wouldn't rule out him trying it again, as there is Peter Parkin in the pits now in that Peugeot. Looking to make that mandatory stop. And of course, if you make it this early with the field relatively bunched up, there is a chance you get a bit of free air, clean air to enjoy.
Number 110, Gareth Cotgrove has brought his Puma in. So again, another front runner in the Puma Cup has now brought in his car. So what have you spotted, Kieran?
There's a car moving slowly towards Agostini.
It's the Field Proton. Coming into Agostini a bit slower than people would like, and in again comes the number 86. But during the pit stop window this time, this is likely to be Nigel Ainge handing over to Danny Cassar. And they do have 30 seconds additional to add to their pit stop time. Well, I saw that it came up as in the pit lane. I don't see them. Oh, yes, I do. I just see them. I have to really kind of crank my head around to actually see them. They're right at the other end of the pit lane. Is on stream at the moment. The 1-2-1 car, Brandon Hibbert, is fending off the advances in his Civic against James Clare, who, again, is a very, very regular in the Puma Cup. So fantastic duel here going on for a little bit lower down. James Clare in 22nd. So when they came over the line, so those two arguing for 22nd. Then you've got number 4, which is Harry Hayler in his clear. But they're looking under the bonnet again. Are the Hillwood Autos crew. So all is still not well with the 186. Andy Windmill has opted now to come in, so he's serving his pit stop early. That hands the race lead over to Gary Barlow.
Yep, and of course Andrew Windmill has that 60-second success penalty to serve as well, so he's going to be held for, 60 seconds at the best of times feels like an age. When you're waiting in the pit lane as part of a success penalty, it'll feel even longer than that. But also into the pit lane as well is the number 77, so Mark Alexander Williams will now hand over to Lewis Alexander Williams in that Citroen Saxo to get to the end of the race.
Indeed, indeed. As well as that looks like Alan Wilshire in the number 45 Fiesta has brought his car in, opting now to get the job done. Big group of cars now coming past. And in comes the Field and Field Proton. Now, we did think they were going quite slowly going into Agostini, as well as James Clare in the 100 Puma. Now, is the Proton going to go into the pits, or is it going to do its driver swap? It looks like they are coming to rest. And they are checking tyre pressures, so it does look like they're going to go through driver change. Perhaps it was a mistake made on the exit of Ritchie's, so we only just caught the you. Mr. McKinney caught the tail end of it. Could have been a mistake that Richard Field was recovering from.
I mean, it may well have been, but it was covered by white flags, which means it's either a service vehicle or a slow-moving car in the next part of the track. So it obviously was slow enough for the officials to deem it worthy of covered by white flags to warn other drivers. So that's how I spotted it. We'll have to wait and see if it's maybe a system reset, maybe a check over, and get back going again.
Indeed, we've got cars leaving the pit lane now. The number 94, the Urans, have swapped round and are underway, along with the Alexander Williams. This is in the number 77 Saxo. They get underway along with Alan Wilshire. So the 45 car getting underway. Yeah, there's the bonnet that's come off the Proton. Although they put it back on again. So are they going to send that car out? I don't see a driver in the car and ready to go. So that looks like it's going to be the end of the day for the Fields. Richard Jason Fields does not get a chance to play with the toys, it looks like, as Gary Barlow has also come in.
Yep, that's Harry Halen. I don't think that's a move for position, but I don't think drivers care at this point. They're just happy to get some moves done up the order, and it feels good when you get an overtake done in a race like this. It's very chaotic, and just making your way out there. So now Andrew Windmill has rejoined onto the circuit. There's a few Pumas battling away as we make our way through in towards Brundle and Nelson, now headed at the moment by the 152 of Neil Jackson and Nick Flames, as there was a 152, so that's Neil Jackson, I believe, in the car. I don't believe that 152 has pitted yet. Could be wrong on that one. I'm just having a look at the telemetry, and I can't quite see. 152. No, they haven't stopped yet. So it is still Nick Jackson behind the wheel of that one. Oh, Neil Jackson, I should say.
Yep, Mark Lane is in the number 82 Civic. So another pit stop. Pit lane very, very busy at the moment. Still got another 6.5 minutes to run. As Danny Kassar, I think, has got the number 86 back. I didn't actually see the 86 Integra get back on track again. But that'll be now in the hands of Danny Kassar to make up lost time. And a lot of lost time he's got to make up for. Bearing in mind that car's already been through the pit lane twice. Andy Windmill got going again. Also leaving the pit lane is Gary Barlow. And I can see the Field Proton moving, but I dare say that's coming back into the pits because the driver that's in it doesn't have his helmet on. So
or gloves either, yeah.
Or gloves either. Yeah, so, yes, there would be a few words said if he came on the track, which he doesn't. That's going into the paddock. The Simpson car is coming back out. The Peugeot 206 is now back out on track. Also moving the number 68, Keith Townsend in his Civic Type R EP3 is just leaving the pit lane now. Number 40 I can see is on the move. Matt Shurton in his Clio 182 gets going. Still several cars in the pit lane ready to get going once again.
Yeah, we still have a good, what's that now, 18, 19 cars still yet to make their mandatory stop, and there's only 5.5 minutes left of the window open, which in these cars you're looking at 2 laps, maybe 3, but you're probably more likely to have 2 laps before the pit window closes, and you do have to start your pit stop, break the timing beam at the pit lane entrance before the pit window closes. You could break it 2 seconds before the pit window closes and still carry out your stop within the window, but you do have to break the timing beam at the pit lane entrance before that happens. There's the 46 Honda Civic Type R, Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgen. Stephen Reynolds is going to hand over to John Ridgen for the second stint, so John will climb into the machine and they'll wait out the rest of their stop before they head their way back out there. 165 also into the pit, so Sam Nicolau, who's a solo driver in that Honda Civic Type R, just biding his time before he gets his way back underway with less than 20 minutes to run.
So yeah, the 152 Puma is back out there. Nick Full-James now in command of it. Neil Jackson started the car, Nick Full-James taking that over. The 165 car is also in. Sam Nicolau, he was up into 4th early on. Fastest lap of the race, 2:09. Yes, that is most certainly Danny Cassar that is in there. Nigel Ainge, by his own admission, is not the quicker of the two. And yeah, a lap time like that is only going to be Danny Cassar in the hands of that Civic.
Well, who's got the fastest lap now, though, is Adam Brown, 2:09.494. So Adam Brown even flashes his lights across the line, so he's happy to be out there, and he's lighting up the timing screens. I do wonder, a lap down, how far up the order can he go? I guess that's sort of the gauntlet that's been laid down here for Adam Brown.
Lots of cars now coming in. I can't go through all of them because there's a lot of them that are now coming through the pit lane as the stream has a look at the Mark Lane in the number 182, the blue and yellow Civic. As just coming out, Dominic Rose, careful! Oh, blimey, we've actually got someone passing in the pit lane. The number 10 of Richard Fowle actually coming past 119 of Dominic Rose. Now, I think Dominic Rose realised he was going to be hitting too early the pit line exit line. So what he did is he pulled over, and then that slightly caught out Richard Fowle in the number 10 Clio, but no impact, no harm, no foul. Had to get it in there somewhere as they all now rejoin circuit. So as long as they haven't gone too underneath, as long as they haven't got underneath the 90 seconds, then all is well. As the stream looks at Andy Windmill giving it plenty. Of course he is. In his Civic.
Yeah, absolutely flying out there at the moment. One of the faster cars out on track, as Danny Cassar, also one of the faster cars out on track as well. Just curious to see where the 86 is in the timing screens. 35th it's classified as at this moment in time, so we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out in the long run. But yeah, Adam Brown currently fastest on the circuit right now.
Indeed, more people leaving the pit lane as we get to enjoy the number 86 Integra, just working his way through Coram, through Murray's, just managing to dance past the 110 Puma of Gareth Cotgrove. And the amount of development into this car is astronomical. So again, Nigel Ainge runs both this car and its 2.3 litre New Millennium version, which we will be seeing later today. And the Tintops version is always squared up against the likes of Adam Brown and Andy Windmill in the course of the Tintops series, as the number 62 car now leaves. That's Ainsley Bird in the BMW Mini Cooper R50. Also number 8, Davey Mann and David Rayburn. That's David Rayburn now taking over the Mazda RX-8. As the stream looks at the number 318, Richard Bethel. That's formerly Tom Mensley's car, and Tom Mensley had a lot of success in that Clio before he went over to race BMWs. As Richard Bethel now taking over the winning chariot from Mr. Bensley and kept it in its colours. So the 318, whoops, bit of a lock-up coming through Murray's, but continues on his merry way.
Lee Powell into the pits now in that Mazda RX-8. Adam Brown is also into the pits, of course. He's got to serve his mandatory stop, so he's having just a check over of that as well. So yeah, not bad though. Fastest lap of the race to boot as well. So I mean, he'll be just enjoying himself. This is more of a testing session for him right now, but still, his move around the outside that had him on the grass going in towards the first corner of the first lap to take the lead by Wilson, and then for whatever happened at Wilson that caused him to have to exit stage right, then rejoin the race a lap down later on after the safety car. I mean, he's had all of that in the first sort of 10 minutes of this race. We still have 15 and a half to go.
Unbelievable, isn't it? It's been somewhat chaotic. So has anyone not the pit stop? Bethel and Weiser up top. So Richard Bethel, who still leads the way, along with John Weiser in the number 64 car, yet to see the pit lane. So they need to be in the next 10 seconds. Otherwise, they are going to incur a penalty for pitting outside of the pit window. So, and too late. There it is now. Pit lane should now be shut. So,
well, that's close for Weiser, though. Very, very close indeed.
Oh, yeah, he's in. Well, he's now showing as having served a pit stop, so he must be in. Can't quite see the 64. Oh, yes, I can. Again, difficult to see around some of the buildings here, but Richard Bethel has not come in. Pit lane is still showing his open. Of course, we've had a safety car, so that may well have adjusted when the pit lane is open. Did the pit lane open whilst the safety car was deployed? That would then adjust when the pit lane closes again. So it could be that the pit lane is now going to be extended, which is why Richard Bethel is yet to find it.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the likes of Weiser and Bethel, see what happens to them. But we'll have to wait and see on that point. I thought that it changed if it was the pit window was open whilst and a safety car is deployed. I don't think it made a difference if the safety car was deployed and then the pit window opens, but we'll find out very shortly, as that, Chris, you're pointing out, is the 86 machine.
Yeah, Danny Cassar is he's given it a dance, but alas, the Integra, the Halewell Daughters Integra, is back in again and was indicating towards the, yeah, that's a shame. I think it's fair to say that one is not going to be continuing its day, but we will be seeing Nigel Angel and Danny Cassar later in the red version of that car, the 2.3 litre new Millennium version, to close out today's racing. But we have still got 13 and a half minutes left to go. Out of the pits comes Weiser in the number 64 car. So the only car yet to come in is going to be Richard Bethel.
Well, we'll wait and see then, because Richard Bethel's still due in for a stop then in the 318, that Renault Clio 172. So we'll wait and see what happens as to do they get, what sort of punishment do they get, if any, as they make their way through. We're watching on a gaggle of cars make their way through in towards the final corner, one of them being the 100 James Clare and the Ford Puma making their way through. Was that Adam Brown trying to negotiate his way through?
It certainly is.
It is. I thought I recognised that white and blue livery.
Yeah, John Baker on the inside line of Mark Lane going up towards Ritchie's. Now the Satsuma Racing number 810 should just be able to get the inside line on the Civic, which he does. Future Classics driver representative has some fun in his Satsuma racing car. He does always makes me chuckle. He has the number plate on the back that says "I'm stolen." Doesn't have it on the front, he has it on the back, and he's still arguing with Mark Lane actually. So those two still dueling on as they come through Wilson, and actually Mark Lane's back ahead of John Baker as they're now trying to circumnavigate James Clare in the one of the Pumas, the number 100 car, who in turn has got the BTCC livery car right next to him of Luke Johnson. Oh, side by side between Luke Johnson and James Clare, and just about James Clare fends off the advances of the 163 car, and these two have locked together many times in the Puma Cup. James Clare holds dominion at the moment.
Richard Bethel is in now, so into the pits. Now he was 1 minute 39 ahead, so if he gets this absolutely spot on, there's a bit of a bonnet come up there for the number 10 on the right hand side of the car. So Richard Fowle then is, I guess, going to limp back and see if he can get that back to the pits to, I guess, put the bonnet back down, slam it back down. But yeah, he doesn't want to. One of the worst places you could have a bonnet fly up is down the end of the Bentley Straight, and it was starting to do that on the right hand side.
Oh dear, oh dear. Not ideal as John Baker now works his way past the Pumas. There is a yellow flag still being lit on that on the Bentley Straight we just saw on the camera images there. Now, whether that is as a result of perhaps debris or as an aftermath to the incident that we've just seen Richard Fowle be a part of, we don't entirely know. We aren't informed of that up here in the box. We can see on camera at the moment, Richard Fowle has actually made his way back to the pit lane then. As we now look at Simon Stowe. We've seen Simon earlier on. That's the Clio that he is now pedaling. Oh, John Baker's gone too deep. John Baker's gone too deep into Murray's. And all that work he's now done has just disappeared again. Stolen, whether you're stolen or not, that is you've thrown away your progress there, John. And back on the track where he's lost a few seconds as a result.
Richard Bethel rejoins the track, and as I was just saying before I interrupted myself, he was 1 minute 39 clear at the moment. As he'll now rejoin onto the track, so he's now going to be trying to battle away with the likes of the number 19. So he's Richard Bethel in the lead of this race right now in the 3:18. 6 seconds was the gap as they crossed the line. So yeah, for Richard Bethel, he's now leading the race ahead of the number 19 machine, the Simpsons there in the Peugeot 206 RC. So that is Steve Simpson, who will now try to chase him down.
Brilliant stuff. So it's Bethel from the Simpsons, from Nicolau, your top three. So Andy Windmill, who started up on the front row, is currently in 10th. But bear in mind, he had an additional minute in the pit lane compared to most. He's just roared his way past. Now up into 8th position. What's his gap to the leader? 43 seconds to the leader at the moment. So 9 and a bit minutes to go. Andy Windmill's not going to stop his charge, as we still see the Pumas locked in battle. There's James Clare in the number 100 and Luke Johnson in the 163.
Gary Barlow is into the pits. He's been dropping down the order quite significantly, but he's now clocked as passing the pit lane entrance. Yeah, and he's right the way down the end of the pit lane, right down the far end. So yeah, not great for Gary Barlow, who was running as high as second place at one point in this race, but Remlin seemed to have fouled him towards the end of this race. Looking at lap times, and we haven't had Richard Bethel set a lap time after his pit stop, so we'll keep an eye on that as we see drivers file their way through in towards Brundle and Nelson once again, with 8.5 minutes left to run in this race.
That's the Simpsons right with Bethel. So that 6 second gap that we thought was there is not there at all. So Steve Simpson is now right on the back of Richard Bethel with some lap traffic to deal with. Well, that's our Puma argument that we've been watching for a while. So now Richard Bethel has got a whole mirror full of Peugeot that is being manned by Steve Simpson to try and defend against.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Richard Bethel, he's just looking to... a bit of a lock-up there for Richard Bethel halfway through Murray's then, but he'll get away with it if he can get the power down and make his way onwards and upwards. But yeah, that's not a 6 second gap anymore, is it? As they make their way across the line then. So Richard Bethel does still lead the way, but it is Steve Simpson who's in second place right now as they make their way through in towards Richards then. So that you're looking at the 318 and the number 19 as our battle for the lead.
Superb stuff. They are having a great old duel out there. The next car, position-wise down the road, is 165 of Sam Nicolau in his Honda Civic Type R. He's about 10 seconds behind them, but still well in that third position. Next car down is Sam Wilson in the 234. So Andy Windmill is going to be pressing on to try and get back up there. He's got several cars to try and overtake to get there, as the stream is currently looking at the Clios that are right in front of our lead pair. Steve Simpson going a little bit deep coming into Agostini, gets a decent exit, but he's going to be boxed in here. Richard Bethel trying to halt the progress of Steve Simpson. Steve Simpson actually gets caught out behind Simon Stowe, so well driven from Richard Bethel to box Steve Simpson in to slow down his pursuit.
Yeah, absolutely. That needed a bit of decision making at sort of 80 miles an hour there, but yeah, Richard Bethel did very well. I love it when these tin tops go racing then, especially they go through Williams. You just see the rear wheel just cock up in the air. Yeah, tyre saving on the rear wheels. It's a really easy thing to do. You just chuck it into a corner and the whole car leans. But battle for the overall lead then in the Tintops make their way through in towards Brundle and Nelson. Also to keep an eye on then in the Puma Cup, because the number 100 of James Clare is currently leading that at the moment by roughly, I think that's about 4 seconds if I'm reading the telemetry right there, as it's the number 100 we're looking out for as the leader of the Puma Cup, and I think that is it, just behind the 165 there of Sam Nicolau. So that's their place overall and in the Tintops, and I think right behind them is a battle for the lead of the Puma Cup. Back now with the lead of the Tintops making their way out of Murray's.
Absolutely so, and Steve Simpson having a look on the outside line along the start-finish straight. They're going to draw alongside. Can the Peugeot beat the Renault? He does! So Steve Simpson gets a great exit from Murray's and gets up ahead of Richard Bethel before they get to the braking zone of Ritchie's. Very, very nicely done indeed. Third is, like I say, a few seconds down the road of Sam Nicolau in his Honda Civic. So they are not under immediate pressure for their battle, but now that Simpson has gotten ahead of Bethel, can Steve Simpson run off, or will Richard Bethel be able to keep the Peugeot and keep him honest?
Yeah, the Puma Cup is also making their way up towards Wilson as well, with James Clare leading the way. Right behind him, though, is the 163 there, keeping close company. So Luke Johnson in second place in the Puma Cup, and then rounding off the top three for the Puma Cup is, I believe, the 117 of Gordon Bagwell there. So the top two really pretty close together in the Puma Cup as well. So great battling for the leads here of both competitions we've got in this race.
Superb stuff as the stream has a look at 165. That's Sam Nicolau getting his way past Simon Stowe in the number 50 Renault Clio and continuing along his merry way. And we now have a look at our leader. Steve Simpson really has opened up a gap between himself and Richard Bethel. So the lap times were, shall we say, somewhat in Steve Simpson's favour, or in the Simpson car's favour. Of course, we don't know which one of the Simpsons set that lap. A 2:10.6 was set on lap 11. Well, they're on lap. They've done 13 laps now, so that would indicate that it was Steve Simpson that set that lap a few ago. As we see Richard Bethel now coming out of Nelson. And then we look back to find our third place runner, the number 165 of Sam Nicolau in the Honda. He's tucked up behind Harry Hayler, although they're not on the same lap. And right behind them is Simon Stowe alongside Richard Fowle. There is our Puma leader, number 100 James Clare. He's got himself some breathing space, position-wise at least, from his pursuer of Luke Johnson in the 163 car.
Yep, that could easily sort of go to and fro at this point. Also for the Puma Cup, there's one to watch as well, because the 117 of Gordon Bagwell, currently third in the Puma Cup, has just been given a black and white warning flag for track limits. One more extension and he will have a 5-second penalty, so he's got to keep it clean from here on in. The next car behind them is the Glover and Chappell Puma, the 196 behind them. John Glover and Mark Chappell is Mark Chappell behind the wheel at the moment and is under 5 seconds back. So at this point for Bagwell, he cannot afford to get that, but well, we've got penalties coming through already. That sounded like a Civic in trouble there. That might be the 46 John Ridgeon there, heading his way through and towards Ritchie's. I think by the sound of it, did he get that going again? We'll find out in the next couple of quarters.
It sounded like he was struggling to find a gear in there somewhere. So we'll see if he's able to resolve that problem, or if there's a clutch problem, whatever it is. It's suddenly revved itself to oblivion. So we'll see if he's able to resolve the problem or work with it or pull the car off. There's only a couple of minutes left to go. As only Windmill is continuing his relentless march towards the podium 3. He's up into fourth, but he is 17 seconds further back from Sam Nicolau with only 2 minutes left to run. As good as Andy Windmill is, that is going to be a bit insurmountable even for him. But the Simpsons, their race pace has been phenomenal. A 2:10.4 last time around for Steve Simpson. There is the Peugeot just coming through shot there for those watching on stream. So an excellent, excellent effort there for the Shilton Garage sponsored Peugeot 206. And also Sam Nicolau as well. That's a 165 car. That's either a new driver or a new car to the club. So not seen that particular car before. So, I mean, that's a way to make a statement. First race in the club and you get on the podium. So hopefully have a chat to them a little bit later on. Another minute before the checkered flag falls and Simpson comes over to start his final lap.
Yeah, final lap on the board then, and Steve Simpson has got a good lead over Richard Bethel then in the 318 Renault Clio as he makes his way now through in towards the first corner. Steve Bethel has just set a personal best, 2 minute 13.363, although it's about 1.7 seconds shy of Steve Simpson's pace right now of a high 2 minute 11, so he's certainly getting quicker in the latter stages and doing well to see if he can lock on to second place as Andrew Windmill comes across the line, 2 minute 9.8. He was 4 seconds quicker than Nicolau on that last lap, but with only 1 lap to go and a 13-second difference to make up, he simply has not got enough time at that pace.
Like I say, as good as that car is, as good as that driver is, you are not overcoming that much of a deficit. The fastest lap of the race is a 2:09.494, which Danny Cassar set, and that was a 2:09.804 that Andy Windmill just put on the board while still working his way through traffic. Unbelievable performance as always from the ultralight Honda Civic, but the clock has now elapsed, so as we see Richard Bethel just coming through Coram, so therefore not far ahead. That's not Coram, beg your pardon. There's Williams getting onto the Bentley Straight, so not too far ahead. Should therefore be a bright yellow Peugeot. There he is, just coming through Brundle and Nelson.
Yep, and making his way through then as he does a bit of a hop over that sausage curb on the inside of Nelson then, as he'll make his way through now in towards the final couple of corners. Then Steve Simpson just has to make sure he brings this one home. He makes his way now through in towards Coram then for this final time before he sizes up the final corner at Murray's here. Been a really good performance from both the Simpsons here, and it's going to be Steve Simpson who takes the checkered flag then for the Peugeot 206 RC. Steve Simpson and Colin Simpson are going to take the checkered flag for the number 19 Peugeot, take the victory here as well for the Tintops series. Across the line in second place is going to be the 318 of Richard Bethel, who got himself into the lead after those pit stops then, took advantage of the pit window being open until the end of the race to get himself a chance here, and plenty of battling to go on in the Tintops as well, as we'll keep an eye on the Puma Cup as well. It's James Clare who's leading the way in the number 100, making his way through the bomb hole. He's got a couple of cars between himself and the second place Puma of the number 163 Luke Johnson. So as they now make their way through and towards the closing stages of this race, then plenty of Tintops getting their way across the line, but making his way through in towards the final corner as the leader of the Puma Cup. He'll make his way and power his way towards the line with a punch of the hole of the air for the Civic. From the Civic, it's going to be the number 100 of James Clare who takes the victory in the Puma Cup. Second across the line for the Puma Cup is going to be the number 163 of Luke Johnson, taking that second spot in the Puma Cup. And then third place in the Puma Cup right now is the 117 of Bagwell here, and we'll just keep an eye on that 117, see if it makes its way towards the line. It was on a final warning as well before track limits. Here it comes then, the 117 of Gordon Bagwell takes third place in the Puma Cup, and it rounds off a brilliant race here as they all make their way across the line then. So that brings an end then to that racing action for the Tintops and the Puma Cup. Brilliant to watch as we headed our way through for the but it was a great victory here for the Simpsons in the number 19 machine. Colin Simpson and Steve Simpson take the victory in the Tintops. Second place, the number 318 of Richard Bethel, and rounding off the top three was the number 165, which was Sam Nicolau in the Honda Civic Type R. And for the Puma Cup, number 100 James Clare takes the victory. Second place went the way of the 163 of Luke Johnson, and third place went the way of the 117 of Gordon Bagwell. Really good race for all. The Tintops have been they're a bit sorting out here, the Tintops and the Puma Cup. So the top three for each are being brought down into the assembly area, or not the assembly area, Parc Fermé is probably the better word for it there, the better phrase. We'll just wait as well to have all of them making their way into that assembly area. What a great race we had up and down the field, and those success penalties working their magic again. It's a shame to see the 86 of Nigel Wange and Danny Cassar fall into a bit of bother, as well as Adam Brown. What a race it could have been for him as well. Had an absolutely electric start off the line to grab first place by the Wilson hairpin, but unfortunately something occurred. He did manage to rejoin the race, and in that he managed to finish 29th overall, a lap down on the leader, but he did lose a lap there in that instance. Well, we've got drivers down there, so I will now hand down to Chris Buxton, who's down there in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I have got quite a collection of cars down here. We have our top 3 of the Tintops and also our top 3 of the Mr. Tyre Puma Cup. Now, may not necessarily get a chance to speak to all of them, but we will definitely give it a try. So let's have a chat then with Mr. Simpson. Well, and Steve, that was good God, that was a performance. So so you took the car over. You saw what the gap was and just basically decided to say, hold my beer, I'm having a go with this.
Yeah, just go as fast as it would go, really. See if it would last the full 30 minutes or whatever we did. 20, I think, actually. But yeah.
So, yeah, safety car came out. Does that kind of disrupt the rhythm? Obviously, you weren't in the car at the time, but is there anything that really runs through your mind when the session gets disrupted a bit?
No, not really. Just try not to get stuck behind it or stuck in the pits and just let it play out, really. Yeah.
It looked absolutely flawless out there. It's got to be a lot of fun when you're checking them around. You were so close to the 209s as well, so absolutely superb.
Yeah, the car was really good today. It was like it was on rails, really. It was nice.
A well-deserved win. Well done, Mr. Simpson, in the number 19. So next up is Richard Bethel in the 318. Oh, yeah. So formerly Tom Mensley's chariot, but wow, you ride it well, sir.
Yep, thank you very much. Car was on rails today. It did really well.
Except for this pesky Peugeot that chased you down, but even still, what a performance. Have you changed an awful lot of it since you got hold of it?
No, I've not had to change any of it, so it's been really a good car.
Just not break it, essentially.
Just not break it. Keep driving it.
So plenty more to come next year?
Yeah, plenty more next year.
Brilliant stuff. Richard Bethel in the 318, thank you very much. A well-earned third position there. Let's have a chat with newcomer to the club as well. I mean, what a way to make a statement. Sam Nicolau, brilliant stuff. Well done on the third place in the Civic. You've got to be very happy with that.
Yeah, definitely, mate. To come away, it's first endurance race as well, so it's all new to me. So, yeah, to get a podium out of it, over the moon.
So was there any particular intention on where? Was there a target in mind?
Not really, mate, because like I say, I'm against a lot of fast cars, and yeah, just to come home with the car in one piece, really, to be honest with you.
Brilliant stuff. So it was basically just get to the flag. That was the main intention. So are we looking at a kind of full-time campaign next year?
It's definitely something I'll look into, 100%, because it's good racing. Obviously, the grid's massive as well, which is nice, and clean racing as well, which is nice. So yeah, all good.
Awesome stuff. Welcome to the club and a brilliant third place. Thank you very much. Sam Nicolau in the 165. We've got James Clare then, our winner of the Puma Cup. So again, and not for the first time, I think it's fair to say, you and Luke Johnson were locked in a titanic battle for the top spot.
Yeah, we were having a fantastic battle. It was really good. Luke did an early pit stop and I thought he's got it, but he didn't. So that was all that happened. It was brilliant. No, it was really good fun. Really good fun. We were battling. It was all of us who were battling quite well, I thought. It was good. Good fun.
Yeah, it was a really enjoyable battle for us to watch as well. And you two have crossed swords many, many times. You're a regular front runner in the Puma Cup. What is it about the Pumas that keeps you coming back?
I just think they're just great fun, you know. They might not be running at the back of the grid, but there's 8 out this weekend, and once you're all having your own little battle, they handle fantastic. I mean, cornering, they're just superb, and, you know, they're just great fun. Really enjoy them. Really enjoy them.
That's the name of the game, isn't it? James Slayer, well done on the win in the Puma Cup. Let's have a chat then with Luke Johnson, who's returned to the side of his car. Let's have a chat then with one of my favourite liveries in the entire field. Luke Johnson, well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad I brought it home actually, because I realised about 2 laps to go that I was down to the metal on the brakes. So.
Oh my! Now you may not necessarily get to the very high top ends that some of the higher ends do, but even you still need brakes. But I mean, how many times have you kind of crossed swords with certain Mr. Clare here?
I think pretty much every race where something doesn't go wrong for one of us, we're neck and neck. So it was good to race with him. We were sort of back and forth. I was, I couldn't quite get him at the bits of the track I was quicker. And then, a little bit of traffic would favour us one lap and then him the next lap, and it sort of evened out over the race. But I was pretty pleased with the performance of the car, so yeah.
And there's not a lot of development really you can do with the Pumas. They're all a uniform spec, aren't they? So that again is part of the appeal. They're a uniform spec. It keeps the costs a little bit more under control. And from what I can see, they look hilarious fun.
Absolutely great fun. I said to somebody earlier that was looking at one of them, basically we set up the car at the start of the year, and I don't think, other than when it rains, we adjust the suspension or anything in it. We just make sure the tyre pressures are good and just go out and drive it. So, yeah, great fun to drive.
Brilliant stuff. A well-earned second position. Well done. And I'm sure it won't be the last time we have a chat to you, Mr. Johnson. Right, third position in the Pumas. Well, there's a big old smile on your face, sir.
Well, it's my first race for me, so yeah, to get third is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely delighted with it.
Welcome to the club and welcome to the Puma Cup as well. So, again, we were just saying there's a sort of fairly uniform spec for these cars. Was that the appeal for you? Is that what drew you to the Pumas?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all the same across the board, and it's just down to the person behind the wheel, really, at the end of the day. And yeah, I've been lucky enough to have Jamie as my right-hand man that's going to be preparing the car and everything for me as well. So he's going to teach me through the whole steps of coming first, hopefully one day.
So full campaign next year?
Yeah, full campaign. We'll see how we get on.
Brilliant stuff. Well done on the third position. Next race is now released from the holding area. We'll throw back up to Kieran McGinley in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Chris Buxton down there. Perfectly timed as well, and got all three of the both of the series there. So brilliant to see. Brilliantly done, Mr. Buxton. We now move on to our penultimate race of the afternoon. It's the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, and we have 19 drivers set to take the start in this race. Here's how the grid forms up then. So on the first row then, it's number 98, John Cutmore, alongside 92, Colin Watson. Row 2, number 69, Stephen Collins, and 89, Bruce Wilson. Row 3 is number 35, Charles Holroyd, and 154, it's the Nairns. Billy Nairn had the first race. Row 4 then is 77, Simon Lancashire, and 188, Robert Forsdyke. Simon Lancashire getting a 3-place grid penalty. Row 5 is number 67, Crawford and Woodcock. Alongside them is 34, Richard Green. Row 6 is 117, Kevin Barrett, and 16, Martin Leadbeater. Row 7 is 39, David White, and 22, Lancaster and Broome. Row 8 is 41, David Stephen, and 70, Trevor Harbour. Row 9 is 75, Spicer and Randall, alongside is 199, Nigel Liddell. And all on their own on row number 10, number 17, Joshua Gollin. Well, our Magnificent Sevens then making their way through then. Just a couple of drivers to bring you through then. Simon Lancashire in the number 77, starting in 7th place rather than 4th, where he qualified due to a penalty. Number 67 there, Crawford and Woodcock. It's going to be Gavin Crawford who starts that one. Woodcock will take over the car. 154, it's Billy Nairn who will be in the car. Number 22 is Stephen Lancaster, who will take the start, and that leaves the number 75, which is Stephen Spicer, who will take the start for this race. So our Magnificent Sevens then getting themselves up and ready then with 4 cars due driver changes for this 40-minute race. As Chris was saying slightly off air, having a chat at lunch, you don't often see the Magnificent Sevens have driver changes, because obviously you've got all of that scaffolding, you could probably call it, along the top. It makes it difficult to make a driver change. Nevertheless, 4 teams are going to try.
Indeed, and with it being a timed pit stop rather than quick as you can, it negates that particular hurdle, or at least mitigates it. So the damage is lessened in that particular sense. But John Cutmore up front, he's done so much work in developing the Spire RB7, a supercharged 1.3 litre engine, a motorcycle engine in that car. So it makes a absolute screaming noise as it comes past us, and it's very, very rapid indeed. So we look forward to seeing our magnificent sevens then do battle through the course of their 40-minute race, as the stream is having a look at newcomer number 22 Chris Broome and Stephen Lancaster, the very brightly coloured Caterham 310R. So the field now being led through Coram. Safety car lights are indeed off, so we'll be pulling in along the front row, being familiar names towards the sharper end, being Cutmore and Watson. It used to be David Watson that would take part in one of the Boss Racing prepared cars, but he no longer competes. So it is just Colin Watson, no relation between the two, that has the top honours in the white and orange car. Wait for the lights to go out, wait for it, and away we go for the Magnificent Sevens. It's a good start for John Cutmore, so Colin Watson going to have to tuck in right behind. And then it's been a decent effort there from Stephen Collins. A bit of a lock-up there. Oh, no, that's off for number 77, Simon Lancashire. That's gone onto the grass. Can he keep it pointing in the right direction? Well recovered, sir. So sign that man up to the cricket team. That was a great catch. So that's really deep into Wilson for John Cutmore. He's handed the lead over to Colin Watson. So lots of fighting earlier on throughout the field. But it does look like everyone has survived.
Yeah, Lancashire, as you say, are really locking up there. There's quite a bit of tyre smoke heading away in towards the first corner for the first time. John Cutmore, though, has got himself back into the lead of the race as they make their way now down in towards Agostini, as the rest of the field pile their way through, as that's the 35 trying to move up the inside. That's Charlie Holroyd trying to find a way past Billy Nairn, who's starting that car, as I think he did make that move stick then, but Billy Nairn was keen to have a look down the inside there, yeah, John Cutmore moves now ahead of Colin Watson, with a battle for 4th place and 5th place still very much up for grabs.
So Cutmore leads Watson, leads Collins as they come through onto the Bentley straight for the first time in anger. Then it's the number 89 Bruce Wilson fending off the advances of Charles Holroyd, who in turn has got the Nairns right behind. So we've seen Billy and Carl Nairn in their Porsche earlier on today, and now we get to see them in slightly more familiar machinery for them, the Caterham. They also have raced a classic Mini in the past, so quite a wide range of cars. They do still have the Mini, and we will no doubt be seeing them at it again. But look at this big gaggle of cars. The field not yet fragmenting too far, as the stream has a look at number 22, as mentioned, newcomers Chris Broome and Stephen Lancaster. But our top three still really, really close together.
They are indeed, and Colin Watson is not letting John Cutmore go anywhere. Battle for 4th place involves at least 6 cars there as they all make their way through in towards the final corner, as Colin Watson looking for perhaps a move down the inside as we make our way towards Riches then. Can Colin Watson get the inside line? Yes, he can. Colin Watson moving now ahead of John Cutmore. Now, this is John Cutmore, who in qualifying was the only driver to get under 2 minutes in that qualifying session. In fact, I think he managed a 1:58 or so, with the rest of the field being over 2 minutes. So for John Cutmore, had that qualifying pace, but now he tries to breeze it past. They'll have to go the long way round in towards Palmer then, but he doesn't need to. He's got the move done before the braking zone there. So John Cutmore gets back into the lead, and I wonder if it's a case here. You mentioned earlier, Chris, that drivers are telling you that it takes a while for tyres to get up to temperature properly around this circuit today. So probably that might be why John Cutmore can't quite get the pace he wants, can't get the pace he knows he has behind the car to be done and dusted.
But also he's got a smaller engine. It's a 1.6 litre engine in that Spire RB7. It's a 2.4 under the right foot of Colin Watson in the Boss Racing Prepared C400. So there is a considerable displacement difference between the two. And John Cutmore's car is being powered by a motorcycle engine, so it's got a huge amount of torque. But the top end advantage certainly belonging to the bigger engines. As we have a look at the Nairn car, the 154 has gotten ahead of Bruce Wilson as they come onto the Bentley straight. 188 for Rob Forsyth, has been in that CSR a very, very long time. As we cut back to the lead battle on stream, or briefly so, Cotmore still leading the way against Watson, and then you've just got this huge gaggle of cars right behind the 154 of Billy and Carl Nairn. Billy Nairn starting that one, the Truck and Bus Wales and West sponsored 420R. That's a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Isn't it just? And a look down the inside there of the 117. Kevin Barrett can't find the way past Stephen Lancaster there in the number 22. Leaders pass us through now, with John Cutmore still in the lead of the race there. But the top three pretty much swapping fastest lap times at the moment. The fastest lap of the race has just gone the way of Stephen Collins in the number 69. 2 minute 2.941, which is just shy of 7/100ths quicker than John Cutmore at the moment. So very close battle between the top three.
Side by side is Bruce Wilson and Rob Forsyth as they come down towards Ritchie's, and Bruce Forsyth bails out of that one, and up a position goes the 188 of Rob Forsyth. Now the 77 as we're looking at of Simon Lancashire. We saw have that very grassy moment on the first lap, trying to make his way up through the field and making up for lost time. Now Bruce Wilson is being really challenged. Oh, we have someone in the pit lane already. That is the number 39 of David White. The Super Sports He's in too early as far as the pit lane window is concerned, so that would indicate that there is a problem for the number 39.
Yeah, never want to have an issue this early on in the race, but we'll see. Hopefully the team can get it done and dusted then out of Agostini. Still got cars squabbling away right now, and there is the number 39 with the, well, you'd call it the bonnet, the engine cover off of the number 39 there, and I guess the investigation continues to see if they can get that car back out there.
Well, the way they are wiggling wires around would indicate some kind of misfire that is being experienced, unfortunately, by David White. But looking at the battles going on, look at the 77 of Simon Lancashire right in the midst of this group. Josh Gollin right behind him in the number 17 cars. The Simon Lancashire just still carving his way through the field, making up for lost time. Oh, what it might have been, you could argue, as he gets past Bruce Wilson up into what is going to be, is that Bruce Wilson? In the 89, it is. So the 77 of Simon Lancashire is really flying.
Our top three are also flying out there as John Cutmore makes his way across the line and is starting to set some faster lap times now. 2 minute 1.050. I think that was the 17 of Joshua Gollin getting a move up the inside just on the entry in towards the flying right-hander of Corm. He gets a move up the inside as well, coming out of the final corner against Bruce Wilson there. So he's having a couple of positions, is Josh Gollin, but here comes Bruce Wilson with the power underneath him to get fly back past, and this might be another move on Charles Holroyd, as well as Holroyd will try and look around the outside in towards Riches, but he's not quite close enough to try a move there. So there for Joshua Gollin, he's got to just try that move ahead of him one more time.
Indeed so there's Richard Green that's right behind Charles Holroyd, as again dueling for position is Carl Nairn, and he's going to lose out at the moment against Rob Forsdyke. But Nairn has the inside line coming through Palmer. Who's going to win out here? Is it going to be Nairn? Is it going to be Forsdyke? As Dave White actually leaves the pits to see if they've resolved the problem. They're still side by side, but Rob Forsdyke has won over. That's fourth position now that is in the hands of the 188 car.
Yeah, brilliant racing so far. I mean, the top three have absolutely broken away from the rest of the field right now, with John Cutmore getting fastest lap, as we've already mentioned there. But yeah, absolutely, Billy Nairn is ready and up for this one, as the car ahead of him picks up a little bit of grass on the outside of Hamilton there. Meanwhile, then John Cutmore leading the way ahead of Colin Watson, and then third place behind them is going to be the number 69 there of Stephen Collins. Meanwhile, behind them, we've got a great battle on our hands here for fourth place. Heading our way, we're three wide now down the Bentley straight, with the Boss Machine having the inside line, powers through there and making their way up there. And I think that is the 77 there of Simon Lancashire. So Simon Lancashire's got himself now back up into fourth place. We're briefly three wide, we're two wide here on the exit of Nelson here, as the 188 of Robert Forsdyke has the inside line heading through in towards the bomb hole. But that's Carl Nairn, who managed to find his way around Billy Nairn around the outside, going in towards the bomb hole there, but managed to make the move stick.
Very fair play. I've also noticed on the board only Carl Nairn is listed, so and we had them both as riding the number 154, so that may well have changed in the course of the day. I'm just having a look to see if that amendment to program has actually been posted, and we've completely missed it, as we are somewhat busy up here. But at the moment, it is Cutmore from Watson from Collins, your top three. Still various arguings going on between Rob Forsdyke and one of the Nairns. Insert which one here, we're not entirely certain now. We thought it was Billy Nairn that was going to be starting the car, but according to the timing screen, only Carl Nairn is in it. We'll see when they come to the pit stop to see if they swap around. But Rob Forsdyke still fending off the advances of... beg your pardon, that's not Bruce. That's not Forsdyke. That was Bruce. There was Bruce Wilson that's fending off the advances of Josh Gollin. Josh Gollin has shared that car with Nathaniel Gollin in the past, and Josh also has taken part in the Ford Fiesta and Mini Championships in the past. So he's used to racing and getting his elbows out and what have you. As we look at Charles Holroyd, used to share various caterings with his father, David Holroyd. Only once we've seen this car out so far this year at Donington Park, so he's hoping to build upon. He finished 10th last time out, so he's looking to build upon that.
Indeed he is. And meanwhile then, we've got this battle here for the 89 involved in at the moment as we make our way through. So that is Bruce Wilson, who's hanging on to position right now. That's for 7th place between himself and Josh Gollin as they make their way now down the Bentley Straight. Here we see Josh Gollin. Will he be able to draw himself close enough to have a move? We'll have to wait and see as Simon Lancashire makes his way now through in towards the bomb hole now and starting to pull away from the rest of the field. So Simon Lancashire got the move done a lap ago down the Bentley Straight and is now just trying to pull away from the likes of Forsdyke and Nairn in this third of the way through this race. Meanwhile then, John Cutmore, 5-second gap at the last time at the line ahead of Colin Watson. And yes, now starting to set sub 2 minute lap times right now. 1 minute 59.932 was his previous best attempt and the fastest lap of the race then. So he's absolutely on a charge now, built that 5-second gap then, and the lap time's closer to what we expected to see him qualifying as well.
Absolutely so, as Bruce Wilson's still under a lot of pressure from Josh Gollin. Not far behind them, Charles Holroyd, Richard Green is also in spectator distance. So this group of four not too far apart at this moment in time, particularly Gollin and Wilson. So Bruce Wilson, a very long time catering runner, particularly in that CSR Superlight that he is still piloting, is not unfamiliar with the art of defending and what have you. And Josh Gollin may well be new to Max Evans here in Classic Sports Car Club, but he's making his statement of intent very, very clear. Again, has to think about an inside manoeuvre into Agostini. Does he commit to the move? Can he outbrake the CSR Superlight? He does. Doesn't make an awful lot of friends with the Apex, but climbs up into the 7th position nonetheless.
Yeah, so Josh Gollin now passed Bruce Wilson for 7th place, as you said, and it's a case now of can Josh Gollin pull away from Bruce Wilson, or will Wilson have a chance to have a move back in the likes of Oggies and perhaps at the end of the Bentley Straight? If he can pull away, can Josh Gollin, he might be able to see what he can do at making inroads to the cars ahead. John Cutmore's just made his way across the line. New fast lap, 1 minute 59.241 from John Cutmore. So he's just getting quicker and quicker at this rate. Colin Watson now 7.1 seconds behind.
Pit lane is open, but no one has yet taken advantage of it. So we'll see who decides to pull the trigger first. Again, as we say, it's a timed pit stop. Some drivers having to make a change as Simon Lancashire dances around the outside of one of the Caterham backmarkers, the number 75 car of Randall and Spicer. Are they coming in?
Yeah, with Steve Spicer behind the wheel at the moment, but can't see anyone coming in at the moment.
Oh, no, just as we say that, it is indeed the Randall and Spicer car has decided to come in. So they'll be the first to do their pit stop, and they will be going through their driver change.
Yep, so James Randall will be jumping into the machine then, and they stop closest to us. And a look around then, as there is James Randall, who comes into our view anyway from the commentary box. He was slightly hiding towards the garage there, but he's just getting his equipment on. And yeah, the driver change out of these Mag 70, you really have to use the roll cage to your advantage to help yourself climb out. And no wonder they're relying on that sort of minimum pit lane time, because it gives them plenty of opportunity to just make sure they don't bang the lid on the way in.
Charles Holroyd has come in, he stopped, and now he's moved again. So unless he had a penalty to serve, I'm not entirely certain of that, but either way, he is in the pit lane. It is Charles Holroyd to serve his mandatory stop. It does tend to trigger a reaction from the rest of the field, as on stream we are still enjoying the battle between Bruce Wilson and Josh Gollin for 7th place between the 89 and 17. So Gollin again going for that inside line, as also we are seeing John Cutmore just carving his way through the field. That gap now between himself and Colin Watson, 9.776 seconds. So he's nothing immediately to worry about. Coming back to Wilson and Gollin, so that is where Bruce Wilson's car has the advantage over Josh Gollin. Gets all the horses galloping along the Bentley Straight, and back ahead he goes. As leaving the pit lane goes Charles Holroyd in the number 35.
Yep, making his way back out onto the circuit then, so let's see what he can do from this position, as yeah, still a good battle to be had for 7th place between Wilson in the number 89 and Gollin in the number 17. It's just a case of ebbing and flowing between the two drivers right now, as leaving the pit lane now is the number 75, so James Randall is now behind the car, but he's having a chat to one of the officials down there right now. And well, we'll see if he gets underway very, very shortly. They might have just spotted something before they let him get back out there. So, yeah, all is okay, all is well. And, yeah, making their way back out there. Good to see some yellow crosses as well. Yes, they're novices. Yes, they've got to learn the ropes as well. But it's great to see some fresh faces in the CSCC.
Absolutely so. And, again, part of the part of the inclusivity, not exclusivity, of the Classic Sports Car Club is it is very, very welcoming to drivers of all experience levels, when you are, whether you're needing to get those all-important signatures on your license, such as those dictated by the Novice Cross, or whether you are a veteran of many, many hundred race wins or what have you. Even if you're last and lapped, if you're out there to enjoy the sport, that is what matters the most, as we see John Cutmore continuing along his merry way, currently unchallenged up at the top.
Yeah, our battle for what was 7th place, I think it was. They're both now headed into the pits. So Watson and Gollin, then they're going to be racing against the clock. It's one of those where who's going to be the first to blink, because of course you've got that minimum pit lane time of 90 seconds. You want to be as close to 90 seconds and over as possible. Even if you're a tenth of a second under, you will get a penalty for a pit stop infringement. So all eyes on the clock for both of them. But yeah, who's going to blink first? Who's going to be braver to try and make their way to the pit lane exit?
Well, Bruce Wilson is on his way, so the number 89 has left. Josh Gollin is not far behind either. Let's see what the timer comes up with for them both. A 1:32 for Bruce Wilson, so that's the happy side of 90 seconds. And Josh Gollin lost 5 seconds in the pit lane to Bruce Wilson. So yeah, it's aired on the side of caution, but that has lost him quite a bit of time. That's going to be quite difficult to make up.
Yeah, it is erring on the side of caution, as there's Colin Watson in the pits as well. So from 2nd place, the 92, Colin Watson in the pit lane now in his C400. So he's looking to see if he can get the pit stop done now, maybe get into some clean air to help him on his way. And on the stream, that is Colin Watson in the 92 there. Tyre pressure's just being checked for the second stint. We have 22.5 minutes left on the clock to run, with John Cutmore leading the way. That was 2nd place Colin Watson there before the pit stop. We also now have the number 34, Richard Green, into the pits.
Along with Rob Forsyke has come in, the number 39 of David White has now left the pit lane. He's had a few excursions in this race. Colin Watson now gets himself underway in the Boss Racing prepared Caterham. Boss Racing, a regular powerhouse as far as Caterham racing is concerned. Regular preparer of very, very fast and reliable winning cars. Many a time Boss Racing have stood on the top step of Caterham racing, or Sevens inspired racing, we should necessarily say. So Colin Watson then gets back underway. Still quite a few pit stops to go, and still about 6.5 minutes of the pit window left to serve them.
Yeah, John Cutmore just absolutely extending his lead lap after lap. He was about 3 seconds quicker than Collins behind him in the number 69, but resumed this battle then for what was 7th place as they made it way through. Josh Gollin looking to see if he can find his way through. Meanwhile, we've got number 69 into the pits, so Stephen Collins in the 420R makes his way into the pits now, and will serve that mandatory stop. There also is the 117, so that's Kevin Barrett serving his pit stop right now in the Sigmax.
Indeed, and also leaving the pit lane is Rob Forsyth. Oh, there is number 34 as well, Richard Green, just getting his wheels rolling, as David Stephen in the number 41 car has just come to rest in the pit lane. Just rolling past our position is 117 Kevin Barrett, as mentioned, but unchallenged up front by, again, still quite a considerable lead. Stephen Cutmore continues in the Spire RB7.
Yep, Cutmore doing a great job out there, setting some really good lap times and looking to just see what he can do. It was a case of he had a great battle being part of the top 3 there, but something clicked then and he was able to set those lap times we're more familiar with him seeing. 58.9 is his best so far in this race. We'll see what sort of lap times he can set as well, as we see then the number 92 making the way through in towards the final corner. Then Colin Watson gets the power down, and we'll see now when he makes his way through to take over second place once again, as the number 69 Collins still in the pit lane. There goes Collins then, so that was 3rd place Collins, who now leaves the pit lane. So yeah, they've rejoined 2nd and 3rd in that order they pitted. So the only driver that's ahead of them is Martin Leadbeater in that Pro Comp LA Gold. He's yet to make a stop in this race, as is our race leader John Cutmore.
That is very true. Now I've seen the Nairn car has come in and no driver change, so
it was Carl all along.
It was
then.
Carl all along. They were masquerading as Billy. We were even told Billy was going to be starting that car, weren't we? Yeah, so
there we go.
Yeah,
maybe a late driver change there.
Indeed, or Billy decided he didn't want to play with the caterer. So either way, Carl then rolls back out onto the road as John Cutmore continues to lead the way, still yet to see the pit lane, as Kieran says, along with Martin Leadbeater, and also yet to see the pit lane is number 70 of Trevor Harbour. So they still need to get into the pit lane. They have another just shy of 3 minutes to get their cars into the pit lane. As mentioned, they don't necessarily need to get back out again before the end of the pit lane. Also, what seems to be going on there for number 22? Oh, they're going through a driver change. That's what's going on. So Stephen Lancaster and Chris Broom swapping round in the 22 car.
So Chris Broom will take over till the end of this one.
Excellent stuff. Also 199 is now leaving the pit lane, which is Nigel Liddell in the Caterham Classic. So he rejoins the circuit. Number 70 is in the pit as well. That is Trevor Harbour, as mentioned. So just 2 cars now to see the pit lane, which is our lead 2 of Cutmore and Leadbeater.
Yeah, I can't imagine Cutmore is going to cut this any finer because he's right behind Colin Watson here. But will we see our race into the pits? Yes, we will. So John Cutmore into the pit lane then from the lead of the race, but he was only about a couple of seconds behind Colin Watson, as we see Watson making their way through in towards the first corner. John Cutmore into the pits then to serve that mandatory stop. And yeah, we do have a penalty being awarded to Nairn here, Carl Nairn in the 154. And it's a 30, I think it was 34 seconds.
So that makes me think their pit stop was too short, but I only thought they were in the pit lane actually quite a while. Either way, a time penalty going the way of Carl Nairn, as our race leader is in, as the stream is picked up. So the team checking over the tyre pressures, as John Cutmore thumbs up to his, I'm sure it's thumbs up to the team rather than the camera, but yeah,
why not the camera?
Why not the camera as well? It's good to see you there, John. So yeah, he will talk very emphatically about the development that he's put into the Spire cars. As you can see, another one of the Boss prepared Caterhams directly ahead. That would be Martin Leadbeater. Yeah, I wonder what the penalty for Carl Nairn was. It was about 34 seconds that came up on screen just now. So again, that does make me think they were short on their pit stop. Away goes John Cutmore in the number 98 Spire RB7. And what's the time that comes up on screen? Oh dear. That's too short. So that looks like it's going to be a penalty for John Cutmore as well, and not a very nice one. It's 30 seconds plus the amount of time they're short by. So that could be a 35 and a bit second penalty heading to John Cutmore.
Could well be. We'll see what the officials make of it, of course. But yeah, if that is the case, we'll probably see that penalty be applied. We'll wait for it to be confirmed. Normally at the... well, we did see actually Nairn getting a penalty before the pit window closed. So normally those pit window time infringements come at the end of the window, but you can see them earlier. Colin Watson across the line then, 2-minute 1.924, so 9/10 shy of the personal best that Watson has set so far. And then we should see the 69. Here it comes then, of Collins across the line. And a 2-minute 3.2 that time around from Stephen Collins. So our top three rather spread out at this point, looking for battles up and down the field. Well, we've got the 89 machine of Bruce Wilson, who was less than a second behind the 188 of Robert Forsdyke. So that's probably going to be one of our closest battles out on track.
And there's the time penalty for John Cutmore. As mentioned, it's a 36-second penalty for a pit lane time that is too short. And he's 35.3 seconds at last time check ahead of Colin Watson. Now that was as John Cutmore cut the timing beam as he was leaving the pit lane, so it will not be as big as that. Colin Watson, of course, was up to racing speed. So John Cutmore has got to overcome a 36-second time deficit, which he could well do. Looking at the times we've seen, John Watson's best is a 2:01.011. Whereas John Cutmore has done a 1:58.948. So John Cutmore can build that gap back up, and he has the time to do it.
Yeah, we've got yellow flags at Wilson at the moment. Single yellow at the moment, and followed by a green flag shortly after. So it's only a local yellow, but it's just right out of view at this moment in time from our commentary box. But yeah, wait and see what that is about. And go from there, but yeah, still covered by a single yellow. Oh, I see there's possibly the slippery surface flag also out, so it might actually be for debris rather than a car, but we'll have to wait and see.
We'll see if anybody has done any weight saving. Oh, good spot on the cameras there. It is Rob Forsdyke. The 188 car has come to rest. Oh no, Rob Forsdyke was involved in a great battle for the midfield positions, but the 188 car has come to rest, and alas, will not be continuing as the stream camera. Oh, there is Rob Forsdyke stood by the side. You can tell, you can see the roll cage, but you can't tell the car number from that particular camera angle. But the on-site cameras that we saw was able to identify that it is Rob Forsdyke, the number 188. That's the marshal indicating that a tow is needed for that vehicle. But if that is the case, then we will have to neutralise the race, because we of course have recovery vehicles on circuit. But for the time being, for at least 13 minutes scheduled to continue, the race is continuing at race pace. John Cutmore, the last thing he wants is a safety car. He does not want his lead to evaporate. It's 33.3 as they've come over the line. I say, bearing in mind that was an outlap for John Cutmore. So if John is able to get back up to his previous pace, he can build that gap back up to overcome that 36-second time penalty. But if there's a safety car, that is going to make his day very much less comfortable.
Yeah, I don't think there is going to be a safety car, because it was a single yellow once the car had been, or once the driver had cleared. So I think they might deem that in a safe enough place until the end. They've waved the yellow flag so that drivers are aware that there is a car right on the outside there. And once they've passed that once, they'll withdraw that yellow flag and probably recover that car at the end of the race. So that will be music to John Cutmore's ears at that point. As you said, Chris, the absolute last thing he wants at this stage is a safety car to wipe out what he's got more than a half a minute gap right now. With that 36-second penalty he'll have to serve at the end of the race. But he was about 35 seconds clear at the last timing line. We'll wait to see Watson make his way across the line. Here he comes, Colin Watson, as he makes his way across the line. What sort of a gap are we looking at the moment? 35.1. So yeah, it is close at the moment, but it is in favour of John Cutmore, who's got an armada making their way towards Agostini.
Absolutely so. And he's just dancing his way around Bruce Wilson, who's got a world of pressure right behind him. Whether that's for position or not, he'll still feel they are breathing right down his neck. So Bruce Wilson is in 6th position. That's Josh Collins directly behind him, along with Charles Holroyd. So that is all for position. So 3 of those cars at least all arguing for position. Carl Nairn is ahead of them, but he's got a time penalty. There's one of the Caterhams running a little bit wide. A bit difficult to tell now that the sun has broken through the clouds, and of course it's now making everything reflect. So it's difficult to tell who's exactly in which position, but that is Josh Collin in the red Caterham on the what is going to be the outside line, being challenged coming down towards Brundle and Nelson once more. Now John Cutmore has made his way through this particular group, and he has got Carl Nairn already ahead. Bruce Wilson has got no breathing space whatsoever.
Not at all, as down the inside there goes one of the, well, through the machine and through in towards the final couple of corners we go, following John Cutmore on his way through. A bit more Lappery to contend with as they make their way through. Meanwhile, though, they're right round the outside of Coram and, well, snatching the apex at the final corner at Palmer's. There was Josh Collin, but as we've already seen, the weakness for him is straight line speed in his machine. But is he able to keep ahead now of the number 35 then of Charles Holroyd? Holroyd is closing on him as they make their way towards Riches, but that is Josh Collin who stays ahead. So Josh Collin now up into 7th place with a lovely move around the outside, going through Coram, and then to take the inside line in towards Palmer's.
Nicely done indeed. So Bruce Wilson has finally got some breathing space, but Charles Holroyd is keeping the pressure on Josh Collin at the moment for 7th position. So the 17 will want to try and close in on Bruce Wilson, but Bruce is probably quite happy for the fact that he has got some breathing space as delivered, courtesy of Charles Holroyd, with getting Josh Collin off his case. From what we saw before the pit stops happened, Josh Collin is perfectly capable of getting really stuck in and involved. I've just seen the gap that John Cutmore's got. That was a 2:08 from Colin Watson last time around, so he lost quite a few seconds, a good 6 seconds nearly, on John Cutmore. That gap is now 40 seconds, which makes John Cutmore's penalty completely null and void.
Well, not completely null and void. As you say, if there is a safety car, that's going to completely flip this race on its head. But for the time being, John Cutmore doing enough here to basically make that penalty a minimum to him, of minimum effect. But that could all change, that could all be put on its head if there is a safety car towards the end of this race. But we have less than 9 minutes to go, 8 3/4 minutes left of the race to run, and some of our closest battles are well and truly in the midfield. We've got this great battle between Collin and Holroyd. Collin is able to build a little bit of a gap here. It was half a second at the line. It's significantly more than that right now, heading our way through in towards Coram. But we've also got a battle between the number 41, which is David Stephen, and the number 70, which is Trevor Harbour. So that's a good battle to watch on as well. And look, these two have been reunited. It's Bruce Wilson in the 89 and the number 17 of Joshua Collin. They're reunited on track.
Once again, these two dueling for what is now 6th position, as Josh Collins kind of loses out a bit in the straight lines against Bruce Wilson, but then recovers that in the twisty bits as they are getting past Nigel Little in the 199, the Caterham Classic. Oh, careful, Josh. Don't want to be flirting with the grass. We've already seen what the grass does to tyres over in these parts. But through Wilson come these lead two at least. They are gapping Charles Holroyd to a degree. It was about 1.2 seconds when they came over the line last time around. So that gap looks, I'd say, yeah, that's definitely more than that on this occasion. But Bruce Wilson again, he's going to have to do some work to try and shake the ever persistent Josh Collin off his tail.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be swapping positions, that is for sure. And the more they swap positions, that's going to be piquing the interest of Charles Holroyd in the number 35 behind him. If they do start to squabble for position and cost each other time, that's going to pull Holroyd straight into this battle of what is 6th place overall, as we watch briefly Lancashire make his way through in towards the bomb hole. But we're watching our leader making her way through in towards Brundle and Nelson right now. John Cutmore leading the way in the Spire heading away through in towards the bomb hole. 42.5 seconds is the gap the last time Colin Watson made his way across the line. Colin Watson also building a healthy gap as well to the number 69 of Stephen Collins.
That he is, and John Cutmore is just catching the back of David White. So as long as David stays over to the right, which he does, and John Cutmore isn't going to lose any of his momentum as he screams his way over the line once again. Even with Lapri, he's still getting sub 2 minute lap times of 1:59.611 for John Cutmore last time around. And again, Colin having a look on the inside of Bruce Wilson. Can't get it done though. It's a valiant attempt on the inside line of Murray's, but just could not get the traction where he needs it. Now Bruce Wilson using the power advantage of his car over Josh Colin, but that gap will disintegrate again, although in fairness that is Charles Holroyd that is now on the back of Josh Colin.
Yeah, Holroyd just had to bide his time there to see if he could close into that battling pair, and it seems to be working a treat now. So it is 3 cars involved in this battle for 6th place right now. Also a battle to watch out there is the 41 there of David Stephen and the number 70 of Trevor Harbour, because they were separated by less than half a second at the last time across the line. In fact, as they made their way across the line, Trevor Harbour was briefly ahead as they headed their way through towards Richards. I think he might still be as they head their way up towards Wilson.
Onwards go Golin and Holroyd trying to close in on Bruce Wilson as well. So Charles Holroyd focusing very heavily on the back of the red Caterham ahead of Josh Golin. 5 minutes remain of the Goldust Magnificent Sevens, our penultimate race of the weekend. And now this is where Josh Golin closes back in on Bruce Wilson on the braking zone, heading up to Oggies. And now Bruce Wilson's going to have to defend again as we look at the unchallenged John Cutmore, or at least briefly. Now onto Williams and onto the Bentley straight. So 1 minute you see Josh Golin being challenged by Charles Holroyd, and then suddenly that is all swapped around, and that is a penalty for Colin Watson. But for what purpose? I'm not sure.
60 seconds.
Oh, ouch.
So 60 seconds is normally speeding in the pit lane, is it not?
Wouldn't surprise
potentially.
Me. Now, I believe you're correct. That would make sense. That sort of thing is very heavily frowned upon. It's very clearly in the rules. Oh, Josh Colin outside line of Gorham. He tried this before, gets the inside of Murray's. He's got the position for now, but this is where Bruce Wilson's advantage then swings back his way. So they're going to be side by side when they come past me, and Bruce Wilson is already back ahead of Josh Colin as they come over the line.
Oh, and that's 22 off the road there. That's on the exit of Nelson there. So the 22 trying to now rejoin onto the circuit. So Chris Broom there now making his way back onto the circuit. But yeah, just caught the end of that. Couldn't tell if there was any contact, but unfortunately the 22 is taken to the outside of the track there, as we see the 47 there. Sorry, not the 47, 41 of Gavin Stephen there. As there is the number 69, and that is Collins. Now here's the big thing for Watson right now. For Colin Watson, he's got a 60-second penalty to serve at the end of this race. Right now a podium looks to be safe, but we'll have to check because he's now got a 28-second lead over Collins, so he would drop the position to the 69 there of Stephen Collins. What about for Simon Lancashire in the number 77? We'll check the gaps there because there might be a chance for a podium for Simon Lancashire in the closing stages of this race. We just have to keep on top of the gaps then. I think Simon Lancashire is due to make his way towards the line very shortly. Yes, he's making his way now down in towards Murray. So once he crosses the line, we'll get a better idea of how close he is to a potential podium here in the closing stages.
Very good point, well made. So it's going to be on Colin Watson to really push to mitigate as much of his penalty as he can, as John Cutmore's closing in very heavily on Simon Lancashire to put a lap on the number 77.
Well, certainly Lancashire's got the hurry up. 2 minute 4.7 was his personal best of the race, but he is about 70 odd seconds, about 72, 73. That's one of the nails.
Oh no, he's pulled that one off. He's having a look underneath the rear axle, so some kind of issue has befallen the tail end of that car, as we now look at Wilson still ahead of Josh Gollin. Josh Gollin gets a good exit from Murray's, but as well we have seen, that is not going to help him, as the power of the 89 has once again pulled him ahead of Josh Gollin. Charles Holroyd can't do anything about it, as he just waits for his opportunity. Here comes Colin Watson over the line. So what's his gap? Well, it's 49 seconds forwards, which is now completely academic because of the 60-second penalty that Colin Watson has got for himself for speeding in the pit lane. Whether that was too late to put the speed limiter on or too early taking it off, we don't know. Either way, the end result is still the same. He has earned a speeding in the pit lane penalty. It's all going to be down to how far down that pushes him.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, it looks like he'll stay on the podium right now, so we shall have to keep an eye on the timing screens. Yeah, he'll lose the position right now to Stephen Collins, and we'll have to wait and see, as we'll see Simon Lancashire. He was about 72 seconds behind that Watson at the time, so we'll keep an eye on it and see if that gap does come down. But Colin Watson was lapping faster than Simon Lancashire, so that gap we're expecting to go up and up. But making his way through the final corner for what the penultimate time is John Cutmore.
And there is the number 77 of Simon Lancashire. So only the podium 3 will be on the lead lap then when the checkered flag falls. It has not been brought out early, so one more lap then for our race leader of John Cutmore as he continues to dance his way past the traffic. And Simon Lancashire trying his best to stay in the tyre track, doing a pretty good job in fairness of staying in the tyre tracks of the Spire ahead. Another personal best for Simon Lancashire, a 2:04.382, gains him about half a second on Collins, but it's not going to be enough to put him on the podium just yet. Somewhat depends on... I'm just looking at the gaps. No, it's not going to, because he's still, like I say, 73 seconds back from Watson.
But also he's now 2 laps down on the leader, where the rest will be 1. So now that time penalty is pretty much null and void.
It is almost pretty much null and void, exactly as you say, as now Carl Nairn deemed to be out of the race. We saw that 154 parked up at the cut through for the Snetterton 200 circuit layout, but onwards unchallenged, nearly a minute ahead. Even Colin Watson didn't have a penalty, or should I say, if John Cutmore had Colin Watson's penalty, that would have still left John in the lead positions, or almost. But John Cutmore then screams his way along the Bentley Straight for the final time in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. As he comes into Brundle Nelson, not slowing down any at all. So he's led off a little bit from his ultimate pace, 1:58.948. He set on lap 8, as they'll be coming to complete the 20th lap when they come to the line. But it has been a day for the Spire as he comes through Coram for the final time. And he has got someone directly ahead. I think that was 22 of Chris Broome. But through Murray's they come. And he jumps ahead of the 22 car anyway. So your winner for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens is John Cutmore in the number 98 Spire. Second, and a very distant second, is going to be the Boss Racing Prepared Machine of Colin Watson. That penalty's already been applied. Simon Lancashire has already crossed the line. So as Kieran was mentioning, that's because of the lap difference between the competitors, it won't drop Colin Watson outside of the podium 3, but it does look like the second place is going to go to number 69 Stephen Collins due to the time penalty that Colin Watson's got for himself, unless he suddenly found something like 30 seconds, which I don't think he has. I don't think Collins has really parked up, but Josh Gollin is nipped through on the inside of Bruce Wilson. Can he hold it? Does Bruce Wilson actually have enough time to catch up? I don't think he does. Oh no, he does, just by about 2 car lengths. Bruce Wilson just manages to fend off the advances of Josh Gollin, but that was so close in the end between the two as the remainder of our competitors come over the line. I think it's just a few that have yet to see the checkered flag as we now pick up the next caterum down the road, which should be Kevin Barrett in 8th position. Through Coram he comes. Beg your pardon, that's Stephen Collins, the number 69 car. So the last of our podium 3 is only just coming over the line. Such was the overall dominance that John Cutmore has put into place. So there's your second, what is now going to be second place on the podium of Collins. Same podium 3, just slightly different order than they crossed the line. And coming over the line now is the last of the Caterhams. That was the 117 of Kevin Barrett. The Sigmax has finished the race in 8th position. Then it's going to be Richard Green in 9th with Martin Leadbeater in 10th. The Crawford and Woodcock car coming home in 11th with Trevor Harbour 12th. And the 41 car of David Stephen is listed 13th. The 22 car of Chris Broom and Stephen Lancaster in their first race with the club is come home in 14th place. Unfortunately, Carl then having to park up the 154 car, listed as 15th place, with David White in 16th, Nigel Little in 17th, with the Spicer and Randall car in 18th. Rob Forsdyke is listed as missing. We did see him parked up and out of his car a few laps ago. So then, what a conclusion for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. See our podium 3 have gathered up now. At least one of them is out of the car. John Cutmore obviously got there quite a bit ahead of the other two. So you can see that John Cutmore's having a chat with Colin Watson, as Colin now just climbing out of his car. So two of them at least are ready to go to have a chat with. So I will now hand down to Kieran McGinley in the holding area to have a chat with our podium 3 from the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. I'll try and grab John Cutmore's attention then. I don't really want to break up this this battle here, or at least this conversation. John, I'm just going to butt in very rudely here. John, congratulations on the victory. I mean, that Spire is in a league of its own. How was it to drive?
I think we had the better of them today. It wasn't the same yesterday. We changed a load of setup and the car was more stable. Yesterday it was nervous, twitchy. Yeah, it was good. Great fun.
Yeah, looked great fun as well. I mean, you had a 34-second penalty for a short pit stop there. I mean, you were kind of expecting that?
Well, we're pretty rubbish at the pit stop, to be fair. We had a stopwatch there. It was like, shall we go? Yeah, we'll go. We thought there was plenty of time, but clearly not. Never mind.
You gambled there because there wasn't a safety car. Had there been, that would have really flipped the race on its head.
We always leave the pit stop right to the end, as late as we can leave it, to be fair. I was struggling with a flat battery. I'd left my fuel pump on and whatever else, and it kept cutting out, so it was getting touch and go, so I was just wishing that flag was going to come out. So, yeah, all good.
All good. Well, congratulations on the victory there, John, and, well, go back to Aspire, go back to the team, enjoy it.
Thanks, mate. Till next time.
Thank you very much, John. Let's have a chat to our second place driver, which was decided by penalties. I'll cut in here and have a chat to Stephen Collins. Steve, congratulations. You got second place due to penalties there. Second place for you. How are you feeling?
I can't think of a better penalty to give, especially to Colin. He thoroughly deserves it, obviously. No, it's all a bit of luck, really. I don't know what he got the penalty for. If it wasn't for the penalty, there's no way in the world I'd have caught him. No, just got too many donkeys under the bonnet for me, but I had a good race. I enjoyed it. Thanks for Jennings for preparing the car, and it ran like a dream.
I mean, the first 5 minutes of that race, you three were absolutely tooth and nail. What was it like to be a part of that battle?
Oh, that was all good fun. It was great. I mean, to be honest, I was wringing the neck of my car to stay with them, and once I lost the toe, that was it. I just couldn't catch them. But no, it's good fun. It's good fun. That's what it's about. It's about having fun. That's the main thing at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and of course, when you slightly got on your own out there, what's it like out there to just sort of keep on pumping in those lap times?
You have to be quite disciplined, because what happens is you sort of start falling asleep, basically, and then you miss a braking point, or and when you're sort of on the edge, you can't afford to miss a braking point, because the next thing you know, you span off the track, and all that hard work for the last 10 minutes goes out the window. So, fortunately, when I hit the oil that was on the corner, I managed to keep the car straight, and because there was no one around me after that, I just avoided it completely because I didn't have to go there.
Well, it worked. That strategy worked, and you got yourself second place. So congratulations, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. And let's have a chat now to Colin Watson in third place then. And once again, I'm interrupting a really good conversation. John, Colin, third place for you. At least get your name right. Third place for you. How was that for you?
Yeah, I don't know what the 60-second was for. Penalty, but we'll find out later. But no, it was a good race. I had a good tussle with John first couple of laps. but as soon as his tyres got warmed up and he gapped to me, and that was it really. But other than that, we tried to keep going.
Yeah, and Steve right behind you as well. You had a great battle between the top three. What was it like to be out there?
Oh, the top three, first 4 or 5 laps, Steve was right on us. But as soon as we got our tyres a bit hitting our tyres, we could just pull away from him. And once he broke the toe, that was it. He was gone. So yeah, it was good fun.
It's been a relatively cold day. The wind's picked up. Of course, did that affect how long the tyres took to warm up today?
I think just being cold just takes a long time. This car seems to take a long time anyway, but the track's cold still. So, but it is what it is. Same for everyone. So.
Well, it gave us a really good first 5 minutes with you three, so we thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm sure you did as well.
Oh, we did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I thought I had John first of all. Then he got me back. I was trying to keep in front of him, but once he got his tyres warmed up, he was gone. So. But it was all good fun, all clean, nearly.
Nearly indeed. Well, congratulations on third place, Colin. Well done on the podium.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and we'll hand it back up to Chris in the commentary box for our final race of the day.
All good things must come to an end, and the race weekend is being seen out in style. It is the Wasp New Millennium and the Lowen Turbo Tintops are going to be seeing out the racing for today. And what a grid we've got. A superb array of machinery is going to be seeing out the weekend. So the New Millenniums and the Turbo Tintops are split. The Turbo Tintops will start ahead of the New Millennium contingent. So on the front row for the Turbo Tintops is the treble one of John Hammersley and Nigel Tong, the almost golf-coloured-esque VW Scirocco, will be alongside number 181 of Chris Earle. Then number 72, Carl Chambers, is joined by Dave Marson in the lead of the 3 Marson Abarths on row 2. Row 3 is Andrew Marson in the number 59 Fiat Abarth alongside number 9, which is Matthew Jackson in the Ford Fiesta. Row 4 is the 999. We've seen the BMW Mini R53 a few times, the Mini Mafia car of Sean Watley and Steve Berry. They are in 7th place on row 4 alongside the Selby and Harris and number 7. So Toby Harris and Lisa Selby, the Ford Fiesta, joins them on row 4. Row 5 is number 6, the third of the Marson Abarth. That's Richard Marson, alongside number 28, Tom Oatley in the Turbo Renault Clio. Then it is row 6, number 58, Miles Mosley in his Peugeot 208, alongside on number 159, Andy Tate, who was in and out of the pits a few times during qualifying, so hopefully they've been able to get the Renault Clio Cup Gen 4 car up and on song. Row 7, James Jonu in the number 68 car, alongside the number 2 BMW Mini R53 of Martin Tate and Stephen Warner. Number 79 is David Johnson in the Seat Cupra Leon, although he's been joined by Ross Irvine in the course of the weekend. That had to go through the pits several times and even got shown the black and orange mechanical flags, so then hopefully they've been able to fix what is wrong, or what was wrong, with the number 79 Cupra. Number 97 joins them on row 8, which is the Mini of Andrew Grimm and Clive Seegers. And at the back of the Turbo Tintops is number 8 of Carl Parker, but I believe he has withdrawn. So just 8 rows for the Turbo Tintops. Then a few rows back with the lead rows of the New Millenniums. And number 23, Nathan Wells. Well, we did see his car grind to a halt a little bit earlier on. So hopefully he has been able to get that car back up and running again. But he has had a lot of races this weekend as Nathan Wells. He'll be alongside number 47, another BMW we've seen several times, Niall Bradley. Number 35 of Luke Yeomans and his E36 will be joined by BMW regular number 40, Jazz Sapra. 129 Tommy Grout and his BMW will be joined by John Cockerton in his BMW. Then it's the Lynches of William and Frederick Lynch in their BMW M3 E46, alongside number 77 of Mark Gillam in his 350Z. That thing made a delicious noise as it left the pit lane. Don't often get to see a 350Z in these parts, so we welcome Mark Gillam and his Nissan. On the next row is number 134, which is David Farrow and Martin Byford in their BMW 330 E46. And then it is the Angel Kassar number 85, so it's the 2.3 litre Integra that will be taking part, but it's quite some way down the order. And on the final row is number 44, which is Richard and Rory Longdon in their BMW M3 E46, alongside the number 62 Mini which is Ainsley Bird. We've seen that Mini Cooper R50 in the Tintops, and now we get to see it do battle with the rest in New Millennium. So returning to my side, Kieran McGinley, and what a way to see out the weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got a really good grid there to watch on from. We just got some track treatment that's just finishing up now with a warning that there is oil at turn 3, so that's at Palmer's. So, we did mention from Steve as well in the previous race that there was oil down, so it was just a case of making it through. But safety car is now rolling, so green flags will be waving for our final green flag lap of the day.
Indeed, and there is the Scirocco of John Hammersley and Nigel Tong. Now, I don't think I have starting drivers. Oh, yes, I do. I'm talking utter rubbish. Who is starting the... John Hammersley, the club chairman himself. So in his late 70s livery is the... He said when I spoke to him, I had a lovely chat to John. I mean, he's such a lovely guy. It's difficult not to have a lovely chat with him. He didn't actually mean to go for the golf colours.
What?
But he achieved it pretty well, I thought.
He didn't mean to.
Well, I thought he achieved it quite well, actually. But he says that wasn't the intention because he was originally black and orange. Because the colouring is also for the Air Construct Group company, which John started, which his son-in-law Nigel Tong, who also partners him in the car, has taken over. So it was originally black and orange, but they ended up making it blue and orange. So it is essentially golf flavoured, that Scirocco. But needless to say, it is rapid. When it's on song, that thing is absolutely unbelievable. Now our New Millennium cars are leaving the holding area, the last of which is the number 60 Mini, which is somewhat outgunned compared to the rest. But again, it's good to see new drivers coming to the club and getting the signatures on the licence. So whether they're first or last, if they're out there having fun, that's the main thing.
That is the main thing. And Nathan Wells did make the he's out there right now. He's just making his way through in towards the Wilson hairpin. So let's see what he can do from this position. Obviously, as you said, had to retire the car in an earlier race today, but he's back out there for the final race of the day. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
Absolutely true, and I fully imagine this race is going to feel like it will vanish. It's another 40-minute race, so pit stop in the middle. So again, after 10 minutes, the pit lane will open 4:15. Where the driver changes happen, and John Hammersley, he admits that he's not as quick as he used to be. I mean, he's in his 70s now, but he's still enjoying what he's doing, and that's the main thing. He still looks forward to his racing, and he's been racing for... Unfortunately, he's been racing for longer than I've actually walked this earth.
Oh, that's not unfortunate. That's just a wealth of experience there.
Very, very much so. Oh, James Jonu is leaving some tyres on the road, locking up the number 68 car. So yeah, what a great grid we've got to finish off. I always love the fact those little Fiat Abarths, you've got these big turbo cars around them and those tiny little Abarths, but they always punch above their weight. Now, all three of their cousins are the Marston family, and like vast majority of drivers you'll ever speak to in the Classic Sports Car Club, they're lovely, lovely people, very passionate about their racing, very passionate about their cars, and they love these little things. I think they love the fact that they are absolutely tiny and they really make the bigger cars work for it. And God, don't they just?
Absolutely. I mean, they've got a bit of a punch above, a punch under them as well. But again, they're so small. There's potential. There's really nothing of them at that stage, is there? So the power to weight ratio really does favour them. But on a track like Snetterton, they might slightly be on the weak side, heading down the likes of the Bentley Straight and the Senna Straight. But they will make up that time they lose through the corners. And as we're sort of heading towards that sort of dusk era, aren't we? It's getting towards it really is the summer sunset. It is cold out there.
It is, yes. Snetterton being a former airfield, it is, of course, flat. So there is nothing that retains any heat. And when the wind does pick up, it's a little bit bracing. So, yes, there's times like this when I'm quite glad we get a warm and sheltered commentary box.
Yeah, don't brag too much about that, Chris.
I know, because I'm the one that's got to go down and do the pit lane interviews after this one. But we do it for the love of the job. Let's be honest. That's why we're all here of a weekend. So round Coram or into Coram come the field now. The safety car lights are extinguished. And that is going to lead John Hammersley alongside Chris Earl, the Scirocco alongside the Peugeot, to lead the field away. Through Murray's come the field. There's quite a gap back to the new Millenniums. Cool, wow, that is a huge gap to the new Millenniums. So, up to the line come the Turbo Tintops. Eyes right, and away we go. So then who's going to have the best start? That's a storming start from one of the Abarths alongside 3 wide, heading down towards Palmer's for the first time. Oh, John Hammersley's been crowded out. He's down to third. He may well be down to fourth as the Orange Fiesta is now trying to make his day even worse. So that is Chris Earl who's up into first, with Carl Chambers in the Pug Sport Specialist up into second position. That's very deep then for Matthew Jackson in the Orange Fiesta. But everybody has made it through the first few turns without too much issue. The new Millenniums are only just catching the line now. That's a huge gap between the two grids. But Nathan Wells leads them away. Jazz Sapper alongside. And away go our new Millennium contingent.
Yep, off they go then. Jazz Sapra, I think, wanted to try and have a go at the lead, but then ended up having to defend from the BMW behind him as the number 10 of John Cockton right round the outside. There are yellows up at Wilson, so there's no overtaking through there. Just having a see if there's something obvious that is up there, but yeah, yellow flags were covered there, so no overtaking allowed in towards the Wilson hairpin then. They'll make their way on the exit then. Bit of a lock up there, or maybe a bit of grass being caught up there, but either way, there's still that yellow flag there at the moment, so we'll wait to see what that's all about. But other than that, John Hammersley trying to chase away, but that's a Turbo Tintop running along the curb there. That's Tom Oatley on the outside then, but these Fiat Abarths now, maybe I might stand corrected about their straight line speed. They're looking pretty punchy out there, running 4th and 5th right now.
Well, they don't bother braking, do they? And that's even if they bothered fitting the brakes in the first place. They are superb. Look at this, top 5 all together. So there's Earl from Chambers, from Jackson, then 2 of the Abarths are really in close order. Then a little bit further back as the stream is picking up, there's James Jonio, I believe, in the red and white Renault. And so a big group of cars right behind them, tailed up by Miles Mosley in the number 15. There's lots of tripod mode going on as they're doing some tyre saving on that inside rear wheel. So John Hammersley losing another spot there to the number 6. That is Richard Marson in his Fiat Abarth. Over the line though, come our lead 3 as side by side coming down towards zone 1 once again. Chris Earl is leading the way. Carl Chambers defending against Matthew Jackson, remains in second position, does the Pug Sport Pug for now.
Yeah, that's going to be a good battle between the top 3. In fact, watch out as well for the number 59 then of Andrew Marson, who's looking to try and close in on the top 3, and he's already closed up to the top 3 there. There were yellow flags still going through the Wilson hairpin, and that's because there's a Mini there that's parked on the side, that's the left-hand side of the exit of Wilson, and I'm trying to work out, is that going to be...
I can't quite see the number on that.
Yeah, neither can I. But we'll see what we can make of it later on. But it's just out of view from us. I noticed what that quote-unquote smoke was earlier. It's that treatment down at Palmer's. Of course it is. That's what caught me out. But there we go. Yeah, but it is one of the Minis there. Just seeing which of the Minis it could be. There's quite a few out there, it's safe to say.
There are a few. I think it's number 2. I think it's Martin Tite. Martin Tite and Steve Warner. Yes, that's the one, because it's got the red pink flash on the back and the equal colour roof. Yeah, there we go. He's now climbing out the car. So that's the number 2 car that has come to rest. That's a great shame. Also, we haven't seen Niall Bradley. So we haven't seen, I don't think Niall took the start. Also, number 7, as the Selby Harris car come into the pits, or did it not take the start? Because it's not showing as having completed any laps.
I think I can just about see it. It's got the bonnet up then, so...
oh dear.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lisa Selby, it's not looking good at the start of her race.
No, indeed. So Chris Earl leads Carl Chambers at the top of the field with Matthew Jackson in 3rd. As we look at pole starter John Hammersley, now under pressure by the number 28 car, Tom Oatley, who in turn has got Richard Marson in the number 6 Abarth. Now the new Millennium cars have caught the tail end of the Turbo Tintops. Nathan Wells who feels like he's raced absolutely every single category he can get that BMW in. And there is on stream the number 7 Fiesta. Anytime you see a car with its mouth open, it's usually fairly terminal. Oh, bit of a lock-up again for Jono, coming into Murray's once again. And the 23 BMW of Nathan Wells has worked his way through the field and is now continuing to chase off after the top group. John Hammersley is doing what he can to fend off the advances of Tom Oatley as they come through Ritchie's once more. That's fastest lap of the race. Actually belongs to Jazz Sapra, the number 40 BMW. Well, it's still changing hands. It's now Luke Yeomans. Again, it is very much the Beamer Brigade are now coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've got some Tintops having a great battle here with the New Millennium leader of Nathan Wells. So that's one of the Marsons, Richard Marson, trying to battle away with the 68 there of James Joannou as Nathan Wells tries to hang it around the outside of one of the Marsons. And now he'll try and get away past Joannou down in towards Agostini. These are for overall positions, but they are in separate series. So the Wasp New Millennium is currently being led by Nathan Wells. He's had a really good start to this race.
That he has. Still more changing of position going on. Jazz Sapra has still got the number 35 BMW Luke Yeomans on his tail. So those two very, very close together. We saw the fastest lap be bounced around a few times. Luke Yeomans has it at the moment. Now we see the number 23 of Nathan Wells having to go at another one of the Turbo Tintops as they're coming through Oggies. So who is that? It may well have been Marston. I think it was Tom Oatley actually that Nathan Wells was trying to get past. As now the stream has a look at Jasper Sapra, who is being chased still by the number 35 of Luke Yeomans.
Yeah, really good battles all the way through then, especially for our lead battle for the Turbo Tintops as they're now making their way through in towards Coram now, then sizing up Murray's then to make us way through in towards the Senna straight then. Carl Chambers still trying to chase down now the 181 of Chris Earl as they make their way across the start finish line. That's you won't miss Carl Chambers. It's pretty much day glow yellow on the front of that Peugeot.
It's actually dark out there, all the lights just bouncing off of the number 72 car. But they're being chased hard by Andrew Marston as well, who does tend to be the front-running Marston from past history. So now that I've commentated Kirsten, watch him retire. But either way, and in fairness, David Marston's not far behind, so that may well be a bit of an unfair statement to make. But still, lots of side-by-sides going on as the New Millennium cars, or the lead New Millennium cars coming past us. But up front, it's Chris Earl from Carl Chambers, your top two.
Yeah, Carl Chambers just trying to hold on to the back here as we've got New Millenniums passing our commentary box window right now. Yeah, for the moment then, for Chris Earl, he's doing all he needs to do. And I love these front-wheel drive cars when they really turn hard into a corner. The back wheel sticks up into the air as we watch on from the number 3 machine of Dave Marson as he looks to try and close in right now and see what he can do in these early stages. But our leaders of the Tintops now making their way through in towards Oggies, and it's at this stage then Carl Chambers is not really letting Chris Earl go anywhere. Through in towards Williams they go, and then on towards the Bentley straight. They're pretty, are they matched for pace? Well,
near enough.
Yeah, near enough, isn't it? So yeah, interesting to see how that battle develops.
Indeed so. As slightly further back down the field, the stream has picked up number 97, which is the Turbo Mini of Andrew Grimm and Clive Seegers. So occasionally the Minis are turbocharged. More often than not they are supercharged, so we tend to see the R53s, which are the supercharged variant, or as opposed to the R56s, which are the turbocharged ones. Either way, Nathan Wells doesn't need a supercharger or a turbocharger to that GTR spec E46 as he has danced his way past Sean Wortley. So that puts Nathan Wells, well, I think he's actually getting past Lappery now. So he's up into 7th position overall, and he's of course chasing off after the top spots. As we look at Tom Oatley in the white Clio. Now he was on the back of John Hammersley earlier on. John picking up the pace a little bit as our leaders are coming past us. Still very similar in pace. Actually the fastest of the top 4 was Carl Chambers, who is in 2nd position. But they are being hunted down by Nathan Wells, now up into 5th position with a 2:02 on the board for the number 23 car, fully 10 seconds ahead of quicker than our leader.
Absolutely, but our Turbo Tintops are locked in a battle now as they make their way out of Wilson and making our way now down in towards Palmer. For the 5th time of asking, Carl Chambers has really turned up the wick now. He was 3/10 quicker on that last lap than Chris Earl as they now make their way down in towards Agostini. Is there a move on down the inside for Carl Chambers? No, he's a little bit too far back on this occasion, but certainly putting the pressure on. You're not going to miss that Dayglow yellow in the mirrors if you're Chris Earl. You're going to know he's there as we make our way through in towards Hamilton then before we size up Oggies. And Carl Chambers closing and closing, but still not quite close enough to have a move in towards Oggies.
As our leaders are catching the back of Ainsley Bird in the number 62 Mini. The naturally aspirated R50 is, in fairness, somewhat outgunned, but either way, getting value for money for racing, why not? And there's another signature on the licence. So all valuable experience stays right over to the right-hand side. Nicely done, as the leaders now coming past. Now, is Carl Chambers going to make a move, or is he going to bide his time? He's certainly looking to just keep the pressure on at the moment on Chris Earl. We'll see what he's able to do as Andy Marson, the lead of the Marson trio, is, what was he? He was about 2.3 seconds behind the leader last time around. Bit of a gaggle now coming through. Oh no! Our new Millennium leader, the 23 cars, failed him again. Almost at the same spot. It is the same spot as on Williams. So, oh dear. So again, Nathan Wells, he's pushed the toys too hard and it is broke. So that is the end of the day for Nathan Wells.
That's a shame, leading that Wasp New Millennium. Meanwhile, though, we've got some battling between series right now as the New Millennium make their way through and past the number 9. That's Matthew Jackson and that orange Ford Fiesta. It might have sized him up then for a move on from the 999. Steve Berry behind the wheel right now to try and make a move, but the New Millenniums are battling hammer and tong now. The number 40 having the inside line, heading our way through and making their way through there.
There is an anecdote, hammer and tong, as in Hammersley and Nigel Tong. There has to be.
There is a joke in there, isn't there?
So Carl Chambers has brought the number 72 car into the pits for his scheduled pit stop as the pit lane is now open. So there he is, the man that runs Pug Sports, the Peugeot specialist. Looks after several Peugeots that we've seen in CSCC over the years. Hustling Chris Earl for the lead, so we'll see what he's able to do post pit stop. As also Nigel Ainge has brought in the number 85 Integra, the 2.3 litre car. He'll be handing over to Danny Cassar, who will pedal that one pretty damn quickly. So still on Jazz Sapra's case is the number 35 BMW Luke Yeomans, as opposed to Ute Lomans, was I was actually about to say. So, and there we go, that's Nigel Ainge being helped out of the car, and then Danny Cassar then climbing in, a car he has piloted to success numerous times in the past. He knows the car very, very well. So maintained by Hillwood Autos, which is Nigel's company. A great advertising for what they are capable of. It's a shame that the 2-litre version didn't do quite so well as it usually does. Also now leaving the pit lane is number 72. Carl Chambers gets the Dayglow yellow Peugeot back going again. What was the pit lane exit time? 2:05. So he had plenty of additional time on that one. So nothing immediately to worry about.
And important for Carl Chambers, he's rejoined in clean air. This is what he wanted. So he and the team want some clean air to get some lap times in and see what they can do here as New Millenniums are really fighting and really scrapping down in now. I think Jazz Sapra is involved in that one as they make their way through. Yeah, it's Luke Yeomans who's trying to find a way past Jazz Sapra, but he cannot do it as they make their way up towards the Wilson hairpin then. Jazz Sapra doing his best to try and defend that one. There's plenty of action to be watching on as Danny Cassar takes his machine back out onto the track. But that looked to me like it was Jazz Sapra managing to just about hold back Luke Yeomans, but he had to work for that one.
Indeed. So now the Ainge Cassar car back on track. So plenty of additional time on the clock there. Now Carl Chambers did have a 30-second penalty to add to his pit stop time. That's why his pit stop time was over 2 minutes. So he's done the necessary 90. plus the additional time. Tommy Grout has brought his BMW into the pit lane to serve his timed element. Get the right syllables out, Buxton. And John Cockerton has also brought his car in. So John Cockerton, his company JMC Racing, sponsors the Special Saloons and Mod Sports category that we saw in the racing weekend yesterday. Has raced a variety of mainly Porsches. We've seen him in a 911, a 993, a 994, a 996 and a 997.
All the
in
nines.
The club, all the nines. A Cupra Leon and a Ferrari. So spot the odd one out.
It's definitely one of the nines, is the odd one out.
Yeah, it has to be. But also is enjoying this M3 E46. We've seen him racing this guy in the Slick Series as well as the BMW Ram Air BMW Championship we saw yesterday. He didn't run in it this weekend, but we look forward to seeing John. Used to race with his father, but his father is retired from racing, or certainly hasn't been seen racing for a while. Up front though, it is currently Andy Marson from Chris Earl, the top two. So Andy Marson has actually gotten ahead of Chris Earl in the course of the lap. So Andy Yeoman's now up into third position. Tommy Grant now leads the pit lane.
Jazz Sapra is in as well.
He is indeed, along with one of the Marsons. That is the number 3 car of David Marson, has brought his Abarth into the pits.
David Johnson running a little bit wide then, and it hands over the at least the track position. But yeah, you're looking to get back on there. But yes, quite a few cars in the pits right now. This is going to be really, really important now. Chris Earl still out on track at the moment. Jazz Sapra looking to see if he can get himself a little bit of clean air, because Luke Yeomans was all over the back of him there in those laps before the pit was made. And there is a bit of damage to the car here around the wheel rim. And I'm going to guess that's Jazz Sapra.
What is he? Well, whatever he hit, he didn't win the argument of it. So yeah, the number 40 BMW sporting a bit of war room there, and it does look like it's ready to get going again. So he's not pulling the car off. It does look fairly superficial, so
yes,
particularly major. As we look at current race leader Andy Marson, he's probably enjoying his time in the race lead, as that is Andy Yeomans that is now, sorry, Luke Yeomans, beg your pardon, that is looking to get past him, as Carl Chambers is just working his way out of Nelson. As the camera pans to the cars chasing behind, Luke Yeomans now taking over the lead, but he has got to come in to the pits. A black and white warning flag has gone out to the Mini Mafia R53, the 999 car of Sean Watley and Steve Berry, who started that one. It was Steve Berry that started that car, and they haven't been in yet. So Steve Berry earning the eye of the stewards, as John Hammersley is coming in to hand over to son-in-law Nigel Tong.
Yep, Nigel Tong behind the 111 now, and just awaiting now to make their way down the pit lane to then get themselves back out onto track. But there is the number 9, so that is going to be Matthew Jackson. Now, unsurprisingly, he has rejoined in front there of Carl Chambers. Chambers, with that 30-second additional success penalty, means he's going to have to work his way back up the order if he wants to get this win. Andy Tate then in a 159 Renault Clio makes his way back out onto track. So too does the number 62 Ainsley Bird in a BMW Mini Cooper R50.
Yep, out goes 159, as well as the very earth-rumbling Nissan 350Z there, Mark Gillam. It's true, that thing did not like being on the pit lane speed limiter. It was making all kinds of racket, but yeah, it makes a glorious symphony as it gets up to speed and out of the pit lane. As the cameras have picked up again, Luke Yeomans in the number 35 BMW gets a bit wiggly on the exit of Agostini, but is continuing along his merry way now in the race lead. As more cars leave the pit lane, number 6 Richard Marson is out, along with the Cupra that we saw earlier on of David Johnson. The cameras have now picked up what is John Cockerton in his number 10 BMW. He was in the pit lane a long time, so he's lost a fair amount of time, but either way, gets going again. The number 10 BMW back up to speed.
Black and white warning flag for David Johnson in the number 79, so he's on his final warning before penalties get delivered. Number 58 now is into the pits, Miles Mosley, and that Peugeot 208 GTI solo driver, so it will just be a case of adhering to the 90-second pit lane time as Jazz Sapra passes our commentary box window. What sort of lap times is he setting now at this stage? He is setting a 2-minute 9.5, so he's lapping quicker than most ahead of him. Luke Yeomans, though, 2-minute 5.8 from him on that last lap. He's lapping pretty much close to his own personal best in the car, so he's absolutely on a mission right now.
That he is, but the top 5 drivers yet to see, actually top 6 drivers yet to see the pit lane. Also, one other is the Longdons. They haven't come in as yet. So another 5 minutes to do. Oh, just as I say, that race leader has come in. Luke Yeomans bringing his BMW into rest. So that hands the lead back over to Andy Marson, who hasn't seen the pit lane yet. Chris Earl is in the pits already from the podium positions. So that just leaves a few drivers yet to say, I was going to say one of them is Nathan Wells, but he pulled the car off quite a while ago, so he won't be seeing the pit lane in the traditional sense. And the Lynches have now in. So I think William Lynch started that one, so Frederick Lynch will be taking that one over.
Yeah, and Carl Chambers has got ahead there of Matt Jackson, so Carl Chambers on a mission then to recover the time he lost in the pit lane due to his success penalty, as there goes the 58 Miles Mosley back out onto the track, as we see John Cockerton then in the number 10 BMW in that new Millennium, coming up against the Turbo Tintop, the number 59 of Andrew Marson. Andrew Marson, though, is currently our leader. Hasn't stopped yet, though. One of only about 4 yet to stop in this race.
Indeed. So Andy Marson may opt to not really fight John Cockerton too hard. I mean, the number 10 BMW is somewhere down the order, down in 22nd position. Has lapped in the 2:10s, which is similar pace to Andy Marson. Andy Marson, a 2:11.6 was his best, but onto the inside line goes the BMW. Andy Marson doesn't fight that, doesn't need to. As out of the pit lane now comes Chris Earl.
Yeah, Luke Yeomans has just exited the pit lane and has got at least 4 or 5 seconds on Jazz Sapra, so he's done very well there to get himself, well, he had the clean air, he managed to make use of it, and Jazz Sapra's early stop then has resulted in being behind Luke Yeomans at this stage. So this is a case now for Jazz Sapra. He's got to really put the hammer down if he wants to get back in front. Slight bit of a lock up there for Matthew Jackson in towards the final corner then. But no harm, no foul. He's able to sort of ride that lock-up out and make his way back like nothing ever happened.
Indeed, Andy Marson now in, and that is going to leave just 2 more drivers to come in. The Sean Mortley, Steve Berry, Treble 9 Mini Mafia R53. That's Steve Berry still behind the wheel of that. And also the Longdons have yet to see the pit lane. Richard and Rory Longdon and their BMW need to see the pit lane in the next couple of minutes, otherwise they will have a penalty going their way. So we'll see what they are able to do. The Longdon, and there we go, just on right as I say it, both cars have now come in. So there's everybody has been through the pit lane in the correct time window. But will they be out of the pit lane in the right fashion is going to be the important part. Number 68, James Jonu, gets his Renault Clio back up to speed. So a few pits. Oh, and that's too short. That's too short by 2/10, less than 2/10 of a second. James Jonu, oh, you never want to see it, but rules are rules. That's a 30-second penalty coming his way.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's 30 seconds plus the tenths of a second, but it is, as you say, rules is rules, as we're currently watching as well on the stream, the number 59 Andrew Marson currently serving his pit stop. So that should put Luke Yeomans, here he goes then, into the lead of this race then, as he makes his way through. So that's him into the lead. Jazz Sapra now second place as he makes his way up the order. So New Millennium there separated now by 5.8 seconds. And Luke Yeomans 2:07.7 on his last lap. Jazz Sapra 2:06.2. So about 1.5 seconds Jazz Sapra managed to earn on that last lap time. And now through go the leader of the Turbo Tintops now. It's Chris Earl who leads the way in the 181.
That he does. So Andy Marson then just starting to get going again in the Fiat Abarth, the number 59 car, along with the 999 Mini, both leaving the pit lane together. And Andy Marson with a 2-minute pit stop there. I think he had a penalty to add. He did. He had a 30-second penalty, so he got his right
That
by
was
0.4 of a second.
Very, very good pit stop
Very
there.
well done by the Marson team there. Superb effort. So Luke Yeomans then has the lead of the race by 5.8 seconds when they last came over the line from Jasper Sapra in the number 40 car. That's Andy Tate that has got a 31-second medal. That might be 30 point something or other, as we said, for the 159 car. The Longdons have come back out with a 2:02 pit time. They didn't have a pit lane success penalty to serve, so that was a lengthy stop, but it is at least guaranteed it'll be the right side of 90 seconds. As Carl Chambers has a look. Oh, that's a lock-up then for Andy Marson, as Mark Gillum in the 77 has got himself a 32-second penalty. Oh dear, oh dear. Now, we don't always get the pit lane stop time up here in the commentary box. Oh, there's Andy Marson's gone for a wander. He's gone too deep into Hamilton, and that's going to gift Carl Chambers the position. So that is a position for 6th that the Turbo Tintops leader has just gifted.
Yeah, but I mean the grass is pretty slippery out there. It's he managed to rejoin the track and not actually lose that much time, in all fairness. Joanna then getting a 30-second time penalty. That's 30 seconds and a bit. Those 2/10 costing him in the end, but John Cockerton in the new Millennium going to breeze past Andy Marson then as he makes his way down in towards Brundle and Nelson. And the Tim Top of Andy Marson not interested in battling. He realises it's not the battle he's needing to fight at that point. As we watch on here, Luke Yeomans leading the way, then Jas Sapra in 2nd place. That's your new Millennium. And then 3rd place overall and leading the Turbo Tintops at this moment in time is Chris Earle. It's then the 999 who's currently 2nd in the Turbo Tintops. So the car that was started by Steve Berry, it's Sean Wortley who's taken a car over, and Sean Wortley is currently in 3rd place. Or I say that, yes, he is 3rd place in Turbo Tintops, but he's being quickly hounded down right now by Carl Chambers. Let's see, 2:14 from Carl Chambers on that last lap. Although there's a bit of lappery to be involved with as well. So, Carl Chambers had that battle with Andy Marson and had to back out of it when there was that little bit of a lock-up there down in towards Agostini.
I've just spotted Danny Cassar's lap time in the Honda Integra. That's a C-Class new Millennium car, 2:05.7. That is quicker than everybody ahead of him, quite considerably, except for Luke Yeomans, the race leader. That is it. Black and white flag going out for car treble 1. That is John Hammersley and Nigel Tong. Oh dear. It's, again, so if John Hammersley earned 2 warnings and Nigel's earned 1, that's all you need, because the warnings go to the car, not the driver. So the treble 1 on its final warning before penalties are handed down.
Yeah, absolutely. On the edge now. Thin ice, if you like. One more, and that will be a penalty. And we'll see here, Carl Chambers with that 30-second penalty is now currently in 2nd place in those Turbo Tintops, so he's done a fine job so far of getting himself up the order. How far away is he from Chris Earle? He's about 27 seconds away, so a mighty tall order, but again, that's what that 30-second success penalty is there for. It's to try and stop repeat winners as far as possible, and for Carl Chambers here, 2nd place is still a very, very good result for him.
Very true, but still just under 12 minutes on the clock until the checkered flag falls. And still plenty of racing to enjoy to see out this amazing event here at Snetterton this weekend. And the weather has held off for us, so it's been, whilst a little nippy, it has been bone dry all weekend long. We're looking at, on stream, the 181, which is our Turbo Tintops leader. Chris Earle was leading the race early on. It's can't do anything about the BMWs ahead of him. Either way, leads the Turbo Tintops presently from Carl Chambers. Carl finding himself in 5th position overall. Lots of cars screaming past us from our commentary position as the stream is picking up Danny Cassar in the number 85 Here with Autos Integra. And we saw the blue one in the Tintops, the 2-litre version. That's the 2.3-litre version that is now working its way through the field. What was Danny Cassar's lap time? It was held up somewhat by traffic, granted, but he finds himself in 9th position, and that was another 2:05, a 2:05.8 on the board. He was their fastest car on track, bar none, last time around. So he works his way past Andy Marson.
Yeah, amazing pace here from Danny Cassar. Did we really expect anything else at that point? No, no, not really. So he's on a charge here. He's got 10.5 minutes to make up some positions here. Now in his class he is leading it, but I'm sure he would love to make up as many positions as possible at this stage in the new Millennium.
Very true. He is the lead in C category car. As the number 62, I think, is just staying very out of the way. That is Ainsley Bird in the naturally aspirated BMW Mini Cooper R50. So the stream watches Nigel Ainge on the back of yet more cars for him to work his way through. As we look at the 176 car, that's Frederick Lynch. I believe Frederick, I think William started it. That is a very slow-moving number 79. Now David Johnson in that Seat, they've had a bit of a torrid time with that car this weekend. So I'm not sure if it was a steady exit from Nelson or whether they are having a bit of a problem. As we now pick up Andy Marson with his mirrors full of Matt Jackson's bright orange Fiesta.
Yeah, Andy Marson's just got a black and white warning flag for driving standards. So yeah, he's got to be on his best behaviour now until the end of the race, the last 9.5 minutes or less than, as Carl Chambers cocks a wheel through the final corner. Oh, and that's a clout of the sleeping policeman, would you call it, on the inside there for Matthew Jackson. And we've seen we've seen 2 drivers this weekend fall afoul of that. It's safe to say, I think he got away with that one.
Oh, that was nearly impact between the Abarth and the Fiesta. Andy Marson, seeing that one coming, just jumps to his right and hangs on to that position. So that's 9th that they are fighting for. 8th they're fighting for, which Andy Marson has regained control of from Matthew Jackson. So the Fiesta trying his best to get back up into that spot, but at the moment the little Abarth is fending off the advances of the Fiesta. Oh, that's a spin. That's the Longdons. Richard and Rory Longdon in the number 44 BMW. It is stationary on the escape road in between Brundle and Nelson. So is it waiting for an opportunity to rejoin, or is it struggling to get going again?
Yeah, it was waiting. I just saw it pull away then on our CCTV cameras up here. So yeah, just waiting for a sizable gap to rejoin there. So not a bad idea from the Longmans then, the number 44. So that would be Richard Longman who's behind the wheel.
Danny Cassar continuing his relentless progress. He's gotten ahead of Tommy Grout in the 129 BMW. And a little bit further behind them is Carl Chambers, who in turn is being chased quite fervently by Andy Marson, who seems to have completely lost his quarry.
5-second penalty going out to the 999.
Sean Wortley.
Yep, so that's going to be 4 track limits, and that might have a hand in play in sort of the turbo Tintops, because he's currently running, is that 4th overall in the turbo Tintops, so he might lose a couple of positions here.
Could well do, as Andy Marson gets past the number 79. Oh no, that's David Marson. The number 3 Fiat has come to rest. He was up in 11th over the line, but where has he come to rest? That he's on the outside of Oggies, so he's pulled that one into a safe place, but a shame for the Marson number 3.
Yep, Danny Cassar launching in towards the first corner once again, as he's now 1.2 seconds behind the number 176 at the moment. So they're trying to close in on the Lynches then. Frederick Lynch, we believe, is behind the wheel. Oh, that's exit stage right for Lynch then, so that didn't really... That looked like a move that wasn't interested in battling Danny Cassar at that point.
I think he was getting out of Danny Cassar's way, or either that or it looked convincing. As we look at Luke Yeomans once again in the number 35, bearing in mind he's got the novice cross on the back of his car and he's leading. He's leading the race against the likes of Jazz Sapra, who is racing somewhere every single weekend in a BMW of some description. He has several at his disposal, does Jazz Sapra. And Luke Yeomans is really hustling hard. He's doing brilliantly well. We did see that car once last year at Donington Park, where it came home second in class. Was due to take part at Donington this year, but sadly didn't start the race, but it's certainly making up for lost time now as the number 35 completes another lap with just under 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, isn't he just? And a 13-second lead over Jas Sapra at this point, and lapping quicker than him as well. So, yeah, he's having a really good time. Here's Luke Yeomans right now as he makes his way through. I think he might have a bit of transponder issue because he's definitely leading the way.
Yes.
I think I did see a message earlier on that said 35, no working transponder, so they have to track him manually. So we should see him back up to the top of the order shortly. And yeah, so Jas Sapra second place, and then that's the 181 of Chris Earl. So he's leading the Turbo Tintops at the moment.
That he is, as the stream has picked up the 350Z, or briefly, as Jas Sapra is circulating then. And Luke Yeomans is unfortunately still falling through the field. Now that will be corrected. The timekeepers, as Kieran said, will have to clock that one manually, which is no easy task whatsoever. As Danny Cassar looks on the inside of John Cockerton, coming down into turn one, can't quite get it done. The Honda can't overlap the BMW just yet. Jas Sapra continuing along his merry way. There we go, Luke Yeomans now reinstated towards the top of the table. 19.1 seconds over Jas Sapra is the lead for Luke Yeomans, and another 33 seconds back from Sapra to Chris Earl.
Yeah, and gap has gone up to 19.1 seconds. There is Jas Sapra, second place right now overall. So he's got a bit of a gap behind him and a bit of a gap in front of him. So Jas Sapra really in a bit of a race of his own at this moment in time. Meanwhile then, there is Danny Cassar on the back of John Cockerton. That's not for position, but well, we know what Danny Cassar's like. He will make sure it is a battle for position. He's currently fourth overall, but here he goes then, trying to look for a move up the inside of Hamilton. Not normally an overtaking opportunity. And John Cockerton held firm there, through in towards Oggies he goes. And Danny Cassar, how far away is he from an overall podium? Well, he's about 11 seconds away with, how long have we got left? About 3.75 minutes. So even by Danny Cassar's pace, actually, looking at it, 2:05.5 from Danny Cassar last time around, and a 181 Chris Earl, setting a 2:13 last time. That's not impossible, although Tong has pushed the boundaries too far. He's got a 5-second penalty in the 111 for extending track limits.
Oh dear, oh dear. So yep, Nigel Tong has gone one penalty too far in the Scirocco and finds itself now at the eye of the steward. I saw some brake dust being kicked up there. So who was that? I think it might have been the number 44, which is the Longdons, who we saw having a bit of a spin earlier on. That's the only car that was ahead of Carl Chambers, who we were looking at. Oh, sorry, Chris Earl, beg your pardon, that we were looking at on stream. Chris Earl still our lead Turbo Tintop runner. And what's the gap between Ainge and Earl? 5.5 seconds with 2 laps to go. He could do it. We could have a new Millennium 1, 2, 3. Bearing in mind that the Ainge Cassar car started some way down the field. Well, it started the new Millennium contingent, which was near the back. And he started on the penultimate row of that as one of the BMWs now flirts with the grass.
Yeah, in fact, more than flirts. It was on the grass there through the first corner, but manages to rejoin the track. Then there is our overall leader, Luke Yeomans, who makes his way through in towards the bomb hole and making his way now through in towards the final couple of corners. There's your leader of the Turbo Tintops in Chris Earl then, and there is Danny Cassar, who's closing him down. Now, of course, they're in different series, but I mean, we're going to see 2 cars racing each other, and one of them involving Danny Cassar.
I was going to say, like they care. There's a race to be had, and they will have it. But this just goes to show the just incredible pace that Danny Cassar can deploy. You know, you got to think, if he started towards the front, where would he be now? As we see Chris Earl doing some tyre saving again on that rear right tyre, as the Honda Integra continues to chase hard after him. Danny Cassar did have a slightly unfortunate incident at Anglesey in, I think it was this Integra, where a wheel actually parted company. So he ended up with a 3-wheeled wagon. No matter how good he is, he's not going to be setting good lap times with 3 wheels on there. So look at this, right under the rear bumper of Chris Earl. He's gone for the outside line. Cassar's not even waiting for a straight. outside line of Coram. Thank you very much. Oh, gives it a wiggle as he's coming through Coram. Absolutely nothing stopping the man. That is third for Danny Cassar.
Yep, third overall, third in New Millennium right now. So, yeah, pretty good day at the moment. I think, it's out of the question to try and catch anybody else, even with his quick pace there. Still putting a little bit of lappery on then as he makes his way down towards the first corner. But, he's 32 seconds behind Jas Sapra. So, even for Danny Cassar, with the limited time he has left, is not going to be the case. And now it's another 10-second penalty for the 111. So, Nigel Tong has exceeded track limits again. So, that's 15 seconds in total.
He does realise his father-in-law is the club chairman.
If
you're going to annoy someone at the top, I suppose.
Well, making their way through in towards the final couple of corners. We've only got a couple of seconds left on the clock, about 10 seconds to go, and he's right tucked up behind the 999. So here he goes in around the final couple of corners. This will be the final lap of the race then, and Luke Yeomans with the novice cross on the back. But that doesn't faze him too much. It's clear to see as he makes his way through in towards the final corner now, powering his way towards the line. Your race winner for the New Millennium is the number 35, Luke Yeomans, who takes the checkered flag, and across the line he will go. A brilliant drive from Luke Yeomans there. Had a good battle with Jas Sapra at the beginning of this race. Jas Sapra opted to pit early. We put them both in clean air, but for Luke Yeomans, he took full advantage of that and managed to build a significant gap over Jas Sapra, who now makes his way through in towards Coram and now making his way down in towards the final corner for the final time. He'll get back onto the power now. It's been a mixed weekend for Jas Sapra, but he will end this weekend on the podium for New Millennium. He gets second place as he powers his way towards the line, and we just now await for Danny Cassar in the number 85 to make his way towards the line. It's about half a minute between them all as they make their way across the line. But the Turbo Tintops as well, we're watching out for as well. Here comes Danny Cassar then making his way in the number 85, making his way onwards and upwards to the checkered flag to grab third place in New Millennium overall. Brilliant performance from Danny Cassar. We'll just wait now for the Turbo Tintops, the 181, as he makes his way onwards and upwards then. It's the 181 who makes its way across the line. Chris Earl takes the victory in the Turbo Tintops. Brilliant performance from Chris Earl then to take top honours in the Turbo Tintops. Just in the background there you saw that Dayglow livery. It's Carl Chambers who is now making his way rounding the final couple of corners then. And he will make his way towards the line to grab second place in the Turbo Tintops for Carl Chambers. Nicely done. And now Andy Marson will make his way. He was on a final warning with the warning flag, but he does get third place overall in the Turbo Tintops there, and making his way towards the line. Fourth in the Turbo Tintops will be the number 9 machine, which is the bright orange Ford Fiesta of Matt Jackson. He makes his way across the line then with the 111 of Hammersley and Tong having 15 seconds worth of penalties. Quite a few penalties handed out in this race, most of them for pit stop infringements, i.e. being too short in the pits then. So top 3 then for the classes, and the overall top 3 of each class. It's Luke Yeomans in the 35 who takes the victory ahead of the number 40 of Jas Sapra, and rounding off the top 3 for New Millennium overall is the number 85 of Danny Cassar and Nigel Ainge. And in the Turbo Tintops, it's the 181 of Chris Earl who takes top honours in Turbo Tintops. Second place was Carl Chambers in the 72, and rounding off the Turbo Tintops was the number 59 of Andy Marson. But we have our New Millennium, no surprise, already down there in the Parc Ferme area. But if you are trackside, that's our final race. So a big thank you to coming along, a big thank you as well to watching along on the stream. And before I do hand over to Chris Buxton for the final time today, it's been a pleasure to bring these races to you. Hopefully you've had a great time. A big thank you as well to our Orange Army recovery crews and medical crews, because without you we simply cannot go racing. We had a couple of marshals on a trial day, so if that sounds like something you'd be interested in, make sure if you are at the circuit there are leaflets available in the Tyrrell's restaurant as well as marshals.co.uk, so make sure you do have a visit there if you're interested in giving up your time and being a fantastic part of the fantastic marshals, the Orange Army, which without them we simply cannot go racing. So for the final time from myself, Kieran McGinley, I bid you farewell, and I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Mr. Chris Buxton to take us to the end. Chris, it's down to you in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Kieran. It's getting a little nippy down here, but the engines and the camaraderie is as warm as ever. Lots of congratulations going on between our drivers. So what a race we've just been treated to. Let's have a chat with Danny Cassar, who has just brought the number 85 home. Now, Danny, we are very used to seeing you on podiums, more often in the Tintops and the blue version of this, but it's got to feel quite special to bring the red one home on the top three.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a rough day, so it's a bit of justice for Nigel, who preps the cars, and yeah, it was the car's so good, but against all the big horsepower BMWs, we really struggle in this class, but we like to be the underdog for a change. So.
I mean, you were outpacing the BMWs at various points. Your lap time performances in these cars just gets better and better and stronger. It's just absolutely incredible to see. So your smile's got to get bigger every time.
Yeah, we're developing the car all the time. We're trying to get it in. I mean, we want to be as quick as the TCR cars. We're not far away, but we've got no aero and stuff like that, and it's hard work. I mean, Nigel does put a lot of work into the cars, and one of his mechanics, Tom, he's off at the moment because they've just had a little baby, so hello to a little Amber. We'll try. We'll always try.
Always a pleasure to see you, Danny. Brilliant stuff on a well-deserved third position. That is Danny Cassar, who partners Nigel Ainge in the number 85 Honda Integra. Right, let's have a chat with Jasper Sapper, then second position in New Millennium in the number 40 car. Now, Mr. Sapper, that is not how you redesign your car, sir. What happened there?
Oh, that was a while ago, that was. That was early on race.
Great stuff, but again, it's been a bit of a mixed weekend for you for one reason or another, but it's always a pleasure to see you taking part. You're somewhere every single weekend near enough.
We try to get out if we can. If we're allowed out, we do, yeah.
So, I mean, what does it feel like getting, hopping from like the Ramo BMW Championship to the likes of the New Millennium? Do you have to kind of adjust how you do things?
Well, we're on different tyres now, aren't we? We're on treads, and then we're on the Ramo, we're in slicks. Obviously different driving, so our lap time's a lot less, but just about made it home. The gearbox is just about had it now. Yeah, just about made it.
So you do like breaking
2 laps? I don't think I would have made it.
Blimey, because you enjoy breaking your toys. The yellow one you also had a go with as well yesterday.
Yeah, that was all right. Yeah, got a bit of a penalty for that one, but never mind.
Always a smile on your face. Jasper Sapper, brilliant stuff. Well done on a very well-deserved second position. Let's have a chat then with Luke Yeomans in the number 35 with the novice cross on the back, I notice. Well, that's a way to make an impression.
Yeah, this is my second ever race. The Woodrow boys have been looking after me for quite a while, but different commitments make it a little bit tricky to get here, so just another signature in the book now to try and get rid of the big yellow target.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's the lap times were there, the performance, the consistency, absolutely superb stuff. So, are you really a novice?
I've done it for a little while, but I only got my race licence 18 months ago. So everyone was chirping me about making sure I got a licence and started racing. Rather than just being quick at track days, it's a little bit different coming here and doing it. So we blew the car up in Donington this year in qualifying, so we didn't make the race. So the last 5 laps here, I was listening to every noise and just sort of concentrate on making sure I didn't miss any braking points and just keeping it clean. And Jazz was showing me a decent pair of heels in the first section, and it was pretty good. I think we managed to pull a little time across maybe the pit stop and had 2 clear laps not behind him, so I think we managed to pump a couple of quick ones in. After that, we're just trying to manage the gap.
Are we looking forward to seeing you a lot more next year?
I hope so. I mean, we're planning on trying to get to Alton, but as I sheepishly look at the Woodrow guys, it's in their hands. So, yeah, once you got the bug, it becomes a bit addictive. I understand there was some people that had some mechanicals today. Nathan, my teammate, he was a lot quicker than us, and he really should have been where I'm standing. But I'm happy to pick up the scraps.
Nicely done, Luke Yeomans. Welcome to the club, welcome to racing, and we look forward to seeing you many more times in Winners Row. That's Luke Yeomans and number 35, as we've got, well, you had some work to do in Turbo Tintops, did you not?
Yes, a thoroughly enjoyable race, and very busy indeed, but
somehow he kept it together and came good in the end. So absolutely delighted, thrilled, yeah.
I can imagine you are. So you're busy on track and off it. So it's been a long weekend, but you've got some silverware to take home as a result.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I haven't done as much racing this year, just through other commitments as I would like to have done. So and this is my last meeting of the year, so to come away with a win, my first ever win, obviously just over the moon. And thanks to Carl Chambers, Pugsport Racing, he does the car, does a brilliant job. Mike Williamson, who does all the pit stop for me, and that's a great team, and I'm over the moon for them as well as myself, obviously. So yeah, thanks very much.
Chris Early, well earned victory, sir, and I'm sure we will end up crossing swords again when we see you in Winners' Row. Well done, a very well-deserved Turbo Tintops win, and we're going to wrap it up here at a very cold Snetterton. Alton Park is going to be the final outing for the Classic Sports Car Club this year. We hope to see you there for subsequent meetings next year. Until next time, thank you very much, and goodbye.